I'm old school. I still do paper, and I had LASIK surgery, and it makes my close-up vision worse. So my paper's in big font too. Um, so my name's Matt Mishkin. I'm the deputy director of the Johnson Depression Center. We call it the JDC. We're part of the Anschutz Medical Campus. So for those of you who don't know where you are, you're on the Anschutz Medical Campus. I'm going to do a couple quick intros right now, and then we're going to bring up our chancellor, who will say a couple minutes, and then I'll get back on. So you have to listen to me after that. So a couple housekeeping things. Bathrooms, I know that's important. If you go out the doors and to the left, there are some down there. If they're all occupied, there's other bathrooms in the building. They're pretty easy to find. Wi-Fi is CU Anschutz guest. You don't need a password because it's a guest. We have coffee in the back. We have water. We went high end. We use some Igloo water containers. We figure it's an athletics conference that everybody hopefully is used to Igloo water containers. So that's that. I'll do some introductions here after Don talks. So the Depression Center, we're the main host of this coalition. So thank you everybody so much for being here. We have started to call it, so it's a coalition of athletic communities for mental health. We've started to call it COACH. I'm not really sure how the M got silent, but if anybody can think of a better how to add that M back in there, because I don't think COACH sounds all that great. I'm also not sure that making the M silent is great for a lot of stuff with stigma. So we're leaving it in there, but if anybody can think of a better way to pronounce that, let me know. That'd be awesome. And online, I think we do have some international folks, so we're now actually iCoach. But I got to make sure as soon as one person, so we had people from Canada, Portugal, Australia, and somebody sort of from New Zealand, although I actually think they live in the Springs, but their email said New Zealand, so they count for right now. As soon as one of them logs in, we're international. So I got to double check. And actually, if anybody is international, like if you could text that, let me know, because then we'll be international. So I'm going to skip through a couple things. I'm going to introduce Don Elliman, our chancellor. And then once Don is done, I'll come back on and give a few other comments. So I do want to introduce our chancellor, Don Elliman. And so for those of you who also are thinking about this, thinking, do you know what room you're sitting in? It's the Elliman conference room. So, put two and two together. Don's shaking his head. Doesn't want me to say that. He's been our chancellor since 2012. And under his leadership, the campus has achieved record high levels of research funding, student enrollment, clinical outpatient visits, philanthropy, and university revenue. So to put some of those things in numbers, the Anschutz Medical Campus has over 4,500 degree-seeking student professionals, so we are the medical school here. We complete over 2.5 million patients annually, bring in over $750 million in sponsored awards, and really interestingly, bring in over $150 million in philanthropy. And Anschutz provides about $5 billion in economic impact to Colorado. Put that in perspective, there's another little industry that people might know about in Colorado called the ski industry. We are about the same, maybe slightly higher than the economic impact from the ski industry. So that's pretty cool. Prior to coming here, Chancellor Elliman had a long-time career as a publishing executive at Time Warner, where he was publisher of People Magazine, and interestingly for us, president of Sports Illustrated, before retiring as an executive vice president of Time Inc. He also served 4 years as CEO of Ascent Sports, and then Kroenke Sports Enterprise, which oversees all the what was then the Pepsi Center, now Ball Arena, the Nuggets, and the Colorado Avalanche. He then served 4 years in the Colorado state government under Governor Bill Ritter as executive director of the Office of Economic Development and International Trade, and then as chief operating officer for Colorado. And following his time with the governor's office, he was executive director of the CU School of Medicine Gates Center for Regenerative Medicine, which is now the Gates Institute. So one of the things that I think is super cool that's happened. So I've known Chancellor Elliman since about 2016. And I can honestly say I have yet to meet a leader of his level who has been such an advocate for mental health. He comes to our community events. He's here today. He doesn't have to be here. He's here today. He also helped bring this amazing building to campus. So I like to think that mental health used to get space that other people didn't want, and we're leaving. We are now in a building, people want this space. And the Department of Psychiatry is in this building. So, and that is, I know that there's other people, and I'm sure that Chancellor will shake his head when I say this, but that is a lot to do with his advocacy and his work. So he has been an amazing advocate for mental health. I've got other things to say, Don, but that's probably, is that good? Okay, yeah. I don't want you to shake your head more, so. So Chancellor Elliman.
I'm going to be mercifully brief because you got work to do today. You know, as Matt said, this is a confluence of interests of mine. When I got to this campus, we were not much of a player in the mental health world. We had a Department of Psychiatry that was basically researched and education based, and we didn't have much of a footprint in delivering mental health. And it doesn't take a rocket scientist to figure out that mental health is is the most underserved condition in healthcare in the United States today. And we made a conscious decision to change course and to invest in our footprint in mental health. As Matt said, I've spent much of my life surrounded by amateur and professional sports. And so to have an event like this for me is kind of it's a wonderful achievement. And I congratulate the Johnson Depression Center and our Department of Psychiatry for bringing you together. But what's really important is what you all do, because it's I mean, I'm not that close to the CU athletic program, but I know about what they're trying to do with their athletes, and how they're trying to support them in the world of mental health. And I've seen it much of my life. And so I hope that over the next 2 days, you people can come together and figure out how we can make progress against something that so desperately needs progress. So I wish you all the best. I'm thrilled that you're here doing what you're doing, and I can't wait to hear about what comes out of it at the end of this session, and many more to come, because this can't be a one and done deal. And we hope that we can create a set of partnerships where we can really make a change and make people's lives better, especially athletes' lives better. So thank you very much for being here. I hope you have a great 2 days, and I'll look forward to hearing about it when you're done. Thanks very much.
Yeah, I'm back. I'm sure everybody's hoping for a bigger break from me talking. So let's talk a little bit about what we're going to do over the next few days and kind of why we're all here. The idea for the conference, at least for me, started maybe a year and a half, maybe even more than that ago. You know, I part of my story is I worked in the Department of Defense for about 10 years, and then ran a veteran clinic, a mental health clinic for veterans. And at one point, I actually looked this up the other night to make sure my numbers were right. There were 45,000 veteran organizations registered with the IRS. Yeah, 45,000. Suzanne had it. Wow. And you know what that told me was it's not that there's a lack of work being done. There's a lot of good work being done, but it may not be as coordinated as what it should be. And you find that a lot of times, at least in that space, people weren't really sure where to go. You know, they hear about this group, they'd hear about that group, and really weren't sure, you know, where to go. So part of my interest in the athletic space came as I started to meet more people and talk to more people and say, I think we've got a lot of good work going on right now. I don't know that we're all as connected as we could be. And for me personally and professionally, had a lot of interest in athletics and sport, obviously mental health. And I said, we're in Denver. That's pretty central. We have this amazing space we can use. Let's try to put something together. Let's try to bring, people together. Let's try to bring people who can connect, bring different perspectives, build partnerships, find common solutions. And hopefully, let's not just make this a one and done. Let's make this something that we can learn from and grow from. And hopefully, in between, the 364 days on leap year, I guess there's a 365 days in between the conferences. Let's see what we can build together. Let's see how we can actually create a coalition. So for me, that was kind of the genesis for thinking about this. Lots of ideas. I don't always think through my ideas as well as I should, but lots of really good ideas. And then as I started to meet people, I believe we were just talking about this. I believe it was Steve and Gina Meyer who are sitting back there who introduced me to Daphne Faldi. I believe that was the introduction. And I was talking to Daphne about it, and I'll paraphrase, and she basically said, "Oh, that sounds cool. That sounds like a good idea too. That's like my dream to do something like that." And so Daphne and I started to kind of work together and partner together, and she deserves a ton of credit. So she's back there in the blue. She's standing, so she can't hide. Now she's leaving. But Daphne was able to help make connections, help get partners, help get people engaged with it, which quite honestly, nothing against the work you were doing, Daphne, but it wasn't that hard either. So the really interesting thing about this, so I have notes and I'm totally off topic on my notes, but anyway, the really cool thing about this and what became kind of stressful for me at times, nobody said no to us. Like, you kind of expect people like, I don't feel like doing that, or I can't make it. Nobody said no, which was amazing. I think that showed, just how interested people are, how engaged people are, and how much of a need there really is for something like what we're trying to put together. So Daphne has been a huge help in this whole thing. She's been my confidant. We talk about our kids every now and then, and has really been the person, excuse me, who has helped bring a lot of people together. There's also, I'm trying to see where everybody else is. There's the team that works here with me at the Depression Center in our department. A lot of you have probably met them already, either electronically or today. So there's Brittany, Matthew, Amy, Claudia, and then Emily, who isn't here today, but Emily. So this is the whole team that has really been helpful. So if you need anything, there's Matthew. Yeah. Matthew came in. That's fine. We'll bring him in. And there's Amy. Okay, we got a couple more. But this is really the team that makes this all happen. I come up with ideas and then they help me direct my ideas. They pick them apart. There's Claudia. Did we lose Brittany? She's probably hiding somewhere. Okay. I will point out Brittany later. But if you need anything today, certainly reach out to any of them or talk to me as well. I might redirect you to them because I don't know many answers. But certainly that's the team who has really made this all happen. So I was thinking about some other stuff here today, and I'm sure everybody has their why for being here. I'm going to maybe ask at the end before we get on to our next panel to do something that I wouldn't want to do. So I'm going to ask you to do it. Is if you haven't talked to the people at your table yet, I actually saw a lot of people talking, like introduce yourself, tell them why you're here, what you're hoping to get out of this, and just sort of, introduce yourselves and make sure that you know each other and mill about. we are going to have, so today, I left my notes over there. So today we're going to start off with a panel this morning. So we're going to start with sort of what the state of mental health is. So like, where are we? I remember when I was a kid growing up, we didn't talk about it. And if we did, it was certainly in a negative fashion. And I remember concussions were super cool when I was growing up because it meant that you were working hard and it meant you took a good hit. And especially if you could still walk around after a concussion, that was like a sign of being like super awesome. I think we know that's not good anymore. So there have been some changes, but not everything has changed either. And so we're going to talk first about where we kind of are. Then we'll do a panel on dissemination and best practices. So there's tons of research out there about how long, at least in the clinical field, how long it takes from a research study or a clinical best practice to get out there. It takes a really long time. And that's something we're going to talk about too, is how do we make sure that we're taking information and getting it out to more people? And what are the partnerships that we need to make that happen? We're going to have a lunchtime. So we're bringing in lunch. We're bringing in sandwiches, boxed lunches. They didn't have ham and cheese. So if you wanted ham and cheese, they told us they were out. So you don't get ham and cheese, but they have other sandwiches. We're going to bring lunch in for a lunchtime presentation on suicide prevention, especially among athletics and the military. So sort of two special but sort of crossover populations. We'll talk a little bit this afternoon about NCAA, some unique practices in NCAA, because one of the things we know is that even if there are mandates that come down, not every program can do what they're being asked to do. And oftentimes we have to think about different ways to get work out there and to get get things out to student athletes. And then our final panel today will be from another group that is incredibly important in this whole journey, and it's athletic trainers. So, a lot of times people talk about coaches, they talk about other people. Athletic trainers are the ones who are sitting there talking to student athletes or other athletes, talking about their injuries, sort of understanding things. I think a lot of treatment and therapy happens when you're getting your ankle taped. And I missed one. We're also going to talk about concussions later on today too. And then this evening, if everybody's coming back this evening, and if you weren't planning on it, totally come back this evening. We're going to open up around 6 o'clock. We're going to have all of our partners who are here, and you can see them in the programs. They're going to have booths outside or tables. So hopefully some networking, talk to people. We're going to offer pizza. It's pizza, like just for a lot of people. It's good. It's okay. But we're going to have pizza later on today. And then we're going to do a panel this evening. And again, when I said nobody said no to us, like listen to this panel. We have Mark Schlereth, so former Denver Bronco, Pro Bowler, Super Bowl champion. Dee Brown. Dee might be here right now. I don't know if Dee's here or not. If you are, Dee, raise your hand. So former NBA player, Celtics, slam dunk champion. Savannah Coleman. So she played at Stanford, played in the NWSL. Jimmer Fredette. So Jimmer, NBA player, inaugural 3-on-3 Olympic basketball player. And Gary Barnett. So former CU and other college football coach. Every one of those people agreed to do this for free. They said, yep, totally in. So, it's awesome, right? So if you weren't planning on sticking around or coming back tonight, definitely come back tonight because that's going to be a super cool panel. And then we'll have the networking where everybody can connect with each other. We will have a networking break this morning too. So I'll talk about tomorrow's agenda a little bit more tomorrow. So I know our first panel is going to be up at 8:45, if that's right, because I left my notes over there. 8:40? Okay. So what we'll do is for 7 minutes, I know there's been a couple bathroom break requests and other things. Use the restroom if you need to. Talk to each other, tell each other your why, introduce yourselves. Do that thing that I'm actually a relatively shy person. I hate introductions like that, but do it amongst yourselves. Like, don't do what I would do what you should do. And then Come back in 7 minutes and we'll start our panel at 8:40.
Hi there. How are you? Good. This is right here, so I can have that in my lap and do that, so. Wherever you go, we got 5. Kid notes there. You know, I got this, so I don't want to be like this, hold this the whole time.
Does it matter? I was asking him, no, he said wherever you want. I don't know. What do you guys say? All right, then I'll sit here. Yeah. I'm gonna take this. You didn't take your chair. There's. Yeah. 3.5. Yeah. He's on, I guess. They are. Oh, you don't have to do this kind of stuff. No, I did a hunt. Oh, you did? You know, you're not.
But I'm not.
Oh, nice. I just put myself useful.
Yeah.
I'm just gonna leave a mic up here.
At a pleasure.
That's right.
But one day.
Yeah. Especially our last season, but thanks for all your.
Okay, we're ready to get started. Okay, we're ready to get started.
I will just keep it, I'm gonna kind of.
I mean, we talk. So we're just gonna have it be like a flowing conversation.
Hey, we're ready to get started. Okay. So I have the honor of introducing our first moderator, Scott Sidwell. Scott is the Deputy Director of Athletics and the Chief Operating Officer at Colorado State. He was formerly the Director of Athletics at San Francisco, and he was the Deputy Athletic Director at Penn State. Scott was a college athlete. He played baseball at Brown and Tulane. He is a wonderful friend, and I am very grateful that Scott is here today to kick off our first event, our first panel. And as I come back to our theme, We Are Stronger as One, I'm excited to get this started.
Thank you, Daphne, and thanks for everybody for being here. Listen, I've been at 5 different institutions in my career in college athletics, and at every stop and as this evolution of 32 years of being in this business, the one thing that keeps coming back to the center of the conversation is how we take care of those in our care. And I think there's never been a more important time for folks like myself, COO in an athletic department, athletic directors, to really pay attention more and learn. And I'm here for many reasons, as Daphne said, and Maura and many others had the opportunity to work with them over time to do some really cool things in the space. And I was telling Donna this morning that my own daughter is the head of a Morgan's Message club at her high school, and so very, very engaged in the conversation. So today we're going to start off, and I'm going to give it to Dr. T. He told me, he gave me permission to do that. We've got some definitions of words that we're going to be using to kind of set the tone for the conference. So with that, proud to be here, and I'm going to give it to you, Dr. T. We're going to talk about mental health, mental performance, mental toughness, mental illness, and stigma. So why don't we start with mental health, and maybe you can give us a little definition of that from your lens.
Absolutely. So first of all, thank you for having me, and thanks for everybody for coming. So mental health, right? What is mental health? Mental health really refers to the cognitive, emotional, and psychological well-being. And this helps you think, feel, act, and make choices. Now, mental health is necessary for mental performance, right? Think about physical health, right? You need to be physically well to be able to physically perform. So that's how I would define mental health.
Fantastic. Mental performance.
So mental performance, right? Mental performance refers to using your cognitive, emotional, and psychological skills to be able to perform tasks effectively. This would be like focusing, making decisions, managing anxiety, maintaining motivation. Again, when you think about mental performance, think about physical performance. We need to use our strength, speed, and agility to be able to shoot, run, pass, catch, and throw.
Mental toughness.
Yeah, so this is a tough one, right? Because I think people really struggle with this one. But the way that I think about mental toughness is this is the ability to cognitively, emotionally, and psychologically adapt to various challenges, adversity, and stress. And this helps us improve our performance despite unfavorable conditions. So this could be weather, lack of playing time, injuries. So that's mental toughness. It's really about adapting. Think about psychological, emotional, cognitive adaptability, and that helps us manage our stress.
Mental illness.
Mental illness is a medical condition. So I think we need to start there and understand that. Mental illness is a medical condition. It limits or impairs our ability to navigate thoughts, emotions, actions. This disrupts our daily life. This disrupts our relationships. And ultimately, mental illness impacts and limits the ability to be mentally tough.
Stigma.
So we're all here to break the stigma, right? Like that's why we're here. So I think we need to understand what stigma actually means. Stigma is a lack of acceptance or disapproval with particular circumstances. In this case, mental illness. But it's also exacerbated by a misunderstanding, right? Or ineffective communication about mental health, mental performance, mental illness, and mental toughness, right? If we want to break the stigma, if we all want to be on the same team, we have to start using the same playbook.
So I'm going to take a little step back because I jumped ahead a little bit with Dr. T, but I do want to do some introductions. Donna Rogers, you would like to say a few words and introduce yourself?
Yes. Hi. Can you hear me? Is it working? Hi, I'm Donna Rogers. I am co-founder of an organization called Morgan's Message. We're based out of Virginia. It was created in July of 2020 in honor and in memory of my daughter, Morgan Rogers. Morgan was a Duke University women's lacrosse player that suffered a devastating knee injury a couple weeks right before her sophomore season. Unfortunately, she died by suicide in July of 2019, and it resonates. Stigma, I truly believe, is what took Morgan from us. And so we started an organization. It's basically peer-to-peer. Our main demographic is high school and college-age student athletes, and we've got them all over the world, actually, over 6,500 ambassadors, and it's so awesome. I see ambassadors here from high school and college. I also see members of our advisory council here. anyway, we're growing every day, and basically we're peer to peer. We're coming in at the bottom and hopefully trickling up to the adults in these student athletes' lives. So we're working with the student athletes directly.
Donna, thank you. Kim Helinski, Helinski's Hope.
Hi, Kim Helinski. Sadly, I lost, my son Tyler, January 16th, 2018. My husband, who's here, Mark, we started Helinski's Hope soon after we lost Tyler. He was a quarterback at Washington State University. So when the Pac-12 was the Pac-12, we were here a couple of times for some games. But Tyler never reached out and asked for help. He never showed any signs that he was struggling. We think that the stigma is a big part in his decision-making, his process thinking at the very end. I'll share with you too, it's not really part of this panel discussion, but after he passed, the Mayo Clinic asked for his brain, to do a brain autopsy. And we found out about 6 months later that he did have stage 1 CTE. And I know that that's a topic that you're going to be talking about tonight, I think concussions in sport. So we started Helinski's Hope. It's been a little over 7 years. And the main thing that we do is we travel around the country giving what we call Tyler Talks. We're getting close to 400. And we ask that the players come, the ADs, the coaches, the staff, the mental health professionals, and we share Tyler's story and our journey through the lens of a parent. And we hope that doing that will change maybe, and save a life. We created some mental health resources. It's based on really the best practices that are out there. And I'm grateful to be here to share Tyler's story and to learn from you for the next couple of days.
Thank you. Joe, Mia Fontana Foundation.
Yeah, hi. Joe Fontana, my wife Gabrielle and I, who's in the audience, started the Mia Fontana Foundation after we lost our 15-year-old daughter to suicide in 2021. And one of the things that we're focused on is anxiety. And how many, I think the statistics are close to 1 in 3 of us will have an anxiety disorder at some point in our lives. And how many people are walking around not knowing that they actually have an anxiety disorder. So we have this movie Angst that we show. It's a really highly produced, very well done film that has kids talking about their anxiety. Michael Phelps is in it. It's a fantastic movie, and there's different lengths of it, 48 to 55 minutes. And then we bring a mental health professional in to answer the questions. Our daughter also, she's at UMBC as a lacrosse player. We did this event for the entire UMBC community, athletic community, brought Dr. T in to answer their questions. And just the things you hear from these kids is like, how do you keep a bad morning practice from ruining your day? So just, the things that the athletes are struggling with, it's hard to comprehend. And I think, so what we're about is educating the parents, raising awareness and knowledge around the parents to recognize anxiety disorders in their kids, and also the kids themselves. We show it to schools, middle to high schools. And we've had kids walk out of a movie and like, are you okay? And they're like, I now feel normal. Because these kids, they don't know that they have an anxiety disorder and they feel like something's wrong with them. So that's kind of what our focus is.
Thank you for your story. Dr. T, I'm sorry, I jumped right to you. You set the tone for us earlier. So now I can introduce you.
Let me back up and introduce why I was saying all those things. So my name is Armand Tagazada, which is why I go by Dr. T, because I don't want to add any more stress to this group and trying to pronounce my name. I'm a former NCAA Division I wrestler who went on to become a teacher and a coach, who then went on to become a medical doctor and ultimately became a board-certified adult, child, and adolescent psychiatrist. I'm also fortunate enough to be the medical director of The Hidden Opponent, which is another nonprofit in the mental health space. We're committed to not just awareness, but also education and action. And it's just been a wonderful opportunity to take my athletic experiences, my medical knowledge, my mental health expertise, and be able to impact students, athletes, coaches, parents, organizations I've also had the interesting privilege of being able to work with everybody on this panel in one capacity or another independently. And so when we had this opportunity to come together, it was really exciting for me to be able to kind of tie all that together. So that's who I am, and that's why I gave you those definitions.
Well, thank you. And one wonderful panel to start us off today. Look, I'll say from my lens, and as I mentioned, 5 different schools and 30 plus years, I think the single biggest thing, and we're gonna get into this here in this next question, is there's lots of gaps, but the biggest gap is in our narrative, right? Our narrative of what our expectations are from athletic directors, from COOs, from coaches. How do we reframe the narrative around all of this and the why of what we're doing? And again, I can't thank you all enough for being here. And Daphne, because all of you are here because you care about the people that are in your care. And so we've got to change that narrative, and we've got to do a better job of putting that at the forefront. So I'll jump right into it. So now that we're clear in our language, one of our goals of this conference is to look for common solutions or to common concerns. What trends are you seeing around mental health needs, services, and gaps in athletics? Are you seeing common trends at the youth, high school, college, and the college levels? So I'll open that up to whoever wants to jump in. What gaps do we have, and what common concerns do we have around all of the issues around mental health? Anybody want to jump in?
I'll go. Sorry. So we see kind of firsthand, because we are on campuses, these gaps. And as we go around and share our Tyler talk, right, we always have a mental health professional there. It has to happen. But what we've learned is that the resources, that gap, it's so great. It's so vast. And you'll be on one campus that has one mental health professional for the entire student body, not just the student athletes. And we'll go to, a big university in Alabama. They've got 10 mental health professionals just for their football team. Now, that gap is it's getting closer and closer, right? It's lessening, but it's still out there, and it's really tough to hear a clinician tell you that they sleep with the phone under their pillow every night because they think they're going to get, that call from a student. And it's tough to hear that, but the resources are just all over the place.
Yeah, I go back to, if you think about, the proliferation of coaching staffs, we've not yet had a proliferation of mental health staffs. You see it at Alabama, but but we also, at the same time, we have this narrative around mental performance, right? Which in a lot of ways is different. So we're actually creating, in a lot of ways, this stress in the system because we need the latest technology. We need to be better. We need to close our eyes and make a free throw, but we're not paying attention to what that's doing on the other side. To your point. So. Any others that want to think about some of these?
Throw in NIL and social media.
Absolutely.
And their students, and COVID, and it's a very, very busy spinning plate.
It's a lot, no question. Donna?
Yeah, I wanted to add that, Morgan's message, like I said earlier, begins with the student athletes. It's peer-to-peer. When we started Morgan's message, we knew we wanted to eventually get to coaching staffs, to parents, to administrators of schools. But we thought that's just going to take too long, and there's many reasons for that. There's a generational problem with that, people that have grown up not talking about this topic, not accepting it, that it's a thing. So we started with the student athletes, and they're doing the work for us. These student athletes are all over high school and college campuses. They're creating these clubs per se, and we're giving them topics of discussion. We're giving them education, and we're finding that they are serving the gap between a student that is in crisis and a student that just might be struggling a little bit. Mental health, you can attest to, or mental illness is on a spectrum, like a lot of illnesses. So we're trying to get to the kids before it's crisis mode. And so they're doing the work for us. They're helping each other. Again, the peer-to-peer thing is really critical. So I believe that is a trend that is starting to spread among high school, even lower, college, high school, middle school, and college-age student athletes. But I agree with the gap. I think it comes down to resources.
Absolutely. Any others want to jump in on this?
And the
topic?
other thing I would say, right, it's really piggybacks on what Kim and Don are saying is I think athletes are starting to understand that if I take care of my mental health, then I will actually be able to play better. I'll be able to enjoy my experience, right? But we're still part of that gap is communicating that to coaches, administrators. And I think it's important, you know, one of the things that I talk about a lot is, look, if you have a healthier athlete, right, physically and mentally, you're going to have a happier, more productive athlete, right, on the field. And so if your goal is to win, like if that's ultimately the goal, then that's fine. Like, rather than try to dismiss you of that, let's understand. But the way you do that is by having your players on the field being able to do things, right? And being able to adapt, being able to navigate challenges, being able to like push themselves harder, being able to enjoy the experience. And so I think part of the gap is helping coaches and administrators understand that like we're not trying to change your goal. We're in line with your goal. But the way that starts is by having happier and healthier athletes, right? Not just physically, but also mentally.
Yeah, I think what you just mentioned about social media and, you know, and I'll just put a raise of hands here. How many in the room are a parent of a club sport athlete or have been in the past, right? This is starting at 12 years old, 10 years old, right? And we go around the country and we pay tens of thousands of dollars as parents to put them in a field with 1,000 other youth in whatever sport, and we're saying, go get them because you're going to get noticed by somebody. And then you're paying this service over here, you know, hundreds, if not thousands of dollars to get noticed, right? We're creating it, right? And we on the back end are having to try to find solutions. So I think it's an important aspect of how we think about taking the brand back. These are young people. These are people in our care. We have to give them the tools necessary to be able to, but by the time they get to a college campus, I can tell you, the anxiety level is really high already because they, for years, have been going through a process that says, you're not good enough. You got to get to this camp. You got to get to this clinic. You have to put yourself in that position. And I think that's an important aspect of this too at the youth level. So any thoughts on that comment?
Well, when you say were you talking about parents? Because
Parents, administrators, all of us,
Yeah,
those that are in the care of these young athletes.
I mean, to me, that's the major gap that could really help is because every student athlete has a parent they could be going to that could help them through it. So I would say gaps with the knowledge and awareness with the parents.
Yeah, and I'll just use Morgan's message. I've got my wristband on here from my daughter, but I will tell you, going to those games and having a table right when the parents come in at the high school level, right? They're educating. So I do think not only the athletes, but the parents, and that's going to flow up to, you know, the administration as they get into a campus, because at Colorado State, there's 34,000 students. So they're thrust into a society in a small town almost, right? And you can't get a appointment at the mental health center because it's overwhelmed, right? And there's a stigma about going to the mental health center versus going to the mental health professional in your department. So we've got a cycle we have to figure out how to break of all of this is where I see some of the gaps. So appreciate those comments. So moving on to the next question. Are we trending towards all sports being viewed as a business and athletes as commodities? Are people more concerned about their 11-year-old having a winning mentality than they are about their 11-year-old not contemplating suicide? Have we lost some of the human benefit of sport for what is largely an unattainable focus on success? We talked about that a little bit. Let's dive into that a little bit. Who wants to take that one?
Well, on the 11-year-old question, I think in some ways it's an unfair question because parents don't see it that way. They're
Right.
not really thinking about suicide as a possibility because
Sure.
that happens to other people's kids. And so they're just, for whatever reasons, they're focusing on the sports performance side. But I think if given the choice, everyone would of course say, well, yeah, I need to focus on that. But again, the gap that we discussed.
Thinking about this, and I'll go back to my daughter's high school in State College, Pennsylvania. I just moved here 8 months ago, so they haven't made it yet. But there's 2,500 students at that school, and over the last 3 years, they've averaged a suicide per year in that high school, and there's been multiple athletes that have taken their lives, and so something's not right in that, right? And so it's going to take a lot of opportunity for folks like us and folks like you in the room to be able to get in there and say, wait a minute, something's not right. And that's why all of you are here today. So Dr. T, thinking about your work on campuses, as you're talking to these athletes, talking to these professionals, what's your take about what we're receiving, and how do we do a better job of handling that?
Yeah. So, we talk a lot about like meeting people where they are, right? So I think as professionals ourselves, we should be meeting people where they are and then helping guide them to where we think they should be, right? Sometimes we tell them, look, you're not doing this, you're not doing this. And they're very quick to say, well, we don't have the funding for that, or that's not our problem, or we haven't been affected by it, or that happens to other kids, right? But helping sort of meet them where they are and say, so what are your, what are you seeing? What are you trying to accomplish? Like, what do you want for your department, right? And again, when it comes at the collegiate level, it comes down to winning and it comes down to money. And they're tied into each other, right? If you have a successful program, you're going to get more money. You have more money, you're going to get more athletes, right? And then it kind of feeds itself. When you're at the club program, it's like if you get more athletes, right, and you get quote unquote the better athletes, you start winning. Your kids are going to college. You start to become one of the more successful clubs that are sought after. So if we can meet them where they are, but then understand like, okay, but your athlete, your human, right, is this age and this stage. So let's also help you understand developmentally what they need to be able to grow, what they need, right? An 11-year-old is different than a 16-year-old than an 18-year-old. At the end of the day, they're all kids. And part of it is this sense of self and this mastery of their own autonomy, their own self-confidence. So we need to also help others understand that if we invest in them as people, right, and we invest in their health, and we invest in their wellness, not just physically, but also mentally, then again, it goes back to what I said earlier, they're going to actually be better versions of themselves, right? And so they win because they get a sense of mastery and a sense of accomplishment, what sports used to be, right? And what sports, but then you also understand, wow, I'm creating a program where I'm not just like helping create good athletes, I'm creating good humans, right? And I'm helping them be able to go on to the next step. And we see that. We see certain college programs that are known for their athletes going on, not just playing pro in their sport, but overall being professionals in every aspect. And they still are the programs that everybody wants to come to, right? And you had kind of alluded to some of those, but helping really meet people where they are, understand what their needs are, and then figuring out how we can integrate them. And again, there are limitations and resources and money, and there's all those other things. But at the end of the day, if you can have a healthier, happier human being, right, then you've accomplished a lot, not just for them, not just for their family, but then even from within, right? You see what's happening at Morgan's Message. You see what's happening at the Hidden Opponent, Holinsky's Hope. Like, kids now are starting to have the discussions. They're starting to advocate, and they're actually educating, quote unquote, adults on what they need to hear and how they need to listen. And so we're all starting to work together if we do it that way.
That's fantastic. So thank you for that. And Kim, I want to dive in. You talked about going around to talk to college football programs. Stigma, we define stigma. What's been the biggest hurdle in getting up there and talking to football programs? I pick on that one because I think college football, certainly that's right at the front of the line there.
All of our sons, we have 3 sons, were college football players. And we sort of originally started our focus on college football, but really Holinsky's Hope was about all student athletes. And we have gone and just spoken with, the football teams or the male basketball teams. And I can tell you, it's another school in Alabama, not the same one, but we were doing a Tyler talk, and we know the head coach really well. And as we're packing up and hugging the players, he comes running into the conference room, and he says, Mark and Kim, I need you down the hallway really quick. So we follow him in there. And there's the biggest linebacker I've ever seen, right? Just gigantic. And he's sitting there with his position coach, and they're both crying the same size of tears, right? After we hug and he calms down, he says, and mind you, this guy is gigantic. I've always struggled with my mental health, but I never reached out and asked for help because I didn't want to be a burden, right? You know, and here he's thinking of himself as, I'm a strong athlete. You know, I'm supposed to go out there and grind every day through practice, through a minor injury, through a difficult game, right? But you can't grind. My youngest son tore his ACL, right? He couldn't grind through that. He had to have surgery. We got to start treating our mental health the same way and on par with the way we treat our physical health, right? So maybe that stigma is why our student athletes don't reach out and ask for help. They don't want to appear weak. They don't want to appear like they can't lead the team, that their coach will think less of them. So stigma is what I think we're doing a great job with awareness, right? And our resources are great, but that stigma just needs to be beaten down.
Yeah, I think that there's an avenue, and I want to get everybody's opinion here, where we spend all this time on technology. We send coaches out on the road to speak to other coaches. They go to clinics, they go to conferences. Do you believe that the stigma could be broken down if we actually took some time to train the coaches that are on the front lines? And I'll use the example of this. So you go to a practice and you've got the linebackers, okay, and they're in their drill, and the linebacker doesn't step the right way. And what happens? The coach is in their face, yelling and screaming at them and doing all those things. But what they don't know is, to your point, Dr. T, that there's a different way to communicate with that linebacker to get him to do what you want to do. But we take a one-size-fits-all approach in the moment. And I'm not saying that we should stop getting on them for not doing it the right way, because I think there's a level of accountability we need to have too. But do you see an avenue here where maybe an approach is to actually the people on the front lines need to be trained better? Because what happens is we end up and an athlete raises their hand or they don't, or we see signs that there's something's going on, and then we say, well, go see the mental health practitioner. But we're not fixing it at its source. So Dr. T, I want to.
Yeah, so I would say I'll just give you my answer to your scenario. So rather than getting on them and saying you didn't do your job, what's wrong with you, like you're whatever, pull them aside and say, help me understand why you did that, right? Like ask him, like get a sense of hearing where his thought process is, right? Like, well, I don't know, coach, blah, 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 blah. Okay, like we talked about stepping this way, like, and get a sense, right? Ask the questions, listen to what they say, then you'll be able to better understand what they're doing. And they might be like, coach, I'm sorry, like I didn't sleep last night, like I'm really stressed, blah, blah. And now you start to, okay, that wasn't him being disrespectful or him being lazy, there's something else going on. And you might say, all right, listen, so this is what we're doing. And then as a coach, after that drill, let me follow up, pull that kid aside, right? And maybe have a conversation. But instead of assuming from our lens that they're doing it incorrectly or that they're lazy or that they don't care or whatever it is, ask first, right? So there's a technique that I talk a lot about. It's ask, offer, ask. First, ask them what they noticed in that situation, right? Why did they do what they do? Like reflect back. Then offer a suggestion. Do you mind if I tell you what I saw? Right? They're going to say yes, but now you've empowered them to have the choice to be able to answer that. And you've given them a certain level of autonomy that your opinion matters, right? So now they're going to listen because they've offered up. Yes, now they're more listening instead of you coming down their throat where they shut down. And then you ask, what do you think about that? How can you do that differently next time? Right? That simple intervention, which takes all of 20 seconds, is now going to get that athlete to understand how to do it correctly, right? They feel validated that you cared about their opinion. And they summarize. If they say, coach, I still don't understand, like when you're saying go this way, then you can correct them, right? But that's a brief intervention. That's not hard to teach. And ultimately, it's going to save a lot more time and energy and effort on the back end.
Yeah, I think we're starting to get into, and you mentioned it, Kim, we've done a really good job and we need to do a lot better around, we have awareness, but how do we take it to the next step? And what are you seeing and hearing on and we talked about the gaps a little bit, and this is a little bit repetitive, but in those gaps, do you think the transition from awareness to actual practical teaching is an area that we folks like myself can really be focused on?
So it sounds like we all are aware that education is critical to these coaching staffs and the people that are in charge of these young student athletes. It's not lost on me that a head coach's main job is to win. They'll get fired if they don't have a winning season. So we can't put all the emphasis on the head coach, but every team has assistant coaches. So someone on staff should be more in tuned. They all should be trained. They all should get education. Tomorrow's a legislation thing with the Myers, but you know, we're chipping away at each state. Just last week in Virginia, it was mandated, it's being signed into law that all Virginia public colleges coaching staffs have to take a mental health first aid course or something similar to that within the first year that they're hired. So I'm not saying that's the answer, but education is critical. We see a lot of our student athletes come to us and say, my coaches still don't buy into it. They don't get it. How can I bring it up to our coaches? We also see a lot that say, coaches reach out to us and say, okay, I'm in, I believe it, but what do I do? Where do I begin? So I think they're trying. It's really come around because of organizations and doctors and people that are talking to them, but they don't have the tools yet. So it's like education, I think it starts there with those coaching staffs.
Yeah, I was thinking driving down here this morning, we have to fill out the ecosystem, right? And the ecosystem has to be completed in how we think about awareness, education, you know, teaching, educating, and doing that. So, Joe, your thoughts and comments on this issue as it relates to what you're hearing and seeing and talking to athletes. Where do you see the gaps in the ecosystem right now?
I do think it'd be good if you could get the coaching organizations to start educating their members. I do think it's about knowledge and awareness, and I do agree with Dr. T that the better way will probably yield to better performance. One of the things we do, what's interesting, we have an event we do every year. It's a lacrosse clinic for girls. And we bring college coaches in to coach these girls on, you know, lacrosse skills. And then at the end, we're always trying to do a theme. And one of our themes was, you are not your sport. You are so much more. So we have all the college coaches, what do they do outside of their sport? Just so get to these kids at a young age, because we really feel like our whole focus is at a younger age before that snowball starts rolling down the hill. And so you know, getting to the youth sports with stuff like that, I think would be helpful.
Yes, it's an interesting dynamic. I'll give you a little story. So I spent my youth going into high school and through college and many years after that down in the New Orleans area, play baseball at Tulane, coach baseball at Tulane. But I remember as a kid going into ninth grade or something, we went and played a summer league game in Kenner, Louisiana, where the airport is. And the way the field was set up, it was on a street, intersecting street, and they had a sidewalk, and then they had the backstop. So the only place that the parents could sit was some bleachers in the outfield. Best experience you could have as a player, right? Because when you went up to bat, you didn't have that pressure of, you know, going up there and having your dad or your mom or aunts, uncles, cousins up there all looking at you saying you gotta get a hit to win the game, all those types of things. What's happened, and that's a long time ago, but what's happened since that time, and I still think it exists, is now all of that is on this right here. Every moment of what they do is categorized, and it's out there for them to see. So not only do they feel the pressure there, when they're done with the game, the youth, the college athletes, when they make a mistake, it lives on and on and on. So thinking about this cycle of where do we intersect in that scenario, right? Because they leave our care, they go to study hall, they have an academic advisor who's saying, you got to get this done, you got to get, so it never stops for them, right? Give us some thoughts and comments, maybe Dr. T, thinking about your work and how that intersects.
Yeah, so it's interesting, right? You brought up they have this, and they have this, and they have this, and this, right? So one thing that I think so many of us struggle with, and so many college student athletes struggle with, is the idea of balance, right? And we talk a lot about balance and the importance of balance, right? And I used to be very big on the importance of balance. Right now, I realize that balance is bullshit. And here's what I mean by that, right? And forgive my language. Rather than trying to balance all of these things at once, right? Which means that if we're truly trying to balance everything, that means everything gets equal weight. So if we're trying to balance 10 things, that means we're only giving 10% of our time and energy to school, to sports, to our friends, to our family, and then ultimately ourselves. And if we're only giving 10% of our attention, time, and energy to ourselves, how effective and happy are we going to be? And so one of the things that I talk now about is this illusion of balance, where on the outside, right, if you're looking at it from the outfield, it's like, wow, they're doing this and this and this. But when they're in there, really the best, most effective way is to give 100% of your effort to one thing at a time. So when you're playing sports, be there. Focus on the sport. Focus on the fact that you're playing with your friends. Focus on learning. That's 2 hours of time that you don't have to worry about school. You don't have to worry about the test. You don't have to worry about what's happening at home. Like, you can just play and be a kid. But then when you leave sport and you go to school, right, and you're in that class, be in that class. And so part of it is really helping people understand the importance of being intentional, giving them permission, right? And granting them permission to be able to focus on one thing at a time, and help them understand then that by focusing on one thing at a time, they can be more productive. Like your phone, right? If you only have one app open at a time, your phone is going to be much more effective and efficient, and it's going to be a better experience. But if you have 35 apps open in the background, your phone runs out of battery, it becomes inefficient, right? And it's glitchy, right? And so we need to start training our phone, our brains like our phones, and understand it's okay to swipe up. It's okay to have one app open at a time. Enjoy the experience, get the support that you need, and then understand then that you can be a student, you can be an athlete, you can be a friend, and ultimately you can love yourself and be intentional with that time.
Yeah, that's a great comment. And I'm going to get into, because we're going to finish up here with, and I'm going to ask each of you, but I'm going to tell a little story about time. And so after this is over, I want each of you to go into your phones and go into the part where you can look at how much time you spend on your phone in each area, right? And then go back during your day. You have 24 hours in a day, right? But it doesn't all add up because you're doing multiple things at a time. So, Kim, I'm going to start with you. If you could make one change, what would that be?
Well, bring Tatter back, of course, right? That is the change. We say it all the time to each other, multiple times a day, actually. One change, I think I would love to raise billions and billions of dollars and hire more mental health professionals, more social workers, sports psychologists, get them on elementary, junior high, high school, collegiate, and professional, campuses. And there's just not enough of them, right? And I think people like Dr. T are really going to make things change for us, but we need leaders to make it happen too.
Fantastic. Donna, if you can make one change.
I think because of our situation, Morgan's mental health declined in college. So my lens is a little bit more focused on the college level. One change would be to get every single college coach of every single NCAA team to buy in to the fact that mental health is just as important as physical health. And if that would happen, it's really not that hard to make that happen, but if that would happen, I think we would see some real change.
Thank you. Joe?
I would have to say one change would be to significantly increase knowledge and awareness of mental health in parents before they have the kids. And it's to me, that's everything. at the parents. And, you know, we're all human, right? We all make mistakes. But the more we could do to educate and raise their awareness, I think it would solve a lot of problems.
Dr. T.
Yeah, so I think this is a great start, right? Like getting people in the same room, in the same space. I said it earlier, but if we're going to be on the same team, we have to start using the same playbook. And that doesn't mean that we're all doing the same thing, but there's a consistency in the language. There's a consistency in the support that we have and being able to understand there is so much room in this space to make a difference. And if we start to work together and support each other and use that consistent language, we have awareness. We're getting better at that, but we have a great job. Education is really coming a long way, but there's still action. And part of action is what you say, how you say it, when you say it, right? And I think that makes a big, big difference.
Absolutely. So I know we have some questions online. Is that right? Okay. Do you want do you want me to come over there and read it off, or do you want to go ahead and? All right.
Start teaching psychological skills. Given your experience, what are the barriers? And then from the person, I've created such an online course and continue to struggle for coaches and ADs to adopt it.
Thoughts or comments on experiences on campus with that question? Have you seen that out there? Have you seen any of those types of educational programming in all of your travels at different schools?
Yeah, we've seen a lot of, I mean, the NCAA has the 4 pillars, right? We have something that's called Helinski's Hope Game Plan, and we have mental health modules. It's an online resource. And I think you have resources too. The Hidden Opponent does. Sarah Schultz, Katie Save, I think, and you do too, I think, Joe, right? Some kind of resources.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I think there are a lot of resources out there, just not coming from the campus, but actually people that are coming to campuses like this individual. Yeah.
Yeah, I agree. One of the initiatives of Morgan's Message, obviously, is this Campus Ambassador Program. We supply them with educational resources to hold these meetings with their peers. So that is a resource for them. We give them science-based presentations, age-appropriate, engaging. That is education. So we're not a formal, we are not therapeutic, we are not clinical, but we do provide, layman's level of education to these kids. So that's.
It takes all layers, right? So it takes this layer all the way up to the professionals, I think, in a lot of ways. Joe?
Yeah, I don't think we're suffering from a lack of resources. The resources are out there. When we have our events, we have family events. Typically, the parents that comes are the ones that have kids in crisis, and it's not the parents that don't have that because it's not on their radar screen. So it's just the reality of it.
Dr. T?
Yeah, I think the other part of the question was that you've created a program and it's going well, but you're not getting the buy-in from the coaches and the athletic directors, and that can be frustrating. But I would also say, rather than focusing on who's not listening, focus on who is listening and make sure they're listening more. And if you can get to a couple more people and a couple more people, then they start to feed it, and eventually it's harder to ignore. So keep doing what you're doing and believe in what you're doing. And students and athletes are very, very powerful, and when they're passionate, they can make a big difference.
Let me open it up to some questions in the audience. Yes. So maybe um, to be able to answer the question, right? Thinking about how do you go from the various stages and levels of support back to reentry into your sport? Was that what I heard? I'm sorry.
Oh, thanks. Yeah, I guess just like if there's any talk on any campuses or within any of these organizations on what it looks like to get more help past just a therapy standpoint, because for those that have, and you might not recognize it, I didn't, deeper trauma that, often leads to suicidal thoughts and behaviors, it sometimes and often takes more than just like weekly therapy and whatnot. So if there is a conversation for student athletes about inpatient services, because while I also struggled with substance abuse, there's a ton of people who go to treatment that don't struggle with substance abuse. And I went to treatment with a lot of those people, and I actually met other student athletes, and they were in the similar position that I was, where they were like, yeah, I never heard of this kind of treatment before I got here. And
Yeah.
I think knowing about it and knowing that, hey, it's actually okay and normal to go to do this. Yes, I was there for a year, but usually it's like 3 months, 6 months, and then you can come back to your sport. So I just was wondering, like, is there any education on that in these organizations?
I would say that it goes back to stigma, right? And so it starts there. And so we have to create environments that allow athletes to feel safe to identify that there really is something more than just you're not feeling great at a practice. I'll give the example of what we do. It has been in multiple places that I've been, and now at Colorado State, is we every week bring together our wellness group. So that's trainers, that's our mental health, that's our sports administrators, that's our academic people. We bring in people from the equipment room, anything that is student facing. And we look at measurables and we say, okay, something's going on academically. We hear from a coaching staff that there's, somebody's not performing well in practice. Okay, there's a red flag that there's multiple areas that we integrate with them that we see something's going on. And then there's, depending on the levels of that, there's intervention that we can go in and say all the way from, hey, let's just have a conversation to, as we dig deeper, absolutely. Inpatient is something that we can get to. So from that perspective, I think it's about how do we put processes around all of this that allow through process that people who are actively forward facing are identifying across departments what the issues may be. Because what I found in all these years is you're likely to find it somewhere in that ecosystem. You're likely to find signals, right? That's somewhere, and not always. But if you have a system that helps bring that out, I think you have a better chance of getting athletes through the continuum all the way from just a conversation all the way to inpatient. So I don't know if we're seeing that.
I was going to ask Sophie a question. So did you petition the NCAA to come back, or was it your idea you just didn't want to come back to play your sport after your inpatient?
I didn't come back because it wasn't really safe for me at the time, because that's where I was drinking. I'm an alcoholic and whatnot. But and it just was kind of like my time's over and whatever. But if I had been, say, a freshman, I was a junior at that point, like at the end of my junior year. If, say, I was a freshman, which I wish I went in when I was a freshman, and wanted to come back to my sport, there just would have been probably the stigma. How can I even relate to anyone on this team of what I just went through? Not really feeling welcome, because it's just such a unique experience. But I think, say, if everyone else on the team knew, oh, people go to inpatient when they are suicidal or something, and they have a teammate who does that and then comes back, then they might be like, oh, how was your treatment? Just like.
But you wouldn't feel that way. Well, I'm hoping that you wouldn't, but I know injuries are hard. if you tore your ACL or MCL, right? You do your therapy, and then you go back to your sport. But for a mental illness, right, that stigma is just so flippin' strong. Yeah.
Yeah, I was actually going to say, when you guys mentioned the physical health versus the mental health, like physical health, you have the trauma, which is the ACL tear, and then you have the surgery, which is that maybe that's when you're in the behavioral health unit, and then you do your recovery, which is maybe when you're at treatment. And so when I heard that, I saw that kind of as like, the crisis, maybe, and so I think, because there's also like before that, which is like just getting into therapy. But for some people, and this is maybe like a really low percentage of people, is like that recovery looks like actually going away from campus, not communicating with people for a couple months. And then, sorry, I could ramble about this all day. Yeah.
And, let's go black shirt back there. Oh, gray shirt, black sweater.
Thank you. My name is Jill, and I am at the small university in Texas. But with budget cuts, and we're an NAIA school, so we look to the NCAA for resources when we can. But with budget cuts and other things, how do we get past the coaches saying, I'm a fundraiser, I'm a coach, I'm this, I'm that, and now you want me to be a counselor? Like, how do we get them to see that it's not counseling? It's just listening to some information and then maybe getting them to resources.
Anybody?
So, I mean, I think it's a great point, right? And comes back to meeting them where they are and saying, look, we're not asking you to be a counselor, but as a coach, right? Like, you can think of that as a responsibility, or you think of that as a privilege, right? Like, you have an ability to like impact these kids at a pivotal moment in their development, right? And how amazing is that you get to coach them to become better athletes, but part of that is becoming better people. And so just giving them a little bit of information and knowledge on what to recognize, what to say, and then it goes back to the other point we just had, is what the process would look like. If they know, okay, I identify somebody that is struggling in some capacity, I know I'm not responsible for all of that, but I can ask a couple of questions, right? That doesn't necessarily open up liability for me. It just gives me a sense of understanding, but then I know where to go and who to connect them with. And then this is what the process looks like. You're alleviating a lot of pressure and stress for them. And in some ways, then they might be more amenable to that because you've given them a plan that essentially makes their job easier, right? And so, nobody wants more work and more responsibility, but if you help them recognize it's a privilege and what they can do within that privilege, and then who to go to, and then you help connect that and set up those processes, then everybody kind of knows what the protocol is. When somebody is injured, we call the athletic trainer, we call the medical staff, they assess, they know what to do. Okay, this is the next step. And then this is what happens. Everybody kind of then knows, I'm not responsible for fixing the injury. I just need to identify and connect them with the right person, right? And it goes a lot smoother. So I think that would be the point that I would say.
I'll finish it. I know we had one more question, so what we can do is right after, we're going to have to finish up because we're right on time, but come on up and we'll answer that question right after we finish here. But I'll finish with this on that question. Coaches all circulate around one word: winning. And when we can put the narrative that everything we've talked about today helps them win, I think we'll take another step beyond awareness. And I think that's really, really important. So, Ike, thank you so much. This was a wonderful discussion to get things started. Really honored to be here. One of the things we're going to do is we're going to create some more awareness. So I'm going to get up and we're going to take a selfie, all of us, with all of you, and we're going to tweet it out. And I ask you all to, or X or whatever it's called now. Let's go ahead and every opportunity that we have a chance to create awareness around what we're doing, I think we ought to do it. So we'll start with this first panel. All right. So thank you very much to our esteemed.
So as Matt mentioned, this is our first time doing this, so we're learning as we go. So you all need to be very patient with us. But luckily, someone has swooped in and helped us. So what we're going to do is we would love for you guys to scan the QR code, and then we're going to be able to get all of you guys connected. So we all know all the amazing things you do, and then we can be stronger as one together and work together. So we also have some printed QR codes, but this is a great way for all of us to be connected.
Is that working for people?
It's working. And I should in full disclosure say that it was my wife who did it. So I just want to point that out. So I'm going to introduce our moderator for the next panel, Nathan Dimmers.
Yeah.
What was?
Demers.
Oh, geez. Okay. Nathan. So Nathan and I have known each other for a long time. We actually met at the University of Michigan at a conference and realized we both lived in Denver. And we were introduced by Will Heininger, if anybody knows him. He's a University of Michigan football player. And so we just kind of became friends and have had a lot of connections, do a lot of work together. And Nathan, I thought it would be awesome to lead this panel. He is a former, I don't know if you're former, you're always a Division III soccer player from Middlebury College. So anything else? I already messed up your name. So, all right. Yep.
All right, is this working? Yes? Awesome. All right. Hi, everyone. Really excited to be here. Thank you, Matt. Thank you, everyone, for hosting. And really excited to be here with an awesome panel to talk about dissemination and implementation of evidence-based mental health practices. So a little bit more about me, as Matt alluded to. I've been an athlete all my life. I still play soccer. I played till 10:30 last night, and I'm regretting it now. What are you going to do? And I was lucky enough to play abroad a little bit and taste what it's like to play at a higher level abroad, played in college, and played a little bit afterwards. And on the personal side, I'm also the father of two, so I'm now a coach, which is switching from like herding cats and babysitting to actually teaching a little bit about sport now that he's U8, which is awesome. So enjoying that. But before we dive into the panel, I would love to do a little exercise if everyone's open to that. Yeah? People okay? Okay, first, think of a number between 1 and 10 of how you're doing right now. You don't have to tell anyone, just think about it. Got it? Awesome. And I didn't even talk and get your permission to do this. We're just doing it. So now I'd love to do a breathing exercise. If everyone could put their hand in front of their face, like so. I'd like us to all breathe in, and you can do it on your own time, and time it as best you can so that when you're all the way breathed in, your hand's all the way expanded, and when you're breathing out, your hand's all the way in a fist. Does that make sense? Go ahead. As you're doing it, just notice the crinkles in your finger expand. And as you're breathing out, notice the feeling of each finger hit your palm and your thumb fold over. Wherever you are, just do one more. All right, going back to that number between 1 and 10, how many people feel a little bit better, even if it was only half a point? Show of hands. That's pretty good. How many people feel the same? It's okay, be honest, I won't be offended. Get your hand up. Come on. I see you, Ivan. How many people feel worse? Anyone? Okay, no one feels worse, so pretty safe bet. Second quick exercise. I'd like you to turn to someone next to you, whether you know them or not. I'd like you to give that person a compliment, and then I'd like them to give you a compliment back. Go ahead.
God.
All right, I'm going to slowly pull us back in. That's always a hard one to break up. I'm sorry. All right, going back to that number between 1 and 10, how many people feel a little bit better than that first number? Show of hands. Get them up high for me. How many people feel the same? It's okay. How many people feel worse? Any backhanded compliments? I'm hoping not. No, we're good. So the reason I wanted to do that is twofold. One, we're talking mental health. I like to be in the best mental space I can while guiding a conversation like this. But two, those are two research-backed ways that we can improve our mood, decrease stress, and increase our productivity or performance. Yet these are things that we're often not doing. And I'd argue that there's a challenge with dissemination there, because how many people knew those things? How many people knew that giving and receiving compliments can have as much mental health benefits as 15 minutes of meditation? So we have some people. So even amongst those people who know it, even me, I know this, I teach this all the time. I don't do this every morning. I don't do this before I coach my kids' soccer team. I don't do this before I play all the time. So that's a difficulty with implementation, and that's what we're here to talk about with everyone. So with that, enough about me. I would love to let everyone introduce themselves. If you wouldn't mind, name, organization, a quick why you're excited about this topic, and an athlete you admire. That's a lot of things, but let's try it.
We'll do them all. Thank you. What a great start. Like what to start a mental health panel in like a relaxed state. My name is Mina Merholm. I am with Athletes for Hope. I'm their chief well-being officer, so I oversee mental health programming. The biggest reason I'm excited, I think, for this time is just being in the room with amazing, innovative, like-minded people that we're tackling this, massive work together and getting a chance to catch up with folks that we've worked on. We just came off of Athlete Mental Health Week and did a lot of wonderful projects together, so I'm excited for that. And an athlete I admire, I think Steph Curry for me is the guy because he sort of embodies for us. He's on our athlete advisory council, sort of a whole being. I love his approach to the game. I love that he looks like an average guy. Like before he came in the league, he was just a scrawny little kid, and I sort of see myself in that as someone who played elite backyard basketball for many years. I hold all the records in my house, so that's a bit for me.
Thank you. Hi, everyone. I'm Suzanne Potts. I'm the CEO at The Hidden Opponent. I'm really excited to be here today. And my background as social worker and public health is one of the reasons I was really excited to see this group come together. Shout out to Matt and Daphne. Like, this has just been a dream come true to have everyone in this same space together. I'm also a mom and a wife. I have 2 college-age boys who are, one's retired from sport and one who's in his sport. So this is something that is near and dear to my heart. I identify as a soccer player. I played soccer for 45 years, not well, but I've recently pivoted to tennis. And so, my mental health is struggling. But again, I'm really excited to be here. Athlete I really love is Mia Hamm. I mean, I have to go there. Soccer player, incredible mom, wife, advocate, and doing a lot of work in the cancer space. So thanks.
How's everybody doing? My name is Aziz Shatu. No necessarily organization. I know the defensive line helped bring me here today. A little bit of my background is I'm a former Stanford football player, former Super Bowl champion with the Philadelphia Eagles. I don't know if there's any Eagles in here. We do too. And now, and also a former coach at the University of Colorado Boulder as well. Obviously, I don't necessarily live in the world of athletics anymore, but I think I want to just contribute my views and my experiences to this conversation today from an athlete perspective, and then somebody who also had the opportunity to guide young men for a certain amount of his time or a certain period of his life. So excited to contribute to the conversation today.
Favorite athlete?
Oh, favorite athlete. I'm going to take a local favorite, and it's one of my teammates from the past, Christian McCaffrey. Extremely mindful player, extremely mindful guy. I'll bring up a certain experience that we've had together as teammates that make him my favorite athlete here, but Christian would be mine.
Hi, I'm Ross Barr. I'm the Director of Student Athlete Mental Health and Performance at Colorado State. I was a former soccer player as well. I played at a small Division III school, and so sports have always been a part of my life. I'm really excited about this because the other huge part of my life is I'm a massive nerd and I love research. Like, I've read 4 fiction books my entire life because I can't stand it. Like, I just get lost. So give me a good journal article and man, I love that. But like, I get frustrated by the dissemination piece of it. It's like we don't do a great job of helping everybody understand what the research actually means. So I'm pumped about this. My favorite athlete is probably Steven Gerrard, just a workhorse of a soccer player, box to box constantly, and just somebody I really admire.
Is he your favorite coach too, or just?
No.
That's what I thought. Okay.
Right now, it's Arnie Slot.
2 different skill sets. All right. Well, thank you all so much for that. One thing I forgot to mention, just my background. I'm a clinical psychologist, and now I'm a principal investor with Hope Lab, which is a nonprofit family operating foundation supporting the mental health and well-being of adolescents and young adults. So that's largely what brings me here today. So diving right in, would love to get everyone talking. I'd love to think and imagine this like we are sitting at a coffee shop having a conversation. There just happens to be 200 people watching. But let's keep it light. Let's keep it fun. Feel free to interrupt, jump in, and make it lively. So the first question I have for everyone is, do we feel like there are known best practices in athletic mental health? And if so, are there areas that have more than others?
Well, from the NCAA standpoint, like there are best practices and they've gone through a new revision earlier this year. And it's really all about creating an environment that promotes mental health wellness, identifying best practices for recognizing and responding to athletes that might have something that's going on. So that's a screening process that we need to be doing consistently. Also, like the recognition that licensed providers are important in the space. While, our last panel talked a little bit about coaches being able to recognize things, we need to be able to connect people that have the skill set to be able to treat individuals when something's going on for them. ASP is also a great organization, the Association of Applied Sports Psychology. They have best practices for working with athletes as well. So there's a couple organizations that are doing it really well and putting that information out there.
Yeah, I think one of the things I love about the Hidden Opponent and the work that we're doing is we provide a peer-based mental health support paired with evidence-backed, medically supported leaders and clinicians who are supporting them through their educational process. So just finding ways to educate kind of from the ground up and being a resource to them, making sure we support our coaches and professionals through our Coaches and Professionals program, and providing them with the same kind of resources and education that they need to be successful. So I think that's something that was exciting. And best practices, I love the recommendations from NCAA. I don't know if they're here. Are they here? Okay. But they're unfunded. And so sometimes those best practices are hard to engage. So.
Yeah, and I forgot to mention this as well. I'm a psychiatrist, and from the psychiatry end, I often think about two different things. One is the existing best practices that are tailored to athletes, but then the other, I had an athlete who was a former football player tell me last week, said, not everything has to just be invented for us. We also can just have the evidence base itself, as Nathan walked us through. So best practices that exist in, for example, substance use treatment, MAT, or as we were talking about levels of care. I love that question because oftentimes we need to be able to talk about what is an evidence-based approach to whatever you're struggling with in terms of from therapy, medication, sort of the holistic approach. And what does that look like for you? Because the guidance is there. There's also the International Olympic Committee has put out great practices. But for us, I think in this space of how do we translate some of these best practices and say, this has to be tailored versus this can just be applied as is, but bring it in here, currently.
Those are great points all around. And something I really appreciate about this panel, I don't know, should I be standing up here or down here? I don't know.
Float around, man.
Just float. I'm just going to keep floating. Thank you. Appreciate it. Is we have very different perspectives represented, which I love. So as you're thinking about responding, feel free to lean into your space and your vantage point within the field, because I think that's incredibly valuable to have those multiple perspectives. So I'd love to just build on that last question and kind of stay up here for now before we get into the weeds and really push us a little bit of how do we define best practices? And why I pose that question is, of course, there's peer-reviewed journals, there's articles. We also know research shows that if I publish something today, it's probably not going to get in practice for 17 years. We need to do better than that. But I also know there's plenty of people in this audience who are doing amazing things with their teams, with their campuses, with their cultures that might not be identified as quote unquote best practice, but are getting incredible results. So how do we define those, and how do we start sharing those so that we're not duplicating efforts, so that we don't have 7 campuses across the country all putting in time and resources to developing the same thing incidentally? Kick that to anyone.
Start at the end.
I mean, for me, while I love research, it can get a little bit sterile too. So we have to have replicated research and replicated research and replicated research until a point where we have nice meta-analyses that we can look at and be able to go like, okay, well, this works across a huge variety of populations, right? Because what I might be doing at our campus at CSU might be very different than like CU is doing, because the population might be slightly different, right? And we should constantly be aware of that as a best practice and be culturally aware of what's going on, because that's going to influence how am I implementing that specific intervention. I might have to tailor it just slightly different. But from a standpoint of the greater dissemination, I think the organizations still have a responsibility, and like we have a responsibility as practitioners and staff members to be interacting with those organizations. They can't just be there in a silo. Like we have to engage with that too. So I think in terms of what defines a best practice, it's like, well, there's got to be a lot of support across a lot of different populations, or we need to be very knowledgeable about this works with this specific population. And when I'm implementing it, if my client differs from what that population was, I need to be aware of that, and I need to inform them and let them know like, hey, this is what we know, but it works here. And inform them of the risks and benefits that might exist. So it's hard, like it really is. And that's part of the reason why it takes 17 years to implement those types of best practices.
I was just going to jump in. So I'm a social worker by trade, and I'm also on my side hustle. I'm an assistant professor at the University of Texas in Austin. Any Longhorns? Woo, hook 'em. So I'm at the Steve Hicks School of Social Work, but I'm not a researcher. And so now I'm the CEO of this organization, and we're looking at best practices. And what I teach is a lot about social impact and, logic models and all the fun, nerdy things that we all love. But it's very hard to put into practice as an organization. And so when we see people come at us all the time with, oh, this is a mental health best practice, and we want you to use this app or try this new lotion or whatever people come at us with, which they do, how do we know it works, right? And so for us, it's becoming a impact-driven data organization where we know this works because we've tested it. We've tried to validate it. We've tried to put some evaluation principles into the work that we do. But it's people. So we're not building cars. We're dealing with people and emotions. And so it's harder to sometimes kind of qualify that.
And just to speak from an athlete perspective, just to piggyback off what Ross says, I think things do need to be tailored to specific people. Like best practices are not just best practices because it's been researched. It's case by case almost, right? Or the football team this player may have completely different views or think best practice are different from the baseball team or et cetera there. So I think just taking it from a case by case basis is probably in my eyes, kind of the best way to approach it. But ultimately having the best practice is something, a fundamental thing that we can kind of lean on to kind of give a structure and guidance, but it should be case by case.
And I just want to highlight something that you're saying in terms of leaning on it, because I just want to acknowledge sometimes how we're going into this conversation with, let's say, an athletic director or a team. We want to begin by understanding that there's like a natural skepticism to mental health to begin with. Like, is this really objective? Is this a best practice? Even if you tear an ACL, there's still a second and third opinion as to what the best approach is, right? And we're right now at a place where, just this morning, there was the first death of a measles case, in Texas from something that's preventable. So there's an overall skepticism in science to begin with, which makes it even more important for us in the mental health space to be grounded in saying, this is an evidence-based practice, just like you did in the beginning, and to back that up and to be ready for a question of, well, what was the research like? What was the data? What journal? What was the impact? In my side hustle as well, as a psychiatrist at Columbia, that's always the question. It's like, well, to what degree can I trust what you're saying because you're an expert, because there's a consensus guideline? So the more we can be firm in that conversation, the more we can have this sort of grounding, in that discussion to avoid the skepticism that's inevitable, I think, when we're presenting a best practice too.
Yeah, I agree with all those, and I want to pull a couple things together. First, Aziz, I really relate to the fact that an evidence-based best practice that works in the NFL might not work in college, because it's very different being a professional athlete, feeding your family and doing that, which isn't going to work for my 7-year-old soccer team as well. The core intervention might make a lot of sense, but that's where we need to adapt and make it personal. So I think that's a really great point. And then secondly, going back to a point and connecting to the previous panel, I think it's important to remember that we're all people first, and we are athletes, employees, partners, whatever it might be. And we don't need to reinvent the wheel constantly. So I'm going to ask a question that is not on the script, I'm sorry, which can go well sometimes or tank. We're going to see what happens. Acknowledging that, identifying best practices can be difficult. A lot of us here have training in hard sciences, if you will. Your average coach may or may not have had that experience in critically reading meta-analyses and all that. Do we think that the field has a good enough baseline to be able to start differentiating what is snake oil in the form of a lotion and what is a program that I should maybe give some thought and time and attention to?
I have a little bit of a soapbox on this, so I'm happy to jump on
Please
this
do.
first. Only because right now there is such an opportunity, right, in the wellness space. Everything is wellness, so there's a lot of things that can be sort of pushed to our athletes. We're navigating these conversations with folks on our staff, with athletes that are coming to us and saying, someone told me that this works really well, but I don't know if it does or not. So I don't think the field actually has this expertise yet in terms of translating and differentiating. This is where, for us, I think the primary responsibility of any clinician in the room is translation. I'm bilingual. I grew up speaking a different language, and I had to learn in my head how to translate that one language into another. We got to translate the nerdy science into very clear, objective data for an athlete, an organization, or a team, or somewhere like the NCAA. For us to do that, we have to be really comfortable with the data, and then really comfortable translating into layman's terms and saying, this is why this works more than the other thing. This is why this is better than the lotion. So otherwise, we just look like you're just, hating on this innovative, cool idea. You're just gatekeeping what's really great on TikTok. You just don't know. But I saw that on TikTok. It really works. But we have to be fluent in that language. Otherwise, we'll be dismissed.
Yeah, I totally agree. I think staying up to date as clinicians and researchers or whatever your discipline is, participating in that like ongoing education and learning is so important. And, asking those hard questions, looking at where does this evidence come from? What was the sample base? What was the sample size? Like who participated in this from a population perspective? There's you mentioned a group earlier at the Alliance of Social Workers in Sports is another great group for social work, right? So each discipline has their kind of group that we go to get those trainings and education. And I don't know that they all get together ever. So again, another opportunity for us to bring them together to continue to push forth evidence-based actual best practices.
I think because I was a coach for a year as well. And I think that's a great perspective. Like even in my year and a half of coaching, somebody being able to put it in layman's terms for me to understand exactly how I can articulate this to my 300-pound defensive lineman, right? It's probably one of the biggest gaps, I think, as a coach, because we haven't spent 10, 15, 20 years researching mental health. That's not, I think somebody brought it up. Coaches are kind of here to win, right? So they don't spend the time doing and flexing that muscle. Whereas opposed, if you can kind of spoon feed it, lead them, guide them on the way, it's going to be so helpful to understanding the greater impact a coach can make, and then utilizing the information, the research you guys have done, giving it to the coach so they can now give it to these young kids and help them out in the situation, I think is really huge.
And I think this is a dissemination piece too, is like, as a clinician, a lot of us like to spend our time in our offices. I'm not one of those people. Like I would rather be out and about, but the first time that I give you information can't be the first time that I meet you, right? Like if we have that relationship built over time, again, we're people first. If we have that relationship, you're going to start to trust that a little bit more and a little bit more as I spoon feed you different things too. So I think we, from a practitioner standpoint, have a responsibility to be out and familiar with the population that we're working with. And that's a whole lot easier with athletes than it is in private practice. Like I'm not going to stalk my clients in private practice. That's a little creepy. But like the athletes, especially on a campus, are like, you can be familiar with them and you see them in the training room all the time. So that relationship is huge in the dissemination end of it as well.
Yeah, great points all around. Thank you. And I have a bit of a soapbox that you started. And just to throw it out there, I think we're talking about something very complicated. Human behavior, we should acknowledge, is extremely complex. And when we use the example of an ACL, if you and I both tear our ACLs, There's a few treatments that we can go for. There's surgeries, you can choose a hamstring, you can choose a patella, but at the end of the day, someone's still going into my knee. We know the cause of that problem. If I have an athlete who's depressed, they might be depressed because it's biologically based. They might be depressed because they just had an injury. They might be depressed because they just went through a breakup. The treatment for all of those are very different. And I think that can be a big and tall order to put on coaches, because it's not just, hey, go to the trainer and do this. It's let's actually get our hands dirty and figure out what's going on. And I'd argue that rather than placing coaches in a position where they have to solve that problem, one sort of shortcut in the system is making sure that they just know where to go or who to turn to and who to connect that athlete to. And I think that's something that can be a bright spot and get us moving forward. So I'd love to turn the corner and talk about, we talked about the NCAA best practices and some other things. First, how many folks know of the NCAA best practices or other best practices out there related to athlete mental health? All right, I'm going to say, what do we think? A third, maybe? Get them higher for me, a little higher. Okay, got it. Third, maybe half, which is pretty awesome. I'm glad to hear it. But I'd love to get your perspectives. We've alluded to it, but what are some of the challenges with disseminating this information? Where are the gaps? What isn't happening that we wish could be happening in respects to getting these out to coaches, players at all levels?
I think I said earlier, I mean, resource allocation is a real problem. Access to those best practices is again on the website. However, the implementation and actual manifestation of those things on campuses varies widely depending on the availability of resources that are culturally appropriate, available for folks. I just feel like there are a lot of wonderful ideas out there, and yet it's very hard to put them to practice if you don't have the resources and time to do so.
And I even had a conversation over here a little earlier about my time at Stanford, and I didn't know we had a sports psychologist at my time. And I was I was educated here at the table that we actually had access to that. So I think even taking a step forward where you have 110 people on a football team, you have like 30 people on a baseball, keep going back to football, baseball, but overall there's a lot of people and there's a lot of athletes that don't necessarily understand what they have access to as well. So I think that's also a gap where I didn't know I had a sports psychologist. I didn't know I could talk to somebody, right? So I kind of just dealt with it with my team or the closest people in my life. So I think that's a gap that we can do in dissemination where, hey, we need to educate our young people as well within the teams, not just the coaches as well, that they have these things available. But obviously the coaches should be helping out with that fact too.
Can I add a side fact? So I went to a session at the Alliance of Social Workers in Sports, and someone was talking about just the physical location of those mental health services also plays a crucial role in how student athletes access them. Because if all the athletic department is here, but then mental health is over there, everyone knows where you're going when you cross that. So geographically and putting places and practices together in one space might also alleviate some of that education.
And I'm going to jump in, and Aziz, I'm going to put you on the spot a little bit if you don't mind. Now, it's a tough look, sorry. But it's not every day that we get to talk to someone who's played at the highest levels of sport. And I'm just curious, comparing your experience at, let's say, Stanford to the NFL, were you aware of services? Were there services for yourself as a player and for the team at the highest levels of the sport?
Yes and no. Yes and no. I think today's age, we're doing a lot more like pushing forward to try to make it at the highest level be okay. Like, I don't know if you guys, Solomon Thomas is one of my good friends from Stanford, and he's part of the defensive line organization. And he's one of the people that are really pushing mental health, being okay with talking about things in the space of grown men, right? We're all grown men in here, but we should be able to be in a locker room, have conversations about how we feel and not be kind of shepherded away. I think it's still growing. I think there's more space for that at the highest level, because how cool would it be if your favorite players in the NFL were some of the most mindful, right? Were some of the ones that are pushing mental health advocacy, right? That would only trickle down the line of like college athletics, making it more important there, because ultimately, as an athlete that's aspiring to be at the top of the food chain, like you look up to people like that. So having that example from the highest level coming down would be huge. I think there's still more growth to do on the NFL standpoint and just professional athletics, because it does get a little tricky, right? Where now it's a big business. Like you have to go perform or you'll be at home the next week. So I think there's still more growth. I'm happy about Stanford. Stanford's made a lot of growth since I've been there. There's been a lot of things that have happened at Stanford, even in my time with my teammates and teammates that have been on other teams there, that they're really focusing on it. But I just don't think we have that everywhere. And also Stanford's one of the places that have a lot of resources to kind of pile behind it. So that's my perspective there.
That's great. Thank you for letting me put you on the spot. I hope that wasn't too rough. So anything else to add on this one?
Yeah, I just wanted to highlight one thing that you said here. I think if we can look at just standard presence for mental health, right? If you think about if there's a team, let's say for us in the New York area, one of the New York football teams, if you only call an orthopedist when there's an injury, when there's something wrong in the way that you have healthcare being disseminated. For us, I think we have to try to change the narrative around there's a daily recovery, right? There's daily injury in sport anyway. We have to be a part of that. So that it's not just, I think we're making some headway, but it's still right now, it's like, well, the really brave, strong guy who's going to cry, and that it's okay for that person who's going to be in crisis to see a mental health professional. But the entire spectrum before that is sort of missed. So one of the ways I think that we can change that is just by having a standard presence of being around physically, in practices, in games, in the same way that it's not surprising right now to see, it's actually surprising not to see sort of an athletic trainer around, right? Surprising not to see. I think the more we can have this parity, right? A lot of even the advocacy that we do in mental health is around how reimbursement happens, right? For mental health services in the country. There used to be a concept of carving out mental health outside of insurance, not to get too nerdy with that jargon, but I think the same idea here is that we shouldn't be carved out. We shouldn't be, we should have parity in terms of how we're viewed in the team. And part of that is the way that we show up.
Couldn't agree more with that. Anything to add? Doing good. All right. So I'd love to flip the narrative and just ask, what are some bright spots that you all see from your vantage points of things that are going well? Feel free to brag about your own work, your own organizations. And it's okay if that bright spot is small or within a club or a team, whatever that might be. But that's where things start. So would love to hear your perspectives on that.
I mean, we're being embraced more and more and more, especially by the athletes. And I'm like a ground up approach to that, I think is really cool. And that just drives that narrative even further. So I think from that perspective, it's like they keep demanding that we be around, we be present. I mean, I know our campus, I'm a department of 1.5. Like our student athletes are saying, we need more, we need more, we need more. Ross needs support. He does cool things out here. He's at our practices. He's present. He does all these things, but he can't be at all 16 athletics practices at the same time. He needs somebody else there. So their being vocal, I think, is a big part of our, at least in the university setting, being able to be present and move forward and develop this even more.
I honestly think a bright spot is right here, and just seeing everyone in the same room together. We're all rowing the boat in the same direction, at least trying to. We're talking about this crucial topic collectively, and that to me is really exciting. The Hidden Opponent, obviously we support our campus captains. We've got thousands of them worldwide. We've got incredible campus communities that are working to support one another. And to see, I'm old, and so to see young people talking about their mental health is remarkable, right? And so to see them tweeting about it and TikToking about it and all the things that they do is refreshing, because that wasn't something that I think we would ever have dreamed of. I think collecting and collaborating with our friends, Gina and Steve, the Helinskis, right? Bridget, everyone here in this room, we all want to see the same thing, working towards advocating for change. If it's with Morgan's Message and working on Capitol Hill or a state by state approach, if it's working on those individual campuses, we all want the same thing. No more loss of life for young people on college campuses to suicide, right? Increased mental health support. So just seeing everyone talking about it is refreshing.
And just to piggyback off that, I think that's probably the brightest part about it, where you have guys in my industry or like my space making now mental health not a weakness to talk about, right? Like giving space for us to have these conversations where mental health doesn't mean you're not mentally strong just because we're talking about mental health. And I think for a football player, mental toughness, I think it was brought up in the first conversation, is huge, right, in our world, right? Being mentally tough, but just because you're mentally tough doesn't mean you don't have emotions, doesn't mean you don't have feelings, doesn't mean you didn't have a bad play in that moment. And I'm encouraged by the conversations that are happening in this room and that are happening in my own life that are attempting to destigmatize what mental health means to athletes at the highest level. So.
Yeah, thank you.
Yeah, I agree. And I think one of the bright spots I'm seeing is there's real momentum right now. For a long time, maybe there was a conversation that's up and coming. And right now, maybe the momentum is because athletes are sort of driving at the forefront. We just came off, as I mentioned, Athlete Mental Health Week, where we collaborated with, several organizations in this room, and we had all of these panels. And what I loved there was sort of the bi-directional piece. One is how we're supporting the mental health of a professional or Paralympic or Olympic athlete, but then also how that athlete is using their platform to support the mental health of a junior high school kid. Right. We have a wonderful program called Champs, where we're in hundreds of schools, reaching thousands of kids every month. And one of the things they love to see, is, wow, my favorite player from the Knicks from 20 years ago. They don't know that, but they know their dad who talks about Allen Houston. He came and talked to my school. And because of that, that means something to me as a fifth grader. That meant a lot to me when I was in junior high. So I think that momentum is what's sort of inspiring, is that we're going to continue to ride that wave.
Love talking about bright spots. Thank you. Would love to ask, so we have till 10:50, right? Or 10:40. Okay, you'll get back to me, but I'm going to ask this question regardless. So we've alluded to this, but I'd love to ask it directly and get each of your perspectives. Well, don't make something up if you don't have to, but no pressure. Whose job do we think it is to push out best practices within the system? There's public organizations, there's private organizations, there's the NCAA, there's colleges, there's club sports, there's intramurals, there's everything. So it's a pretty fragmented system, but from your perspective, whose responsibility should it be or could it be? Get the mic up. Yeah, get on in there. It's a great response. I want people to hear it.
Just my first take is I think we all carry that responsibility, right, to drive the narrative. If you put it on one certain person, you always get let down, because what happens if that person doesn't live up to the expectations we're putting upon them? So I think, for me, I think we should all kind of drive that narrative and shepherd that along, because that's ultimately the place where we would all want to be. Everybody kind of, fighting for it, as opposed to, hey, it's your job to go make this happen and kind of push these best practices, where it's like, it's all of our jobs. We all need to be cognizant of it.
I agree. It's a yes and for me, because yes, it's all of our collective responsibilities with all the groups that you mentioned, and governing bodies, institutions, universities that are making money off of the backs of our young people also, I think, bear a brunt of this, to really bring these kind of resources to light and to add more to the table to support them.
I agree there too. And I would say, I remember one of the reasons that maybe one of the few reasons I didn't become a professional football player. Otherwise, I would have just made it. But I remember in high school, I had to fill out a little waiver when I was like, oh, the coach said, hey, come play football. And in the waiver, it just talks about what could happen on the football field. Like, that's not for me. I'm gonna read a book. But I think whether you're on a high school level or you're a professional level, right? Like the NBA Mind Health program, for example, takes an ownership and accountability that says, like, we employ you, and because we employ you, there's risks and benefits and responsibilities. You have to perform a job on the court. So I think there has to be some accountability piece. Like, we all are part of the team, right? Like, ultimately, this one team, sort of one goal. But at the same time, each level has to take an ownership stake of saying, if you're on a high school, college, et cetera level, you're responsible for the folks that are, signing up and being a part of your sport. And then by then, setting that standard and saying, we know how to pull in the resource. That's where our sort of innovation or creativity on the private sector can come in. But we have to force almost an accountability piece, which is not always there, to be honest, to be frank about that.
Yeah, and to be honest, it's frustrating sometimes. We are a small but mighty organization, along with a collective group of organizations, that this is our mission, is to improve athlete mental health and reduce the stigma in the sports space. And so sometimes it feels like we're the Lorax screaming out at these universities or programs or governing bodies that this is really important. And so I just feel like sometimes it's a frustrating goal, but again, we're collectively working towards making change, and hope to see more people join the fight.
Yeah, so in the interest of dissemination of information, we don't want to fall prey to the bystander effect, right? Like, we can't just diffuse all the responsibility amongst everybody, because we're less likely to do something at that point. We need to have a governing body that oversees that and says, like, here are the different responsibilities amongst the different stakeholders, and these are the expectations, and we're all working in this together, because we all tend to work way better as groups as well to move that forward and disseminate that information and create the best practices that we can start to follow. But like diffusing it and just going, okay, we're all responsible, we still need to take that another layer. We got to be able to make sure that people know what their specific responsibility is.
Yeah, thank you for all your shared perspectives. Matt, can I just confirm 1040, debating a question or another question of the panel, or turning to audience questions? Got it. I'm going to ask one quick question, and then if anyone's online, feel free to start typing in your questions, and audience, start thinking of your questions. We alluded to it, and I think it was Scott from the first panel, you asked it, but magic wand, you can change anything about implementation, dissemination, adoption. What would it be in about 30 seconds? I know that's a tall order.
Licenses for coaches. Coaches are huge influences on their athletes. And if they had a licensure process that they had to renew consistently, and there were education requirements with that, they're going to be in conferences like this hearing about the best information that's available in a mental health space.
Thank you. It's great thought.
I would say mandated mental health training for coaches and professionals and anyone who comes in contact with our young people, along with a fully staffed mental health team that both works on mental health and sport performance. Again, we're dreaming, right?
Yeah, dream big, like swing for the fences here, please.
Captains on every campus, full support for coaches and professionals, again, mandating that training and opportunities for people to learn where they want to learn, but also maybe mandating where they're not. So, and just, again, more money towards this and more media stories and coverage about positive things that are happening and lives that are changing as a result.
If we believe that sort of famous statement that there's no health without mental health, if that's a real thing, I would dream that that would sort of be a standard then across every team, that anytime we're thinking about health, we're thinking about mental health in the same way. Quick story, I remember for older people like myself, who Allen Iverson, you remember his practice rant? Talking about practice, we're here to talk about practice. People don't often know that he had just lost a friend of his who got shot and murdered, right before that. If there was a mental health person and part of that team, I said, you know what, man, we're going to take a couple days because you're not ready to come back on the court right now. In the same way that if you hurt your leg, but you could then tear an Achilles, so we're going to prevent you from having a worse injury. That would have been, not prevented, but I think there's an opportunity there for us if we put that mantra into practice, that there really is no health without mental health.
That's an amazing fact. I actually had no idea that was the case. And there's also a difference between a mental health practitioner there. Maybe you can be on the court, but maybe you shouldn't be in front of a microphone today. That's an incredibly stressful thing on top of a loss. So
we would have lost a good moment, but
I know, totally. That's a great,
for him.
I'm actually going to watch that later today. Just
I would say for me, just funding, being able to back this whole process is what we need. Like, I wish everybody had as much money as like a Stanford or like a big institutions to be able to feed these things. So I think the name of the game is always going to be money. So if there's more money to be able to fund these things is what I would hope.
Yeah, and I think funding does, whether we like it or not, push the needle on a lot of things. And I think the fact that we are all here talking, advocating, and thinking about this is a step in the right direction to support a groundswell. And just going to dream big thinking. If anyone's familiar with design thinking research, it's really good to think really big, because whether we like it or not, all the confines of reality are going to pull our ideas back. So I'd encourage you throughout the rest of this conference, do try and dream big. Take some big swings. Take it, and then again, inevitably the world's going to pull it back a little bit, but let's start somewhere. With that, would love to turn it to audience questions or online questions, and we can go from there. Do we have some mics that we can have some runners, if you don't mind? Thank you so much.
It's just simply go birds.
Nice. That's an important one.
I gave you Saquon.
Yeah, if you want to start simple up front so you don't have to run, weave through the crowd, that'd be great.
Hi, everyone. My name is Amy, and I work for Suzanne at the Hidden Opponent alongside all these wonderful people at this table right here. I'm going to give a little bit of background before I ask my question, so bear with me. I just finished my collegiate volleyball career at the College of William and Mary, and going into my freshman year, I was diagnosed with lupus. And before I got diagnosed, I kind of had all these weird symptoms that were kind of written off, not taken super seriously until they became serious. And it was kind of one of those, you have to see it to believe it situations. We had to see the labs. We had to get that confirmation before we did something about it. And I think that that's really applicable to mental health. And unfortunately, with mental health, sometimes when you see it, it's too late. And so my question to you all, when we're talking about these best practices and how we can implement them and how we can move forward, is how do we shift towards a mindset of everyone has mental health? And the term mental health doesn't only apply to people who are in crisis. How do we work towards a mindset of, like you were saying, daily recovery and addressing it before it's something that is quote unquote seen?
I love that. Thank you for sharing that. I have two quick thoughts maybe to share with others. One is how we use screening. We don't do that very well in general in the mental health world, right? There are these standards like the PHQ-9, for example, a question to screen for depression, or the GAT-7 to screen for anxiety, and others. Just regularly implementing screening in the first place. Again, not a standard of care that has to be reinvented in athletics, but I think would be good to have. And then two, having the same idea of a physical, like everybody gets ready for a physical. You can have sort of a mental, right? And we try to encourage that with athletes too, of just kind of regularly going through a checkup, because sometimes, exactly to your story, somebody who even says they come in with anxiety, but that actually might be an underlying medical issue. You might have, a thyroid issue that we have to treat. So having a regular physical along with a regular mental and some screening, I think would go a long way for that.
And my thoughts take me to having, like, creating a team culture of discussion, creating a safe space every day in the locker room or after practice or before practice where we're checking in. It could be from the coaches, athletic trainers, but it could also be team to team. Like, this is part of what we do, how we do, and we're checking in with each other. So I just think it's got to be like a ground up and kind of top down approach.
I think too, like resetting what default is. Like I think a lot of us think that default is happy, and default is unfortunately not happy a lot of the times. So in those check-ins, being able to start normalizing that and being able to, there's a great podcast. If you're in a down headspace, it's probably not the best place to start, but it's called Terrible Thanks for Asking. And it's a lady from Minnesota that lost her husband, and she just interviews people about when they're going through really hard things. What's it like going through your day? Because it's terrible sometimes. And like, how many times do you hear that as an answer when you say, hey, how's it going? We default to happy or good or okay or whatever it is. And like, no, we need to create space to be able to say like, it kind of sucks today.
Yeah, just to add and pull all those together, I do think being able to illustrate the ROI of this work is really important. And the ROI for a coach is going to be different than the ROI for admissions, which is going to be different than the general manager at an NFL team. And nobody asked me, but I'm going to answer it anyway. If I had a magic wand, I would love to see, going back to your earlier point, if we had a marketing engine. Think of taking like the marketers from Coca-Cola trying to sell Coke, trying to do this job to help people understand why mental health is important and what the ROI is. I think we could really push the needle. But all too often, it's folks like us who are clinicians, who are medical providers, trying to do this marketing thing. And we do our best by all means, but there's people who are much better than us. So moving to the next question.
Hooray. Thank you guys for presenting and showing and having this space. Simone Deloach from the great state of Texas, city of Austin. So we will be in contact. I will call you, ma'am. I'm here representing with my great friend, Ms. Catherine Ames with Through the Game, supporting young student athletes and alike about bridging the gap between their identity as an athlete and just their identity as a person. So I liked the question around, is it everybody's responsibility? My favorite athlete happens to be Simone Biles for many reasons. In the nice way, the buffoons who believe it was okay to share their 2 cents on why her backing out in the 2020 Olympics for her mental health, doesn't sit well with me because as much as a compliment about how well you're doing makes you feel good, the opposite can do some damage. So do you guys as the panelists believe if it is everybody's responsibility, should there be some consequences towards if you don't exceed to those expectations? Because we do know the ultimate consequence is a loss of life. However, there's many things that happen before we get there. And if you as a coach or as a parent or as an administrator aren't following through with what you said you were going to do for these athletes, do you think that there should be consequences? And if so, what should they be?
I mean, for me as a psychologist, there are consequences. Like I could be sued by that family, right? Like, and I think being able to get a little, and that goes back to a coaching licensure piece, right? Is like there's a consequence that could go with that as a coach. And unfortunately, like without some of that consequence, I think people's buy-in does drop off.
I think in the interest of time, we'll do maybe one or two more questions. I'm sure that is an incredible question and it is so multifaceted. Happy to talk about it after, but is there a question back there?
Hi, my name's Zach Etter. I'm with the Mental Health and Performance Department at the University of Massachusetts. Thinking about the evidence-based practices conversation at the beginning and as it relates to funding, a lot of times when we try to do programs at high schools or even corporations, they want to know, how am I going to know that this works before I give you access to funding and, access to my staff and the players and whatnot. And I think there's some basic facts that we could all agree on, like having thoughts that are accurate and in our control can positively contribute to our confidence and motivation. And working with athletes from different areas who don't have a great level of awareness on mental health, while that's not overall a good thing, actually creates an opportunity for education, where if you're working with an athlete and you could just teach them that just because you have a thought doesn't mean it's true, right? And get them to start kind of questioning those cognitive distortions. And then the practices part, whether that's CBT, DBT, any of the other treatment modalities, is so subjective. So I guess my question is, when you're talking about funding and the requirement for some corporations or companies or schools to require that ROI, what's sort of the strategy for talking about something that is really subjective and based on the individual in terms of their perspective, the way that they were raised, the different experiences that happened to them, but kind of bringing it together to consolidate a plan of, here's how I'm going to improve your player's performance and your player's mental health, and to get funding for that?
It's a great question. I'll turn it to the panel first.
I'll share one quick thought, which is this is the beautiful thing as well as the challenge in mental health, is that it's both an art and a science. And we can lean on either side depending on what we need. We can lean on the science part, is that even though there are some subjective elements to mental health, but there's a lot of objectivity, there's a lot of scales, there are a lot of metrics, there are a lot of ways that when you're having a funding proposal conversation, you can have hard data. That's why it's so important to take the art part out of that. If I'm sitting down, to your point, depending on the language of the person I'm speaking to, I can present hard numbers. And that's what they want to see. They want to be able to say, can you track this? And what we're doing is replicating something that was already done. I don't want to do a pilot in your program. I don't want to be the first person ever to invent a new way to treat your athletes. It's actually been done 100 times before, but here's why it's going to work, and here's why we're going to do exactly the same protocol. And then what I would just caution people to, we've talked with a lot of sports psychiatrists, we don't want to tie it to sports performance. I don't want to say, when we do this, they're going to shoot a higher free throw percentage. I think that's a slippery place to be. That's not really our aim. But our aim is to, here's how I can make sure this will keep them out of the hospital, or this will improve their overall well-being, or this, all of these things that we can measure, and not getting into the place of how many more yards they'll rush this year.
Yeah, I'd love to quickly build off that. And I think it's important to know your audience. So if I'm looking for dollars from the school, if I can retain that student and not lose their scholarship dollars, that's some data that's a little bit easier to get than how many rushing yards. So I think that's one, is you have to really know your audience and take the time to do that. But two, we need to try and break down silos. There is research on that. It's probably in someone's dissertation sitting in the files like my dissertation that nobody reads. But that's the job we need to be done. And I think we're starting to do it with this here today. Do we have time for one more question, Matt, or someone? Someone already has a mic? Make it happen.
I've been gifted this mic. I'm Mabry. I'm a student athlete basketball at Lake Travis High School, so Austin area as well. And we had a student athlete die by suicide in January, and it was sent out in a mass email and there was no assembly, nothing. I was like, why is this like shoved under the rug? So I'm a Morgan's Message ambassador, I've made it to the table. But my question is, from my point of view as a high school athlete, how do I bring this education or like push people and adults in my area to do something about it? Because obviously I can inform my fellow athletes and student body to do stuff, but how do I bring that education to my school? Because we have 2 social workers who are awesome, but we have 18 football coaches with the highest paid football coach in Texas. So funding is not an issue. It's more the stigma and breaking that down and just pushing them to do something.
First of all, I'm so sorry. And thank you for sharing that about your teammate and colleague. That's awful that there wasn't more information provided. And also shout out that you're doing work with Morgan's Message, because what a wonderful opportunity for you to be an ambassador within your campus community. It's hard to say that because, you know, that's what we do. We want to have more young people speaking up. And again, sometimes it feels like you're screaming out into a void. But the more people are having these hard conversations and the more young people can alert the leaders and the, you know, people in their space that this is an ongoing issue. If there's other champions that you can bring in, if it's parents, if it's legislators, whoever is in that space that you can connect with, I think the better. And at the end of the day, if it's a money thing, if it's resources, if there's things we need to address, I think continuing to shine a light on that. It's difficult sometimes and it feels uncomfortable, especially if you're an athlete and you don't want to lose your scholarship or get in trouble. But finding those allies on campus or within other organizations like Morgan's Message, The Hidden Opponent, and everyone in this room can help you in that fight.
I would just say one other thing, which is we got an email recently from a sports federation, you know, that'll remain nameless, and they just said, you know, we lost another one. I was like, like they got lost? No, it's like another suicide. In some ways, they're like we get sort of tragedy numb, right? There's like a lot of tragic suicides that happen, high profile or an athlete, and we sort of have to reclaim this narrative that this is unacceptable. Like there's zero suicide is the aim, and nobody's dying from ACL injuries. Like I love orthopedics a lot, big fan. personal reasons, big, but nobody's dying from the things that are physically happening to athletes that get the gazillion dollars in funding. So we got to like literally stand up sometimes on a campus and say, this is not just something that can happen once and you won't hear from us again. You're going to hear from us until it changes. Whether we need to do a protest, whether we have to make our voices so clear that we can't be ignored anymore. And this is part of I think the message of this conference. This is not us coming together to do nice things together. Like, oh, this would be so cute if we do more of the thing. Oh, how was it? Oh, cute. No, this is us coming together and say, this is an unacceptable thing that cannot continue to happen on a college campus, on a professional level. We won't tolerate it as a bunch of nonprofits who have a vested interest in just seeing people not die anymore the way they are. So I think we have to be clear about our messaging on a campus, on a school. And to tell you personally as a student athlete, you've got a lot of backing here. You've got a lot of people in the room. If you say, hey, I want to do an event on my campus, there's a couple of hundred people who will be right behind you, okay?
I think that is an incredibly powerful message to wrap up on. I'd like to thank everyone for sharing your perspectives, everyone for your questions, and I assume you'll hang out if people want to ask questions.
Yeah, I got it. So thank you. That was awesome. You know, I don't know if everybody knows this, but suicide is the second leading cause of death among NCAA athletes, right? And if you look at, and I believe, and I know Kim will talk a little bit, I think cardiac arrest is maybe number one. So certainly an emphasis on CPR, but there are, for the number 2 death, right, there is no requirement to take suicide prevention or suicide intervention training. And it's the number 2 cause of death. So just something to think about. We are going to take a break for about an hour. Lunch will show up 11:30-ish. So grab lunch. I think it looks like most people have set up their tables outside. So go talk to the folks, go talk to all the partners. talk to each other. Part of what we want to do is give some time to network and get more information about things. Look for lunch. And then what we'll do is at 11:45, if we can kind of come back in here relatively promptly, we do have what we call our Aaron Bailey lecture series. It's part of our department's grand round. So Dr. Kim O'Brien will be doing it. And Aaron's family will be here. And so they'll do a little introduction to who Aaron was and a little bit on the lecture series. So we'll start that at 1:45. So yeah, thanks everybody. And I counted, just FYI, I did a quick count. So if anybody saw me looking at you, I was actually counting. There's about 150 people in the room. That's my rough count. And the last I looked, and I'm not sure how many people are doing sort of watch parties, but there was 36 people online. So, I'm going to round it up and say 200 people so far. So that's pretty cool.
Hi, could we come to order? Is the mic hot? Okay. If I could get your attention, please. Please continue with lunch, but we're going to start the noontime program a bit early. I'm Dr. Michael Allen from the Department of Psychiatry here. I have the great pleasure of being the faculty sponsor of the Aaron Kent Bailey Memorial Suicide Prevention Lecture. The program today and tomorrow was built around this event, which is now in its 16th year. It was begun after the death by suicide on March 1st, I want to say 2007, of Aaron Kent Bailey. Aaron was a proud member of the 82nd Airborne Division. He had a parachute malfunction during a jump, which left him with serious injuries. He subsequently developed mental health problems and was treated at the Denver VA, which at that time was back on 9th. He struggled for years, finally dying by suicide at the young age of 35. He'd be 53 now, 53 if he had survived. And his friends and family created the fund that has supported this lecture now for 16 years. So we're grateful to have had this opportunity to talk about suicide prevention, and in the course of doing that, to work on many other things, including the Colorado crisis system and other things related to suicide. And we've had a really august faculty over the years. It's been a pleasure to bring in some of the leading lights in the suicide prevention world. It's also been a part of the program that each year I talk about what we've been doing in suicide prevention and whether it's working or not. And the way we know whether it's working or not is that there is a government program that tracks vital statistics, including the violent death reporting system. And Colorado is a participant in the National Violent Death Reporting System. So we know every year how our suicide prevention efforts have been faring. And I'm pleased to tell you that we've continued a downward trend since 2021. We're not out of the woods. We're at roughly the same level that we were in 2016. So I think it's certainly fair to say that suicide continues to be a big problem in Colorado. We've traditionally been in the top 10 states for suicide, along with many other states in the Mountain West. Particularly worrisome is this upper line you see here, which is suicide fatalities among 19 to 24-year-olds. So while the state as a whole has been improving somewhat, this is provisional data that I'm showing you here, and the final data is probably going to be a bit worse, but particularly among younger people. So over the years, used to be that older white males had the highest risk, but as time has gone by, we see that risk shifting so that the peak risk is now among 19 to 24-year-olds. And that's something that we are very aware of, having Children's Hospital on the campus. Want to thank Christine DeMont, particularly from Colorado Public Health and Environment, for sharing that with me in advance of its public release. So at this time, I'd like to welcome Judy Fredrickson up to introduce something we show every year to remember Aaron. Judy, come on up. So we'll share with you some moments from Aaron's life, and thank Judy again for supporting this over these many years. Judy has shown up every year for this. Judy and her Aaron's father also, Jim, who couldn't be here today.
Oh, is this on? Wow. I've never had such a good mic in all my years. This is a great mic. Costs a lot of money too. Oh, it's wonderful to see so many people here for this reason today. As you saw some of the pictures of Aaron, the video you're going to see shows when he was 3 months old, and there is a beautiful bouquet of red roses. So I always bring some kind of roses. So I have 3 red roses for him that's over there, and 3 yellow for my late husband. He was Aaron's stepdad. And the beauty of this extended family is that Aaron's father, who you will hear playing the cello on the video, he and his wife, Aaron's stepmom, and Jack and I were in this together from day one. And the wonderful thing is now I travel with Jim and his wife, who is also his second ex-wife and a significant other. That's how close we are. So Aaron was always kind of a different child. In the very beginning, he didn't love to be hugged. We didn't know why. He loved sports. He never was a professional athlete, but his sports took him to being the 82nd Airborne, and he loved the 82nd Airborne. He was crushed when he had to get a medical discharge for that. So I hope you will keep in mind that if you learn one thing from anyone here that could help you deal with someone who is suicidal, this whole day is well worth it. So it's just a 3-minute video. You'll see Aaron as he grows up, some funny things, and then you will see him at the very end, and he was more stoic. And he'd attempted suicide maybe 5 times. I had found him 4 of them, and he made sure I didn't find him the last time. So I want to thank Matt and Michael and all the people at the Depression Center, and now all these wonderful athletes that are here. So enjoy the little video, and then our speaker is going to be wonderful. So thank you.
Thank you so much. And thank you, Judy. This is our 16th year. And, even though we're in a department of psychiatry, it doesn't mean that everybody gets training in suicide prevention. It doesn't mean that everybody is aware, has the same levels of awareness. And, as I look out across the room today, I think a lot of what we talk about is suicide as a societal issue, and how every one of us, we all have a role to play. And if that's just reaching out to the person next to you, asking questions, asking them tough questions, being willing to listen, it's amazing just how far that can go in terms of preventing suicide and just understanding where somebody else is coming from. So these, the lectures have been so amazing to get the word out and to expand knowledge and expand understanding. And again, just to remind people that we all have an somewhat easy role to play. They're difficult conversations, but having conversations can really, really, really go a very long way. So I am here. I'm going to introduce Dr. Kim O'Brien. So she is our speaker this year. Dr. Kim O'Brien is a founder and director of Unlimited Resilience, LLC. It's a group mental health practice designed for athletes, by athletes. She's the co-founder and director of Better Together, an athlete peer mentoring program. She's also a research and training consultant at the Behavioral Research and Training Institute at Rutgers University. Dr. O'Brien received her BA from Harvard in 2000, where she was a 4-year member and co-captain of the hockey team, which won a national championship in 1999. She obtained her MSW and PhD, both from Boston College, and completed her postdoctoral fellowship at Brown University. Her research is focused on the development and testing of brief interventions for suicidal adolescents and their families, with additional specializations in substance use, interventions with utilized technology, and athlete mental health and suicide prevention. Dr. O'Brien has co-authored multiple articles and book chapters related to adolescent suicide, substance use, and mental health, and was awarded the Young Investigator Research Award from the American Foundation for Suicide Prevention in 2019. She is also the co-author of Emotionally Naked, A Teacher's Guide to Preventing Suicide and Recognizing Students at Risk. In addition to providing individual and group therapy in her practice, Dr. O'Brien works with high school and college teams across the country on mental health, mental skills, and suicide bereavement and prevention. So with that, let me introduce and say thank you to Dr. O'Brien.
Thank you so much, Matt. Thank you, Judy. I just hope that we can all, I'm just so grateful to Aaron Bailey's family for making this possible for me to come here. And I just hope that during this talk, we can have him in our hearts. And I also, we're going to talk very in depth about suicide in this next, 45 minutes, hour. And I just want to make sure that we are taking care of ourselves and each other during this time. So anytime you need to go out, get a drink of water, take a walk, please do. You won't offend me by leaving. This is a lot, especially there's a lot of young people here in the audience, which is awesome to see. But it's sometimes I think as professionals, we can forget that, like, we talk about this stuff all day, but for some people who aren't quite used to that, talking about athlete mental health, suicide prevention, so much in one day can be a lot. So really do take care of yourselves and each other however you can. Let me see, I'm going to try to figure out how to use this. Always a problem for me. So this first slide is just like the learning objectives and disclosures, references that I'm supposed to put up saying I have nothing, nothing to disclose here. But I want to get started before we get into some of these unique risks of athletes in the military. I think it's really important that we understand the prevalence and the context for this. So luckily, I was able to pull up some of the CDC information slides before somebody decided to take them down from all over the place. But I did it before, so we're good. So this is, if you take a look at this slide here, this is the past 2 decades of suicide rates. And we can see they've increased 37% from 2000 to 2018. It dipped a little during the COVID year, but the rates have returned to their peak. And what we can see too is when we we want to understand why this rate continues to climb. So to understand that, we need to look at the means used. And the reason for that is that the single best predictor of whether or not someone will die by a suicide attempt is the method that they choose. And that's why this graph's so interesting. So if you take a look, you can see this is from 2011 all the way up to 2022. This one is, but as you can look, take a look. The dark blue line is suicide by firearm, and the lighter blue is suicide by other means. And what you see is that they're very similar up until about 2019. And then what you see there is that it starts to diverge. And we start to see that the suicide by firearm is increasing while suicide by other methods is decreasing. Now, Johns Hopkins looked at this and did some analysis on this, and they found that in their statistical analysis that all of the increase in suicides from 2019 to 2021 was driven by guns. And this is particularly important when we consider the unique risks to military personnel and veterans, as they're more likely than civilians to have access to a firearm. And let's now take a little more of a closer look at veteran firearm suicide. So in the past 20 years, 87,000 veterans have died by gun suicide. Now that's 16 times more than the number of military personnel killed in action in the same period of time. Veterans are 3 times more likely to die by suicide with a gun than non-veterans. And if we look at the graph on the top right here, we can see how disproportionately at risk our veterans are. And their rate, it's climbing significantly faster than ours, than civilians. The bottom right shows veteran suicide deaths only. And what we see here is from 2001 all the way up to 2022, I think it's the final one here. We can see, again, a steady climb, except for the little COVID dip that we had, but it is climbing back up again. So now let's focus on athletes and what's been happening for the past 2 decades there. So what we see here are 2 separate graphs of causes of death for NCAA athletes in the first decade, 2002 to 2012, and the second decade, 2012 to 2022. So what we see is that the number of student athlete deaths on the whole has not changed significantly, but the causes of death have. What we see here, take a look at the red, that's cardiac deaths. That's gone down significantly from that first decade to the most recent decade, while suicide for NCAA athletes has more than doubled. And as we take a look at these suicide deaths in greater detail, we can see that they're happening primarily during the months of the year that they're in school. So now we can look at the epi data and everything, all that we want, but to really understand the prevalence and you know, what's really going on, these risk factors and why people are dying by suicide, we need to start with the theory. Okay, we need to really understand the theory that underlies why people die by suicide. So that's hopefully what you'll come away with in part today. So I'm gonna discuss the seminal theory of suicide, which is Joiner's interpersonal theory of suicide. And as you can see here, this theory is from 2005. Now, as far as psychosocial phenomena go, this is a really new theory. You know, the most biopsychosocial phenomena, the theories that you know, that explain them are much earlier than that. So that just tells us that we're behind in the suicide field. You know, we don't really understand this phenomenon that well. So what Joiner proposes is the perception of burdening others and of being socially alienated. These 2 things combine together to instill the desire for death, and that people won't act on that desire for death unless they have developed the capability to do so. So let me explain a little of this in greater detail. So what Joiner and his team posit is that suicidal desire is made up of 2 things: perceived burdensomeness, so this idea that one's own existence is a burden to their family, friends, or society, and thwarted belongingness, so feeling that you're alienated by others, not an integral part of a family, a circle of friends, or group. Okay, let's let's think a little bit now about what kinds of things for athletes in the military, what kinds of things might make them feel like a burden or feel disconnected. Some might argue that, well, being a part of a team or part of a battalion or a part of anything, that is protective. Well, it may be until it isn't. And what I mean by that is there are some things that can pull the athlete away from the team and away from the group. Getting benched, getting injured, being, hazed, bullied, ignored. There's also these transitions out of sport, out of the military. Things like this, we really need to pay attention to. The second part of Joyner's theory is this acquired capability for suicide. And what he says is that without having this acquired capability for suicide, that death by suicide cannot happen. Now, again, it's a theory, okay? But what Joyner states is that when you have repeated exposure to painful or fearsome experiences, people acquire a higher tolerance of pain and therefore a sense of fearlessness in the face of death. And it's only once you've had these repeated exposures that you're actually able to have a lethal attempt. So let's think about for athletes in the military, what kinds of things may make them acquire this capability for suicide? I mean, combat itself, 100%. There's a lot of sports that cause a lot of physical pain. And this isn't just like, of course, football, right? But it's every sport has their own way of incurring pain. Like I think a lot of the rowers I work with on the erg, like that, there's nothing more pain inducing than that. There's also injuries that happen across both populations. And for veterans and military, excuse me, there's PTSD symptoms. And when people have symptoms like re-experiencing or flashbacks, they're being repeatedly exposed to those painful and fearsome experiences. So all of these things together are what are contributing to this acquired capability for suicide in these populations. So here's this final Venn diagram that I think makes the most sense, where basically what this theory is saying is that to have the desire for suicide, you must have a combination of thwarted belongingness, meaning just feeling alone, and a perceived burdensomeness, feeling like a burden. Those things together combine for the desire for suicide. But what we know is that not everybody who wants to die, not everybody who has suicidal thoughts goes on to kill themselves. So what this theory is proposing is that it's not until you also have this capability for suicide that lethal suicide attempts can occur. So the next theory that kind of came along after this is one by Klonsky and May, and they kind of built upon Joyner's theory, and they call it the three-step theory of suicide ideation to action. So kind of trying to understand, okay, what makes it so that people go on not just from just thinking about killing themselves, but to actually doing it? So the first step of their theory is asking, are you in pain, emotional pain, and are you hopeless? If both of these things are present, then that combines for suicide ideation. The second step would be, does your pain exceed your connectedness? If so, then that means there's a stronger, more intense level of suicide ideation. In that final third step, do you have the capacity to attempt suicide? Again, building on that Joyner's acquired capability, and that leading to a suicide attempt. So I got very interested in these theories about 5 or 10 years ago, and I decided to plan my own study to understand this ideation to action process in teens. So I conducted in-person interviews with teens, 20 teens, right after they'd attempted suicide, and they were psychiatrically hospitalized. And I developed a semi-structured interview guide, which I used the voices of people with lived experience to help me develop this. And I then went in and did these interviews with these teens. And I asked a bunch of questions, but the 3 key questions that I'm going to talk about the findings for are, number one, what led up to your suicide attempt? I really wanted, my whole point is I wanted them to be able to sit and tell me their story of why they tried to kill themselves. And then after what led up to your suicide attempt, I wanted to ask the question, how did you go from just thinking about suicide to actually trying to kill yourself? Again, trying to get at that ideation to action, like what is it that propels somebody to actually try to kill themselves? And lastly, I was interested to know how much time passed between when you thought about it and what you actually did it, and when you actually did it. So the first finding for the first question of what led up to your suicide attempt found that there were 16 specific contributing factors, and they were all over the 4 overarching themes. The first theme being a historical theme, which that would include history of psychiatric or medical concerns for the adolescent, having a precipitating event to that suicide attempt, so something, something happening in their life that triggered it, and or any physical, sexual, or emotional trauma. The other theme was a sociocultural theme that came out of this qualitative study. And we found that school and extracurricular stress were some things that led up to the suicide attempt, as well as suicide contagion, which we define as when there are other people in the adolescent's community, friends, acquaintances that die by suicide. We also found some interpersonal themes of family and peer conflict that contributed to suicide attempts, as well as intrapersonal. By intrapersonal, we mean like the inner psychological experiences that an individual may have, things like feeling like a burden, feeling a lack of belongingness, being emotionally dysregulated, feeling trapped, feeling invalidated, feeling guilt, feeling a lack of purpose or reason for living, feeling shame, and feeling hopelessness. So that's what we found for the general contributors. But then getting at this question of how did you go from thinking about suicide to actually trying to kill yourself, it was very interesting in that we found that the strain caused by those first 3 themes, the historical, sociocultural, interpersonal, that alone was not enough to propel one of these teens to go on and attempt to kill themselves. What it was this interaction with the intrapersonal factors that drove the transition from ideation to action. So what we saw here is that these intrapersonal factors, so again, I'll go back, this like burdensomeness, lack of belongingness, inability to regulate emotions, feeling trapped, feeling invalidated by others, feeling guilt, feeling shame, lack of purpose or reason for living, or hopelessness. It was having these things on top of all of the other things that seemed to be the catalyst in this process from ideation to action. And third, without related to the question of how much time passed between when you thought about it and when you actually did it, it's really, we found that 75% said it was less than half an hour from when they thought about it to when they attempted. Now that's a very short amount of time. And, over half were less than 10 minutes. And this is actually not surprising though, because in this study done by Kathy Barber and her team out of Harvard School of Public Health, they have a great study, a great website called Means Matter. I put it right there if you want to take a look at it. But the findings in a study by Houston of teens and young adults found that half of them deliberated for less than 20 minutes and a quarter for less than 5 minutes. And then another study by Diesenhammer showed that half deliberated for less than 10 minutes. So really, the amount of time that people are thinking about suicide before they act on it is very short. And so why is this important? Well, it's because these suicidal thoughts, they can be fleeting and worsened by these interpersonal factors in a matter of seconds. And what that's demonstrating to us is the importance of access to means and limiting them. So we know that means safety is such a critical thing because the suicidal crisis is often short-lived. And we know that firearms is the most lethal means, which, going back to speaking specifically to athletes and the military and their unique risks, military have greater access than civilians to firearms. So they're just disproportionately a greater risk because of this. And for a lot of college athletes, a lot of college campuses pose a greater risk for lethal means. There's a lot of campuses with bridges, trains, high buildings, and things where the likelihood that they will die using that method is much higher than another. So these are things we really need to consider when we're looking at suicide prevention efforts in these communities. So now that we kind of understand some of the theory and the nuances involved in why people die by suicide, let's examine a little bit further what may put college athletes at unique risk. So about, I think it was like a year ago, Elaine Anton Lotrulio, who's here somewhere, she reached out to me to collaborate on a study she was beginning to conduct of a systematic review of suicide risk factors unique to college athletes. And I was excited to work with her, and she's just doing some really amazing work. And in the study, we came up with 5 main themes. I'm going to list them quickly, and then I'll get into each one. First, what is unique to college athletes is this convergence of academic and athletic pressures, toxic team culture, barriers to accessing services, complexities of the athlete identity, and experiencing injury. So let's go through each here. When we talk about convergence of academic and athletic pressure, it's so important to think about all that the college athlete has to do. It is really, I mean, I played, you know, gosh, I think I'm coming up on my 25th reunion this year, which is crazy to me, but the amount of time we spent, you know, on the ice and in competition and in training, it's much less than it is now. Like it is an absolute day-to-day grind for these college athletes. It's a lot. Now I'm not saying that in a negative way. It just is. It is a lot of time and effort they're putting into it. And what that does is it makes it really difficult when you have to put all that time and effort into your academics. And, whereas there's a lot of college students who come in and all they have to focus on, not all college students, but some, all they have to focus on is their academics. That's all they need to do. So when athletes come into this and they have to focus on both, it is a lot of time, a lot of pressure. And what it can do is these time demands, they can affect sleep and nutrition in really important ways. And what we know is at the bare minimum, the most important thing you can focus on is what you're eating and how you're sleeping in order to feel better. So athletes don't have enough time to sleep oftentimes, or else something else is going to suffer. And so, and because of this and this pressure to perform in these multiple areas of their life, and never mind academics and athletics, what about being a friend? Being with your roommates. Some are in sororities or fraternities. Some are in other clubs or other things that they do. It is a lot on people's plates. And these are young adults. These aren't adults. These are young adults, older adolescents who haven't yet, are just learning to build these skills in time management and, balance. And I think it was you, Dr. Shi, talking about balance, just like screw that word. Yeah. I mean, you cannot balance anything. It's like, it's going with your own values and what it is that is important to you to focus in on that time and being fully present. But it's easy for us to say as old people, right? But as young, no offense to you, I'm older than you probably, but young kids, this is hard. This is a hard thing to teach them. It's very, very difficult because it's a skill that you acquire as your brain develops. The second one we find is toxic team culture. Now, toxic team culture can be look like a variety of things. First of all, coaching. Coaching varies across different places, across different universities, but especially nowadays compared to, a few decades ago, any sort of yelling, critical coaching is really become less and less and less effective over time. And it feels abusive to these young athletes a lot of the time. For people like us, when we grew up, maybe it was just kind of the norm and what people did. But as we're learning, there's been more and more transformational leaders who have come out and to show us you don't need to just yell and scream at people and criticize them to motivate people. In fact, that actually is not motivating. So it's been thanks to some of these wonderful coaches, I personally love looking at Carol Lawson's stuff from Duke, Coach K when he was at Duke, just a lot of people who are really great role models for great coaching. But I think that kids today, they are not motivated by this. They don't stand for it either. They will stand up to it, which I think is very impressive. But it's this toxic team culture that often comes from the top down, from the coaching. Also, hazing and other forms of interpersonal violence among teammates. There's thankfully been people are cracking down on hazing more so than, a couple decades ago, but it's still very prevalent. And not just overt hazing, but also just interpersonal communication patterns that are not healthy and not helpful can really affect an athlete's mental health. And what it does when you're in a toxic team environment, when there's a toxic team culture, it affects your psychological safety. It affects how you feel in that environment. So you don't feel comfortable taking risks on the field, off the field, wherever. Your confidence will suffer, and it can have long-term health and mental health implications. Another issue, and we've talked about this a lot today too, which is great, is this barriers to accessing services. So what we know about student athletes is that they are less likely to seek mental health services than their non-athlete peers. The reasons why for this is unclear, and it's probably different from place to place. One thing we know though is that some of it is about stigma and a pressure to hide it. That if you go seek help, that you're considered weak or vulnerable, and it's not good to be vulnerable because you need to show everyone around you that you're mentally strong because that's what is expected of you. And oftentimes in college, university settings, even if those services are offered there, they worry their coaches will find out. Even if they don't, they will worry they will, just because they're under the same umbrella. Like I have a couple contracts as an outside contractor with two colleges, Stonehill College and Brown University, where I work with the women's hockey teams. And part of the reason they brought me in as an outsider is for that reason, because they're not using their college health services because they're afraid that things will be reported. And so luckily, these are two great coaches that I work with who find that, mental health is very important, and they want to give that. They want to put money towards it and the resources towards it and give that to their young athletes. There's, in addition to these concerns of confidentiality, which is a barrier to accessing services, a lot of times they're afraid to utilize the regular college mental health services because they don't think they're going to understand the role of sports to them. A lot of times, and I'm sure a lot of the therapists in here who work with athletes will agree with me that a lot of times people will come to us as, maybe we're their third stop, and they'll say, my past two clinicians just have told me to quit when I say that something's going wrong with my sport. Like, I don't want to quit. I just want to, my sport's important to me. But they often feel misunderstood by certain mental health professionals. The other issue and barrier to accessing services is when help is not accessible. So what we mean by help being not accessible is a few things. Number one, maybe you're under-resourced at the school and there literally isn't the help. Or maybe that, I think Suzanne Potts was talking about it earlier about if your athlete mental health services are not housed near your athletic department, they probably won't use it. Or right near them. They often don't want to go into the college health services. At Harvard, we have when you walk over a bridge to get to the athletics. And so I've talked with them before, if you don't put counseling over the bridge, across the river, no one's going to go. They're not going to go. So it's all about making it accessible to it however you can to whatever college athlete population that you have. Another one that we found is of a contributor, unique risk factor for athletes is the overall complexities of the athlete identity. What we know about college athletes is that they have a dual role of student and athlete. And this role, the athlete role, can hold a lot of things. Number one, it can hold a lot of status a lot of times, okay, which can play into a lot of their reason, for or against seeking help. It also can hold a lot of pressure and oftentimes a lot of stigma. I mean, for us, I remember when I was there, all of our teammates, when we got there as first years, they said, do not wear your issued stuff to class. You'll get discriminated against by the professors. Don't go. They'll give you worse grades. So that stuff happened then. Maybe it's different now, but there's a lot of different roles that athlete role can play. And the other thing that we want to think about too is this athlete role at some point in everyone's life does come to an end. And when it does come to an end, there is an enormous sense of loss and disconnection. And athletes often think without this athlete identity, who am I? which is why it's so important. And people have said it throughout today, which is wonderful. You know, you are not an athlete. You are a person who plays sports, and you're a person first. And it is the single most important thing I think that a coach can say, that other people like parents can say, because it is, and it needs to be repeated frequently, because especially, you know, in, you know, today's world with this, just such an emphasis on, you know, and people were talking about today, like colleges want to win, like they have to keep their jobs. We need kids to understand, and young adults on these teams, like you are a person, your self-worth is detached from your performance. It is just imperative that we're really imparting this on our kids. Lastly, experiencing injury. So injury is, it in itself can sometimes be a traumatic event, the actual injury itself. It often requires surgery, lengthy rehab. And when you're out, it has a very strong effect on your identity. You know, you're a part of a team until you tear that ACL, and then you're on the sidelines for a long time, and you feel disconnected from the team. You feel stressed about whether or not are you going to be able to come back. If I do come back, how am I going to do this? Am I going to be as good as I was before? You know, there's so much going on. Any injured athletes in this room, I'm sure, can relate to what this feels like. And it carries a tremendous risk for suicide. Just simply experiencing that injury and the disconnectedness that can come with it, and how hard it is on your confidence coming back. So, although understanding these unique risk factors for athletes is a really important first step, we need to go beyond these risk factors to get a real nuanced understanding of why student athletes die by suicide. Autopsy studies, survivor interviews, they can aid in helping us understand this. And Elaine Anton-Lotrulio is doing a study on this currently as the next step from the systematic review, to really understand like the why behind it all. You know, it's not enough to just know what the risk factors are. We really need to dig deeper, and also to really start putting interventions for student athletes at the forefront. And I loved what people were talking about earlier today too, about how we don't need to reinvent the wheel here. You know, what works, athletes are humans first. So what's going to work for, you know, the gold standard for, you know, for instance, like our gold standard for a suicidal crisis is doing a safety planning intervention. That is going to work for athletes too. However, the way we implement it may look different. The way finding out where and how to best do this with athletes is where the challenge is, I think. More of a focus on implementation research with the evidence base we already have is going to be really important. So finally, let's talk a little bit about some of our implications for prevention, okay? I think that it is so important that coaches, trainers, everybody, and this has been said all day today too, which is it's always wonderful when so many people are, you know, preaching similar things. It means we are on the same page, and it's just a matter of getting this disseminated and getting action, taking action steps here. But we want to make sure that there is a lot of education and training. Now, the question could be too, like, what kind of education and training? What are we training them to do? You know, there is, you know, gatekeeper training is evidence-based too, that it's helpful. There is, I believe, a specific gatekeeper training for coaches. I think it's a QPR one, but I apologize that I can't remember exactly which one it is. But for athletes, that is, it's just really important that we're doing this. I also, you know, think that like Department of Defense education, you know, they're a little, I think, actually further along than the athlete space, given how, you know, disproportionately at risk that military personnel and veterans are. But, you know, there needs to continue to be put funds into this training for everyone working with veterans in the military in any capacity. The second thing we need to focus on when we talk about prevention is fostering supportive environments. Now, this is this is everywhere. This is supportive environments on teams at the university level. It's for athletes, it's so important that people feel supported, that they can come when there is a concern and that they're not going to be punished for it. It's very easy to say this though, to foster a supportive environment, much harder to do so, because there is this, the emphasis on winning, it at times can contrast with the other. And there could be accountability issues that come up. There's a lot of difficulties, a lot of concerns that can come up with this idea of fostering supportive environments. And a lot of coaches that I talk with aren't quite sure how to do it because they want to make sure they're continuing to push their athletes athletically as they should, but they're not sure because they're not trained as a mental health professional how far to push, how to do so. So I think there needs to be some partnerships between us as therapists, as educators, of how to help them do it in different ways where they can still, meet their goal of winning, but, make sure they're doing it in a way that's emotionally healthy for the young adults that they're affecting. Identity development beyond the athlete and the service member is critical. I mean, so much work that I do now with athletes is about who they are as a person outside of their sport. Because with an injury or something like that, sport can be pulled from you any second. Or even if you're not injured, you get benched, something happens, something goes wrong in your sport, it can feel like life is over, especially for young adults and teenagers. So being able to help people develop their identity beyond the athletic arena is so critical. It's also important when athletes do get injured. How do we keep them connected? This is super important, I think, because we need to do a better job of this, I think, as coaches, as trainers, as anybody involved in the mental health of the athlete. We need to figure out better ways to keep them connected, because it feels very alone when you're on the sideline. It really does. And it's something that I think there just needs to be more support poured in for this. And I think, one way that can be helpful, I'm just going to kind of skip over a little bit to the peer support piece, is if peers support can aid in some of this connectedness. Peers all over the place are wanting to give back. Look at how many young adult athletes are in this room right now here. It's because they care and they want to make it better for everybody else. So we need to leverage this. Daphne Faldy and Maura McCarthy and I, we started a company called Athletes Better Together, and it's a peer mentoring company where we have a bunch of really motivated young mentors who want to give back and want to be able to help young athletes in high school and in colleges with any sort of mental health struggles that they may have. And I really think this is the key for athletes. And like you see all of the nonprofits who are here talking about what they're doing, that's what they're doing. They're bringing, they're going to where everyone's at, where these kids are, what they want. They don't want to hear from someone like me, a 46-year-old woman, telling them anything. They want to hear from people who've just been through it. They want to learn from them. So let's bring those people to them. I think that's going to be one of the most important things we can continue to keep doing. And it's awesome to see so many of us are doing it in this room. We also really need to improve the delivery and the accessibility of mental health care. I think that the DoD is trying to do it with the military. I think the college athletics is trying to do it. I think it's struggling though to figure out what's effective, because I think there's just a lack of trust there still that we need to figure out how to help. There's a lack of resources in a lot of places. It's definitely an unequal distribution of resources, very difficult. So we need to work on that piece to figure out like how and why are athletes now not getting the care that they need. So maybe we need to do some more needs assessment within different universities to figure this out place to place. I'm not sure. Again, I don't think this is a one size fits all. I think every place is a little bit different. And lastly, and I'll argue most importantly, is that I think means safety, including safe storage and gun lock distribution programs, that's what's going to move the needle on suicide, is means safety. It really is, because that's ultimately who dies by suicide, it's the people who use the most lethal means. So that's going to be the most important critical part. So I just want to thank you all for, for listening and for the time taken. Feel free to reach out to me if you're interested in collaborating, talking, anything like that. I'm going to switch the slide now though and put up, I'll put up the evaluation slide, but open it up for questions too, while that's up there. Does that sound about right, Matt? Okay. And I hope I'm okay on time. I have no clue what time it is, so. All right, good. Okay. All right, so we have some time for questions. Anybody, anybody? Yeah. Hi, Taylor. For the one, my study that I did? The one, because only one of these is my studies. Do you mean the? Oh, okay, yes. So that's a great question. So that was a qualitative study that I did on very short money, meaning like, I knew NIH wasn't going to fund anything qualitative because they just don't. But I'm a big believer that qualitative research is super important to understanding the why behind why we do things. So that's partly why I had to do everything myself at that point. But it was a hospital that where I used to be affiliated with, and I did a lot of work on the inpatient psychiatric unit there, and it was we just sampled. They had to meet the eligibility criteria was that they had to have made a suicide attempt in the past week. That was their reason for being there. And that was like pretty much the main thing. And so and because of the unit that I was working on, a lot of the teens do come in after that. So we're actually able to complete the study relatively quickly that way. Yeah. Good questions. Yep.
I'll bring the microphone out too, but so sorry, the QR code is for American Psychological Association credits for those of you who want or need those.
Was there a high prevalence in the study you were just talking about, or just in the work that you've been doing? You mentioned interpersonal relationships. Is there a high focus on, because we're focusing on young adults a little bit here, on like boyfriend, girlfriend, like romantic relationships? And do you think there's an importance for looking into that kind of specifically, or is it kind of just like, should we just look at interpersonal relationships in general?
Great question. I always think if you can look at something with more specificity, you'll get more, more clarification on it. Because it wasn't the central goal of this study, we did ask about that. So like if we were to go back and take a look at all the transcripts, we could tell which were relationships, romantic relationships, which were friendships, which were, familial. We could look at all of that for sure. But for the purposes of this study, our sample was too small too, to really look, too in depth about that. Although an N of 20 for a qualitative study is pretty typical with respect to what you would imagine finding, saturation. But so yeah, I think it depends on your research question. If you want to ask specifically about romantic relationships and their impact on suicidal thoughts and behaviors, then the key is to make sure that all of your whether it's qualitative interviews, your questioning, or if it's quantitative, your the measures you're using are mapping directly on to the types of research questions that you're asking. But the most important thing you can it's important that we're asking questions about anything we think's important. And I agree that I do think that the romantic relationship piece is huge. And I can speak from that anecdotally, working with suicidal teens for a lot of my lifetimes, that's frequently a big piece of it. Because a lot of times when you lose a romantic partner, it's a loss of self as well. And it brings up a lot. Yeah.
In your study, these these patients, I mean, obviously they survived.
Yes.
Was the reason why they survived, was it because their attempt was interrupted, or was it because it didn't work?
That's a great question. For this sample, none of them were interrupted or aborted attempts. So just for people to know kind of the terminology there, an interrupted attempt is when somebody tries to kill themselves, but somebody else interrupts the process. Whereas an aborted attempt is when somebody goes to try to do something to kill themselves, but they stop themselves. So all of these were, a lot of the kids that were in this study were, they came to us after having been on a medical unit and, had to have medical treatment, and luckily they survived and were here after having survived an attempt.
So Kim, we had one question online. Can you address the intersection of substance misuse and suicide?
In a few minutes? No. But I will, yes. Okay, I will. I mean, this is another passion of mine too. Another area of my research, but there is a very strong bidirectional relationship. I mostly have done, I have to say, I've mostly done alcohol use studies, and that's more where my knowledge is than other substances. But speaking with alcohol use and suicidality, there's a very strong bidirectional relationship, meaning like when people use alcohol, it can it causes like the disinhibition that may cause somebody to act on suicidal thoughts. But also sometimes the effect of alcohol as a depressant can have its own sort of effects on suicidality. So it's like the worst drug, the worst substance for suicidality, I feel. However, what we've seen recently with marijuana, with cannabis, is really concerning because we're seeing a lot of there's so much mixed information and mixed results from studies on cannabis use and the relationship with suicidality. Because what typically happens is people typically, when they're using, they're not feeling suicidal. That's why they're using a lot of the time. They're using cannabis. But then what happens is if you use cannabis for such a long amount of time, it attacks and I'm not an MD, so forgive me for speaking in layman's terms here, but it attacks the motivational and reward system in your brain, so that over time, like you don't develop the coping skills and the things you need to be able to really manage like suicidal crises when they come along. And so it has long-term effects on your brain, such that we're seeing that it actually, even though in the beginning it may seem that using cannabis may have a protective effect against suicide, in the long term, it's really detrimental. So that's another really, dirty drug with respect to suicide that we want to watch out for. But I think it's also important, though, it's not a one-size-fits-all approach with substances and suicide. Like, not everybody uses to self-medicate. While some do, not everybody does. Some people will use and then their suicidal thoughts will come about the next day. So it's really about like understanding, whether it's as a peer or as a researcher or a clinician, like really asking the right questions to understand for that individual what is how that suicidal process is coming about for them. So those are just a couple little thoughts of mine on suicide and substance use.
Dr. Twing does a lot of research on generational kind of trends. And one of the things she trends from is 2012, when the smartphone came alive. And all the numbers of adolescents, for example, having their first sexual partner, taking their first drink of alcohol, have dipped significantly, which my question to you is, now when we're talking to these young adults in between that 19-24 range, are you asking any of those questions, understanding like, is the first time that we're dipping into more risky behaviors, or we're like gradually independent from our families and don't have that support system at our home? Is that just happening right now at the college level? Have you dipped into any of that background?
And are you talking about I just want to make sure I understand your question. So are you asking if for all these generational changes that we're seeing, am I as a clinician asking those questions when I'm working with athletes, or am I as a researcher doing that work?
Both.
Okay. Well, I have to say, I was heavy on research for, that was the bulk of what I did. I'm a social worker by training, did my bulk of my work in research while I was having kids, because it was just easier for me to deal when you're so exhausted as a mom, to just focus on the research. But now that I have the emotional capacity to do the clinical work, which is what I really, really love, that's what I've been doing the past like 5 years or so. So for right now, I'm not investigating that in a research way in any way. I've kind of, put the brakes on a little bit with the research and put the gas on with the clinical work. But what I will say about the clinical work is that I always talk with them about this kind of stuff. I think the most important thing we can do as clinicians is get as curious as we can about the person that's sitting across from us. Like, to really, the best work is done when you really get to see the soul of the person that's sitting across from you, and what makes them tick, what sparks them, what are their values, especially when you're working with someone who's suicidal. And when you find that you can be that curious and that empathic and be able to sit with them in that moment, you're gonna get your answers. You're gonna find out, is there some generational pieces here that are contributing to their current symptomatology? Who knows? But they know. They're the experts on themselves. We as clinicians, we're not the experts. We've learned the skills and tools we need to know how to do good questioning, to help them to make the best decisions for them and their life, to help them through their suicidal crisis. So I hope that helped a little bit, but I don't know.
Hello. So as a psychiatric provider and former crisis worker, we're taught and trained to go by, plan, means, and intent. We're taught to assess for those things, and, to the degree that they meet one or the other, then we send forth to call crisis, or we educate them about, crisis line and, hotline and the safety plan and all of that, which is great. However, according to your data and your research, it suggests that the time from when you were thinking about it to the time where it actually happened successfully limits the ability to do any of those interventions successfully. So what are immediate interventions that you believe could be successful at truly, preventing a successful suicide from happening? Are there interventions that can immediately be helpful? Or are we truly looking at prevention, what we can do on the preventative side to even keep it from going to that direction?
These are such great questions, and I wish I could talk with you for like an hour about this, but I think, okay, so a few things. One, I think that if you look at the Stanley and Brown safety plan, which is like the gold standard, the first step of that safety plan is talking about warning signs, right? So by doing that intervention, before we get to the point where they're in that suicidal crisis, we're helping them to learn from themselves about how to figure out what is going to set me off. So in that sense, I think it is more preventative, doing that safety planning intervention, because the hope is that if we do the safety planning intervention with them, that their ability to de-escalate themselves before getting into the suicidal crisis that's going to be the key. But it also points to how important means safety is, and doing especially just like making sure that if the people you're working with have access to a firearm. And it's not just saying, do you own a gun? You always want to make sure you can say, do you have the ability to get a gun? Because most people don't necessarily own it, especially young adults and teens, but they may have the ability to get one. So, I want to emphasize that piece. But one last thing to bring up to that is this idea of method substitution. And this was part of the reason I actually did this study in the first place, because I was so interested in okay, so let's say we take all of the medication out of the cabinet. We get rid of all of the means. Will they then step it up to something more lethal, like going to and again, trigger warning for people if this is hard to hear about, but will they feel like they want to walk to a train station or go off a higher building, something that's more lethal. I was more interested in that because I personally, when I work with parents, I instruct them, get the Tylenol out of your medicine cabinet because that's lethal, but keep the Advil in there because what if they in that 30-minute window take whatever they have to them? A harm reduction approach is that if they take the bottle of Advil, they will not die from that. So we can save a life in that way. But and what really got me thinking about this was one girl I worked with who she had type 1 diabetes and did her own insulin. And she almost died because her parents took away her razors that she used to cut. And to keep herself from killing herself, she would cut herself. And they took away her razors, and instead she took a lethal insulin dose and almost died because that method, she stepped it up because she had the access to it. So this is it's just so hard for clinicians, and the work we do is so difficult and so nuanced. And I think I really think at the end of the day, it comes down to relationship building with the people you're working with, letting them know they can be honest with you and you're not going to immediately psychiatrically hospitalize them, just sitting with them, being empathic, trying to help them become the expert on themselves so that they can take the steps to do what they need to do to help themselves in a suicidal crisis.
Dr. Kimberly, thank you. My name is Emily Houston. I'm the founder of Home Team, Retired and Injured Athlete Mental Health. One of the areas that I'm becoming really interested in is the impact of NIL and suicidality. And, my personal concern is that death by suicide for NCAA athletes could become the #1 reason. So I'm just curious to hear what your thoughts are on that and
Yeah.
from a holistic perspective.
We don't know what's going to happen with this, right? It's going to be an interesting time period. But I would say, let's remember that it's never one thing that causes suicide. Like it's not like the NIL stuff that will cause it. But what it will do is it will bring up things that will then make the intrapersonal stuff, like, feeling not good enough, like all these kind of like emotions that will be fueled, right? So it's about finding interventions, I think, that will help these young athletes to be able to make their own decisions about social media use and things like that may be able to see how is this affecting me when I look on Instagram and I see that this person got an NIL deal, or how does it feel when I actually compare myself to somebody else? Because these things it's going to happen. We cannot control the fact that NIL deals are going to happen. Some people are going to get them. Some people aren't. It's going to, it's just going to look way more like a business than college athletes around. This is just what it is. This is what our society's turning into. So now it's how do we help kids to deal with that and manage that? So I don't know. I wish I had the answers for that. Unfortunately, I don't think anyone does.
So I think we have one, maybe this is the last question. Sounds like a decent one to end on. I'm going to try to paraphrase it for a second. Can you explain the proper steps on how, I'm going to say essentially a first responder, a coach, an athletic trainer, somebody else, a first sergeant, somebody that's directly involved with somebody, how they should handle self-harm among their athlete, among their service member, et cetera?
Self-harm, meaning, so the thing with self-harm is it can mean a lot of different things. I think people often will self-harm but not have suicide intent, which is very different. So I guess my answer would be to be not afraid to ask them about it. Just openly and honestly, just ask them, if it's that they maybe have noticed self-harm, oh, what's that? And just kind of have have you hurt yourself? And if you know the person, just doing it in a genuinely empathic and curious way, and you must be hurting, tell me about it. And just remember that you don't need to have to know what to do in that situation. You just need to listen. You need to be able to let them, you know, say how they feel and just tell them that you're there for them. I think too many times we think we need to fix things in conversations when really all we need to do is sit there and listen. And even if you don't know the right steps to take, if you're for young adults and teens, it's like there are trusted adults in your lives you can go to who can help you with those decisions. But don't just shy away from the conversation because it scares you. We should all in this room become comfortable with having discussions about suicide and self-harm. Like we have to be if we want to move the needle on this. You know, just like mental health and health, you know, mental health is health. Like suicide is a cause of death. We need to be able to talk about it. We need to be able to ask people about it. It's so critical. And I do think we've come a long way, but I think the more and more empathic dialogue we can have with each other about it, I think that's going to make the difference.
Awesome. Thank you. Thank you so much, Kim.
Thank you. Thank you again for having me.
So a couple quick things. I'm gonna go to this mic, I think. Can everybody hear me okay? So not to put in too big of a plug, I don't like doing personal plugs, but we actually do have a training for athletic staff, a suicide prevention training, and one for athlete to athlete. So we'll talk a little bit more about that. So if you see a Vital Cog table out there, that's our training, and it's for athletic staff and athlete to athlete, student athlete suicide prevention. So, and I know others have trainings as well, but I felt like I had the microphone and I'll put that plug there. So we do have a break until about 1:15, and then our next presentation is going to be on concussions and youth, young athletes. So that'll be a super interesting one, and then we'll have 2 more panels after that. So 15-minute break. So come back 1:15. Thank you. One, two, three. Eyes on me, right? There you go. Yep. I learned that from our daughter does that. Not to us. She just walks away from us. But she does it when she's a coach. So she does it sometimes when she's a coach. So I am here. I'm not going to butcher anything but your name. So I am here to introduce Anne Lontine.
Beautifully done.
Thank you. And she is going to talk about concussions and mental health among youth athletes, right?
Yep.
Right. I won't take it from you. I'll let you speak.
All right, thanks so much. Can everyone hear me okay? All right, so I'm Anne Lontine. I'm a pediatric psychologist at Children's Hospital of Colorado and an assistant professor at the University of Colorado Department of Physical Medicine and Rehab. And I'm honored to be here today to talk with you all about concussions and mental health, a primer for student athletes and those on their team. The objectives for today's talk are first to describe the connection between concussions and mental health in youth. Next, to identify factors that might contribute to a prolonged recovery or recovery that's taking a lot longer than we would expected after a concussion for youth. And lastly, to introduce some cognitive behavioral therapy, or what we call CBT strategies, as an effective component of concussion care for student athletes. Taken together, I'm hoping that these objectives highlight the mental health outcomes and the side of recovery for a physical injury like a concussion, because they're just as important. And I'm a little bit biased because I'm a psychologist, but mental health is important. And even though I'm a psychologist, today's talk is not intended to be a substitute for professional mental health care. So if you or someone you know are struggling with mental health concerns, please connect with a mental health counselor. In Colorado, there are really significant movements to increase accessibility for mental health services. And so youth and adults might be eligible for up to 6 free sessions of therapy through something called iMatter. And if you need additional support, contacting your primary care doctor or a school counselor is a wonderful place to start. And I'd be remiss if I didn't highlight that if it's a mental health crisis or emergency, please call 988, which is our mental health equivalent for 911. Go to the nearest emergency room or contact Colorado Crisis Services, which are available 24/7, 365 over phone or over text. And on their website, it says there is no wrong reason to call. So please contact them if you need them. A little bit about me. So I'm a pediatric rehabilitation psychologist. I've been in Colorado for over 12 years now. I received my PhD in child clinical psychology at the University of Denver and completed my training at Pediatric Mental Health Institute here at Children's Colorado and received some specialized training in post-traumatic stress disorders. I matched for internship at Boston Children's Hospital and then went across the country to Stanford to complete my fellowship, which brings me up to my current job where I've been for about 4.5 years now as a pediatric rehab psychologist at Children's. I'm our psychologists and are embedded in our concussion clinic. And a big part of my outpatient job is providing cognitive behavioral therapy and other types of talk therapy for kids after a concussion. It takes a village though, and there are lots of different members of our multidisciplinary team for kids and supporting them after concussion. So I just wanted to take a minute to introduce you to our team members. So we have our medical providers who are the ones diagnosing concussion and ruling out medical emergencies. They're the ones providing initial education, recommendations, guidelines, and reassurance. And qualitative studies show that this is one of the most helpful parts of recovery for kids in knowing what to expect and how long a recovery should take. We have our physical therapists who support the physical aspects of a concussion and help with things like balance, dizziness, vestibular challenges, headaches, neck pain, and they help support our youth in returning to activities safely. We have neuropsychologists on our team, which is a fancy way of saying our thinking doctors. They help with some of the cognitive complaints that happen after a concussion, things like brain fog, difficulty with memory or attention. And they can help understand what problems might be due to concussion and what problems might be due to other things. We've studied this. Having a half day of testing is an intervention in and of itself. So for our youth that come in and complete testing, they often report feeling reassured and having a better roadmap of where to go next. We have our behavioral health team, which I'm here to represent today. We're our feelings doctors or our emotional support after a concussion. We provide short-term therapy for kids, targeting both unpleasant symptoms that happen after concussion, as well as changes in mood and anxiety. And our goals in this side of the team are really to increase functioning. So we want to get youth back to activities and back to doing things that are important to them, and to teach them some active and adaptive coping strategies along the way. And lastly, we're really lucky to have an educational liaison on our team who helps with getting kids back to school and setting up temporary accommodations in school, providing education for teachers, and really supporting school reentry. So as I said before, it can be complicated, and we each kind of have our niche on the team, all with the goal of getting kids feeling better and feeling more like themselves after a concussion. One of the things we do, as all of our team members do, is provide education about concussions. We know that lots of people Google concussions and they can come across some startling information. Lots of the teens we talk to say, I have a traumatic brain injury. And concussion and traumatic brain injury are used interchangeably. We like to highlight that concussions are a mild version of a traumatic brain injury, that it's an injury to the brain that disrupts how the brain usually works, typically caused by a sudden jolt or a blow to the brain, although lots of people hit their heads and never sustain a concussion. And it's really that rapid movement in the skull which leads to temporary chemical changes in the brain, which is what causes those unpleasant symptoms at the beginning. So if we look at concussions on CT or MRI scans, they don't show up. They do not include any kind of structural change and do not involve bleeding to the brain. So it's important to know kind of what happened to you and to empower youth with knowledge about what we expect with recovery after this. Concussions are really common, so between 1 to 2 million youth experience a concussion every year. We know that about 1 in 5 teenagers have had a history of a concussion in their lifetime. And that, I know I'm talking to an audience of student athletes, but concussions are really prevalent among athletes, particularly among contact sports. So football, hockey, soccer, wrestling, and rugby are some of our riskier activities. In the general population, we see peaks in concussion for teenagers ages 15 to 19. We know that other developmental tasks come online in this time, things like driving, that can be related to this. And then we also know that males are more likely to have concussions than females. Some of this is thought to be due to risk-taking and impulsivity. There are lots of different ways besides sports that concussions can happen. So things like car accidents or assaults or falls. An interesting fact is that falls account for about 40% of concussions. And I put this on there to highlight that concussions can happen to anybody, and they happen to a lot of people. And so sometimes this information can help the youth we're working with feel a little bit less alone, that they're not the only person or the first person we've seen that has a concussion. And when we think about recovery and trajectories after a concussion, I want to highlight that every individual's recovery is different. So although most youth return to baseline within a few days to a few weeks, we know that up to 30% or 1 in 3 youth will report persisting symptoms at 4 weeks. And that 1 month marker is really our marker for categorizing recovery as being a prolonged recovery for youth. There are 4 categories of persisting symptoms in this prolonged recovery period. They fall into physical symptoms, things like headaches or dizziness, cognitive symptoms, things like attention problems or issues with processing speed, emotional symptoms, so irritability or mood swings or anxiety, and then behavioral symptoms, so changes in behaviors, things like sleep. And for youth, the most common persisting symptoms are fatigue, headaches, irritability or grumpiness, and mood swings. And I want to highlight that there's an overlay between persisting symptoms and mental health. So for fatigue, for example, that can be due to changes in activity level after a concussion. It can also be due to things like depression that can happen after a concussion that can cause fatigue. So it can be really hard to disentangle how much of this is due to the concussion, how much of it is due to other changes or increases in mental health symptoms after a concussion. So it's a little bit of a chicken and an egg, the link between mental health and concussions. So we know that 50% or half of youth that have a sports-related concussion endorse emotional symptoms after their concussion. We know that youth with concussions experience more mental health challenges. So when we compare youth with a concussion or head injury to someone that broke their arm, youth with concussion are 40% more likely to develop emotional challenges compared to their same age peers that have an orthopedic injury without a head impact. About 1 in 3 adolescents with a concussion report feeling increased anxiety or depression afterwards. And for 50% of these youth, these are brand new concerns. They'd never experienced anxiety or depression before. So I want to highlight that there is a high prevalence of changes in mood and anxiety and mental health symptoms after a concussion. But we also know that these are risk factors for prolonged recovery. So for youth that have anxiety or depression before their concussion, they can take twice as long to recover from a concussion than their peers without mental health challenges. And when we study all of the different symptoms that come up after concussion, psychological symptoms often take the longest time to resolve. So we hear kids feeling better from dizziness perspectives or from headache or fatigue, but I'd say about 3 to 4 months after concussion is when we see increases in anxiety and depression start to go away. In terms of why this happens, we know that there are many reasons that kids might have lower mood, increased anxiety, or new challenges after a concussion, and I wanted to put a couple of them up here. So it's particularly for our athletes who are incredibly active, that there's a significant change that can happen in activity level with restrictions in returning to sports that can trigger mood and anxiety symptoms, especially if sports are your coping mechanism. We know that being less active can lead to sleep difficulties, and that can lead to fatigue and changes in mood and anxiety. That isolation from teammates, feeling lonely, that can trigger changes in mood and anxiety. That you're experiencing all kinds of unpleasant symptoms, so headaches, dizziness, brain fog, and that feeling bad, physical health can impact our mental health. We often hear that concussions are unique because they're an invisible injury. Others can't see the impact. So unlike a broken arm where you might have a cast on and someone can look at you and say, oh, I know what happened there. that others looking at our youth with concussions can't always see what happened, and that can be really frustrating for our kids. And then significant changes in identity, especially if sports is a big part of who our teens and our young adults are, that not being able to play in an important game or an important season, that can lead to kind of just feelings of loss and wondering, who am I? So although pre-injury mental health is our strongest predictor of how people do after a concussion in terms of mental health, many people without any psychiatric history report new onset anxiety and depression symptoms. And at Children's Hospital, we work with kids from ages 2 to 25. And so we are often thinking about a developmental pattern in the types of symptoms we're seeing. So for our adolescents and young adults, we're often looking for internalizing symptoms, things like depression, anxiety, and post-traumatic stress. For our younger children, typically after a concussion, we see an increase in externalizing behaviors. So things like impulsivity and difficulties with attention and acting out behaviors. And despite how common mental health concerns are, we know that there's a significant gap in the field, that very few youth are referred for therapy. And I think this highlights the need for screening and proactively discussing mental health consequences of concussion openly. On this slide, I wanted to put some tips or some suggestions for how to start these conversations for anyone working with a student athlete. So starting with just acknowledging, so saying, in my experience, concussions can have an impact on emotional health. Validating that this can be really hard. So injuries like this can be challenging not only physically, but we also know they can be hard mentally. Normalizing and helping student athletes not feel alone. So many student athletes report changes in their mood or stress after a concussion. How are you doing? We think that universal screening is really helpful because most mental health symptoms can't be seen. And just asking these questions is opening up the conversation and validating this often overlooked aspect of recovery. There are a couple of screening measures out there that are free. So the Generalized Anxiety Disorder 7, or the GAD-7, is a 7-item quick self-report screener. And research out there shows that even if it hasn't hit a clinical level, that for every 1-point increase on this self-report, that we see a greater likelihood of persisting post-concussion symptoms. For mood screening, we use the Patient Health Questionnaire 9. It has a suicidality question on there, and so we don't recommend sending this home with people. We would recommend having a conversation with this one and having appropriate resources available. Instead, if you are just kind of sending screeners home, there's a PHQ-8 item version that can address all of the mood concerns without safety. And so not just screening, but also making sure that there are appropriate referrals for student athletes available, and talking about how psychologists or therapists can really be emotional coaches as part of recovery. I often get asked the question of, I had this physical injury, why am I seeing a psychologist? And so I like to highlight some of the ways that psychology can help with concussion recovery. So first, we know that concussions are really stressful, that there's lots of changes in activity and school and performance, new doctor's appointments. And so psychologists, really our job on the team is to help with stress management. We often talk about how physical injuries impact mental health. So not being able to play or watching your teammates play while sitting on the sidelines, that can often impact anxiety and mood. We also know that mental health impacts recovery. So one of the biggest predictors of how quickly people recover after a concussion are their initial thoughts and expectations about recovery. So we sometimes meet people that think this is going to take 18 months for me to get better, and that they do tend to take longer to get better. And then psychological strategies are great for everybody. I've never met someone that was hurt by learning coping strategies. These strategies can help both with some of the uncomfortable symptoms after concussion, as well as help target mood concerns or anxiety concerns after a concussion. At Children's Hospital of Colorado, we have an intervention program called CSTEP that is a cognitive behavioral therapy program specifically tailored for concussion symptoms. It was developed by Tess Simpson and Kelly McNally. Tess Simpson's one of our psychologists at the hospital, and all of the therapists in our rehab medicine program are trained in CSTEP. Kind of the core conceptualization here is that we can help improve concussion recovery and changes in mood and anxiety by targeting unhelpful thoughts and behaviors after a concussion. It's a short-term treatment program, and so I think this is often reassuring for families that you don't have to be in therapy forever to feel better. And I provided an overview. We'll talk about some of these different modules today, but it can be helpful for knowing what to look for if you're trying to find a counselor after a concussion, looking for someone that provides CBT and that might use some of these different strategies. We love research. We've studied this intervention lots of different ways, and our research shows that it significantly reduces persisting post-concussion symptoms. It helps improve anxiety and depression symptoms, and it also impacts and improves overall quality of life for our youth. And I like to say that often concussions can feel out of control, especially with symptoms. And so we try to refocus on things that are in control and things that we can change in this intervention. This is an overview of some of the CBT strategies that we use to support young athletes. So we focus a lot on stress management. We provide education on the link between stress and persisting symptoms, and I'll go over that on our next slide. We talk a lot about the mind-body connection and how physical health can impact how we feel mentally. So if we're having a headache, that often can impact mood. And likewise, our mental health can impact our physical health too. So we know that increased stress causes headaches. We provide education on fear avoidance, which is really complicated, but in 2 seconds or less, it's the idea that our athletes tend to avoid situations that might trigger their symptoms, and that leads to deconditioning. So it actually takes less of a stimulus over time to trigger those symptoms. And so our goal is to start to gradually get our athletes back to doing things and learning some strategies for managing symptoms. So education is really helpful. It's often really reassuring for our kids and families, and learning stress management strategies are our recommendations here. We focus a lot on health behaviors, sleep, activity, school, and social support. We introduce cognitive behavioral strategies such as cognitive restructuring, helping kids to address some of their worries or their catastrophizing that can happen after a concussion. And then we also support emotionality or changes in mood after a concussion. We do this through kind of helping kids refocus on what's in their control and act on those things and learn coping strategies or how to adapt to things that are out of control. This is our vicious cycle diagram that we use as part of our C-STEP program. At the center of this, you'll see that there is a feedback loop between symptoms and stress. So a symptom would be something like headache. We know that headaches are really stressful, and we also know that stress increases headaches, and that this can kind of snowball. We also know that there are a lot of non-injury related things that can lead to increased stress. Things like lots of doctor's appointments, missing school, having to make up schoolwork. We know that expectations about recovery, fears about re-injury, anxiety, and post-traumatic stress symptoms can increase stress. That physiological changes, so pain and fatigue, lead to increased stress. Changes in sleep routine and not being able to participate in sports are stressful. We know that sometimes it can be confusing and stressful when everyone's checking in on you all the time and asking about symptoms. And then we know there's some things that make certain student athletes more vulnerable to a longer recovery after a concussion. So high family conflict is a risk factor for having a longer recovery. And this is just a highlight reel. There's lots of other things that can happen that are stressful. For example, if there's litigation involved as well. All of these things can feed into stress, which just kind of spirals with the symptoms. So not surprisingly, we target stress and we actively teach stress management strategies. Many of these are probably familiar to you, things like deep breathing or diaphragmatic breathing, cyclical sighing, progressive muscle relaxation, guided imagery, mindfulness strategies, active distraction strategies that can help focus attention on things other than symptoms. And then we pair often with PT and talking about yoga and stretching. There's a wonderful resource out there if any of you are interested in learning these strategies on your own. It's called The Comfortability. It was developed by psychologists at Boston Children's Hospital, specifically for pain, but many of these strategies are going to be helpful for anyone. So they actively teach things like belly breathing and guided imagery and muscle relaxation. In terms of behavior targets, sleep is huge. So we know that youth with poor sleep can take 3 to 4 times longer to recover from concussion. We know that poor sleep is linked to a lot of different concussion symptoms, that it can lead to increased pain, to mood swings, fatigue, and trouble concentrating. And we also know there's lots of reasons that sleep can be hard after a concussion, whether that's activity level or changes in routine, napping and having your whole schedule get disrupted, increased anxiety at bedtime, or changes in mood. We know that one of the things we look for depression symptoms are trouble sleeping or sleeping too much. So we also talk about the link between sleep and activity levels. Often we see people that have rested for a long time and are trying to get back into doing things. And our goal in psychology is to work with our multidisciplinary team to create a plan for how to get back to activities, typically school, social, exercise, and enjoyable activities. And really the key message here is we're trying to find this Goldilocks zone that is a balance between symptoms and activity level. So oftentimes we're working with teens that have more of a boom or bust, which is the graph on the left, where they haven't been doing anything, then they start to feel better, so they do a lot of things, and then they have a crash and burn, and then it takes a little while to ramp back up, and then we're back up and down. And actually what we see is with these really big ups and downs is that it leads to a lower activity level over time. It's a kind of downward trajectory. So it's a nice example of the tortoise versus the hare, because the tortoise tends to do better. On the right, our pacing goal is really to have people start to do activities and then take breaks. And this helps with pain management and just with kind of overall pacing. And we actually see over time the activity level increases gradually. We also introduced cognitive restructuring. This is a very basic example of what this would look like, but often there are some negative automatic thoughts about concussions or symptoms that come up. Things like, oh, these symptoms are never going to go away. I'm not going to get back to baseline. We know that our thoughts can impact how we feel and what we do. So if you're thinking these things, you're going to feel hopeless, and then maybe you're going to skip school that day. And so we try to help youth come up with more helpful coping thoughts that can support recovery. So they're thinking, these symptoms aren't going to last forever. I've never had a headache that lasted, for multiple days at a time. Might make you feel a little bit more motivated, and then attend a school club. In sports psychology, there's a lot of recommendations about creating mantras, things like "you've got this," that can help throughout the recovery process and can help throughout concussion recovery. And then we also work on self-compassion, so helping youth identify a kind or a supportive coach, and then trying to internalize or to channel what that person would say to you when you're having a hard time in your recovery. This is a recent paper that came out in 2024 that highlights some of the common catastrophizing or scary thoughts that can come up after concussion and more helpful reframes. So as an example, thoughts that we often hear are, "my concussion messed me up forever." And we try to work through that. We dissect it, we look for evidence for that, evidence against that, and try to generate a more helpful coping thought, something like, "my doctor said these symptoms are going to get better over time." And this article is available online and was just published last year and includes this worksheet in there as well. So in summary, this is a quick overview of how thoughts and actions can impact concussion recovery. We know with thoughts that providing good education and setting expectations for a positive recovery course can be really helpful. We work with youth to reframe worries into more helpful thoughts. We want to get kids back to doing what matters to them and to functioning, and to doing healthy behaviors, taking care of their sleep and so forth. And stress management is a huge part of all of this. It helps to stop the cycle between stress and persisting symptoms. And it's also multimodal. Not only does it help with symptoms, but it also helps with improving mood and managing stress. So some tips for caregivers and family members of student athletes that have concussions. So first is just awareness, being alert that there are many common changes in mental health that can happen after a concussion. The talk that was right before mine did a beautiful job of saying there's no wrong way to ask. The only wrong thing to do is to not ask. So ask about recovery journey. In our concussion clinic, we often ask, if 0 is not at all back to baseline and 100 is fully back to yourself before your concussion, where are you? Usually kids will give us a number like 75%. And it's a great way to say, okay, well, what's in that last 25%? And for kids to maybe identify, I feel sad or I don't feel like myself. I feel like I'm worrying all the time. So it's a nice open-ended question to ask. As we mentioned before, a positive family environment is a protective factor in promoting recovery. And so we often support caregivers in managing their own stress and anxiety because we know that can impact our youth mental health. We have parents celebrate small victories. So instead of just waiting for the outcome, to really focus on the process and to talk about recovery as being just as important as training and as performance. Some tips for coaches and others working with student athletes. So screen and intervene. Please universally screen for mental health concerns early on and throughout recovery. Be aware that this is something that can happen with a concussion, is that there are emotional impacts. Prioritize mental health as a standard part of recovery from physical injuries. Encourage healthy stress management strategies and healthy behaviors like sleep and activity level. And then refer for a therapist that can provide cognitive behavioral therapy if symptoms are lasting or if you're concerned. This is a resource I love. I've shamelessly stolen it from Scottish Rite, but it's just a handout that we can provide our student athletes that really kind of summarizes a lot of what we've talked about today. Things like taking breaks, encouraging development of identity, both within sports and outside of sports, and taking care of yourself both mentally and physically throughout the recovery process. And this one is available freely online. I highly recommend it. So a couple of limitations of today's presentations. We know every student's experience is different, so this can make it really challenging to have a one-size-fits-all or to address every specific case or need. We might have to require some adaptations depending on developmental stage, cultural concerns, and what types of mental health presenting problems are coming up. And there has been a state of crisis with accessing mental health services for many years in Colorado. And so even if it is best practice to refer and to connect, we recognize that there are barriers to accessing these services across the state. So putting it all together, we know concussions can happen to anyone, with up to 2 million youth having a concussion every year. That we at Children's Hospital are really committed to understanding the developmental challenges that concussions occurring during adolescence and young adult can often occur during kind of times of prime development and changes in brains. We know that thoughts, expectations about recovery and behaviors, so things like sleep and activity, can really shape recovery. And I hope that today was just kind of a plug for raising some awareness and reducing stigma around seeking therapy as part of the recovery process. And we know that accessing mental health early on helps improve long-term outcomes. And so early intervention is key, and we can help to normalize screening practices for all of our student athletes. All right, any questions?
Last one.
That one.
That's the APA.
Yes, if you want your APA CEs, please scan this QR code.
Any questions?
You. My name's Allie Irish. I am currently a PsyD student in Boston, and I'm completing my practicum at a neuropsych assessment center. And we work a lot with concussions, and some are student athletes, a lot of like older aged individuals with TBIs, but a lot of the younger individuals that I see struggle with the anxiety that comes with like a lot of multiple concussions. And you alluded to the something, the Goldilocks method of, one way that we say it is, you push and recover rather than the outlook of, okay, go in a dark room, don't listen to music or anything. And like, that's how you can best recover. We know now, obviously, that that's not the best way to do it. So when we're talking to our patients about the push and recover method of like, it's okay to push yourself even in those moments that maybe you're still having some of those symptoms. But then that anxiety for people who have experienced multiple concussions kind of combats that, and there's nerves around that. I know you primarily work with younger individuals, but have you seen any of that, and how would you approach a situation where there's like a lot of anxiety around it, but that pushing yourself is actually sometimes more productive?
Yeah, oh, that is a great question. And I think I'm glad you brought up the issue of multiple concussions because our approach definitely changes. This is really kind of streamlined and focused on a single uncomplicated concussion. But I think you're absolutely right that anxiety can lead to avoidance behaviors, not wanting to go out because of fear of re-injury or triggering symptoms. And we know that can lead to depression, right? If you're not doing things that you enjoy or just living life, that can lead to that. We also know that the more we avoid things that are scary, the bigger and harder they get. And so for that, we typically switch to more of a straightforward anxiety approach, like a gradual exposure approach of slowly and gradually facing your fears and learning through experience that you're kind of building your confidence and you can tolerate these different symptoms. If you don't go back to doing activities, you never get the opportunity to learn that or to face the uncomfortable symptoms and to kind of ride that wave and see that that you can still function, and that actually sometimes when you get back to functioning, that's when we see these symptoms go down. So if you're in a dark room, you're more likely to have headaches and so forth. But if you're out there spending time with your friends, even if headaches come up because you're engaging in an activity that you value, oftentimes we see that helps with pain management. So yeah, I don't know if that answers your question, but it's a complicated question, especially the neuropsych side of things.
So I'm trying to, since you deal with youth more, right? So the question is, what's the best way to go about advocating for this sort of concept or approach? It says with sort of highly anticipated recruits, but I think maybe moving to a youth level, right? For when it's not a normative practice. So how do you, any ideas on implementing this in athletic spaces when it's not normative and people don't know it, they don't understand, or maybe some people are still thinking about concussion treatment from many years ago.
Yeah, I think psychoeducation or education is probably the most important part of concussion treatment. So when we study the successions and what leads to change in symptoms over time, I wish I had the graph here, but the biggest change in symptoms happens after our first session. It's a very significant drop. It could be for a lot of reasons. Oftentimes that means someone's established care with a cognitive behavioral therapist. But really what we do in that first session is talk about concussions and that we don't anticipate lasting damage to the brain from a single concussion, and really providing that reassurance and positive recovery course. And so I think learning about concussions, knowing what you're working with, and providing that reassurance throughout can be really helpful. And then knowing who to refer to. So I'm not anticipating like a coach to be doing CBT or things like that, but knowing when to reach out and to connect with a professional. And then what you're looking for, because there's lots of different types of therapies out there, some of which are less effective for treating something like persisting symptoms.
Maybe thinking over the past 5-10 years, what are some things that we do now that are best practice that weren't before, or things that we used to think were best practice that we no longer do when thinking about it?
Yeah, we have an entire hour-long talk on this in our didactic program. But to summarize, I think, the old wives' tale was if you have a concussion, you need to be in a dark room, you need to be resting, no stimulation, no screens, not interacting with the world. And what we've found over time is that that actually leads to more damage over time, that we want to slowly get kids back into doing things. And so integrating things like physical activity in those first couple of days and weeks is really important, as long as you can tolerate it with your symptoms. We know that taking anybody and putting them in a dark room for 2 weeks, that's probably going to lead to depression symptoms and anxiety. And you can imagine falling behind in school and the schoolwork continuing to pile up. That's just kind of a recipe for disaster. And so the key message here is functioning, like really getting back to doing day-to-day tasks, whether it's spending time with friends, exercise as approved and tolerated, going to school, getting out of your house, that helps promote recovery over time.
Hi, my name is Reed Ronan. I'm a therapist and I had a concussion in college, and that's kind of what led me into this field. So totally understand what we're talking about here. Question for the modalities that you kind of use. You said CBT is like what you focus on using, and that some are less effective than others. What are some other techniques that you find that are useful other than CBT?
Yeah. Oh, excellent question. So we are studying a type of therapy called acceptance and commitment therapy and trying to do ACT, basically a succession protocol for that. Really, as we've talked about here, getting people back to doing what's important to them, what they value, and not letting kind of the symptoms interfere with functioning, especially when we get to, working with youth 6 months, 12 months out from a concussion, that at that point, really the concussion has taken over and we want to get them back to doing the things that matter. So ACT is another big one. And we also use motivational interviewing quite a bit. You can imagine asking people to do things that are hard or that might provoke symptoms requires some motivation. And so throughout all of the different sessions, motivational interviewing is kind of interwoven throughout. Yeah. Sure.
Those top-down approaches, I guess, do you have any information on more like bottom-up interventions that you know are to use or to stay away from in the case of a concussion?
Do you have an example of like a bottom-up intervention?
Like accelerated resolution therapy or like the bilateral stimulation stuff, I know has gotten used more for rather than just trauma, anxiety, adjustment, transition.
Yeah, I guess the primary question, it's a good one, is always whether are we treating the concussion or are we treating something like post-traumatic stress? And so thinking about kind of what's our primary target. I will say if PTSD or PTSS is the primary symptom we're working with, we don't always start with C-STEP and do that. We think it's more important to address the trauma, because you can imagine how that leads into that vicious cycle diagram. But I have not seen any research studies or RCTs examining like trauma-focused or other bottom-up therapies for that. It's a good idea though. Yeah. All right, thank you all.
Thank you. So we got another 10-minute break. So that puts us back here at 2:05, which turned into an 8-minute break. Is there something you'd like?
The photo that was going to be at 4:10 is now.
So you want me to announce that?
Yeah.
Whoever was going to be in a photo at 4:10, it is now
Up here.
up here.
Thank you.
If you know, you know, I guess. All right, we're going to go ahead and get started with our next panel. I'll give everybody a second. Two, three. Eyes on me. It oddly works. So we've got 2 more panels left. I know it's been a long, engaging day, and then you can go take a nap somewhere, and then come back for this evening's panel. and pizza. I don't know if I mentioned there's pizza. So we have our next panel. I'm going to moderate it. Is on what we called working from within, unique approaches to mental health support within college athletics. And I'm guessing, everybody here is representing college athletics, but I think we can also think about this in other youth-oriented leagues or just outside of college athletics. So I'm not going to read my whole introduction because that'll take too much time. But we all did, all the panels, I think everybody got together. We all kind of talked about some things. We went over some things. And actually, I did get myself off. Let me start over. Because I have to introduce everybody. I forgot about that part. So I'm Matt Mishkin. You all know who I am. I already introduced myself. So everybody up here is coming from a different college. So we got Aaron Rubin King, who is in private practice right now, and I always mess up what the title was, like head of mental health.
Yeah, so Associate Athletic Director of Psychological Health and Performance, which basically just meant I oversaw the mental health and performance at CU.
At CU Boulder. Aaron also went to the same high school as our kids, Chatfield. Good Chatfield. We got Jess Kirby, who is down at UCCS. Rich Bennett, who is at Colorado College. I'm going to have all of you introduce yourselves again. And then Taylor Stemke, who is up at the University of Wyoming. So let's do this. First question is really going to be to give your background. But if you could, in 30 seconds, give an overview of your background and one challenge you're seeing in athletics that might require a different approach. So I said you first, Aaron, so you get to go last this time. So we'll start with Taylor.
Thanks, Matt. Thanks for everybody's attendance today, for bringing your energy and attention. And I think this is such a wonderful and important topic. I'm very encouraged working in college athletics, seeing all the folks who flew in from all across the country to listen, learn, and give back to student athletes. So thank you. As Matt said, my name is Taylor Stemke. I've worked at the University of Wyoming for 11 years. I started as an academic coordinator in athletics, so I was more boots on the ground. I did coach a little bit prior to that, and then I moved into administration 5 years ago. I've been in my current role for 4 years. I oversee our mental performance and wellness and safety departments, along with student athlete development and staff development. So I won't go into all the different hats, but love my job. It's a very diverse job. And I will say, as a former student athlete, I actually played volleyball at Northern Colorado, just up the road. And personally, as a parent, again, it's just really encouraging that we are going over these things and trying to improve the experience for student athletes, even though there's a lot of challenges right now. I would say it's hard to pick one. I had two narrowed down, but I'll go ahead and say the staffing. I think that's difficult.
I'll give you 1.5.
Okay, perfect. So I think we are seeing a rapid exodus of support staff, athletic directors, and other administrators and coaches leaving the field for a variety of reasons. That's concerning. And then the second piece is just the transactional nature of college athletics. We are living by the transfer portal, especially at the D1 level. And so getting a new team every year, learning all the new athletes every year, especially in certain sports where the prevalence is higher than others. So those are my 1.5 challenge.
All right, Rich.
First, thanks so much for having me here. My name is Rich Bennett. I may have the longest title. I am a Senior Associate Athletic Director for Sport Performance and Wellness. I'm an athletic trainer by trade, but I oversee sports medicine, sports performance, mental health, nutrition, and sort of all of our wellness initiatives at Colorado College. We're a unique school because we have both Division I and Division III sports, NCHC hockey, Mountain West soccer, and SCAC Division III sports, so it's very unique. It's my 5th year at CC, my 26th year as an athletic trainer, and my 20th year overseeing sports medicine at my 5th different institution. I would say, piling on there, I think, right, in the day and age of NIL, the transfer portal, and social media, right? I think I'm going to highlight all of them. I just think there's unique mental health challenges with just this age group and how they are and their options and right instant access to information and options. And so mental health becomes paramount when right everything's on your phone and it's very quick, and right you can miss a free throw, or you can drop a pass like we saw in the NFL playoffs, and you can have 20 million people bash on you. And if you're making hundreds of thousands of dollars in NIL, it's just a new landscape. So we'll talk more.
Thanks. Jess?
Hi all, how we doing? We were feeling like vibes were a little low in the afternoon. How are we doing? Okay. Just a little bit engagement. I'm Dr. Jess Kirby. I'm a professor down at the University of Colorado in Colorado Springs. We're about an hour south of here. I've been in a faculty role the past 15 years. I'm in the area of health and wellness promotion and sports psychology, so I live at that intersection of athlete well-being. And for the past 5 years, have specifically done teaching, research, and advocacy work in student-athlete mental health. On campus, I am the director for our Mountain Lion Strong program, which is our student-athlete mental health and resilience program. I direct the Center for Critical Sports Studies, and I also direct our minor in coach education as well. And so I'm a pretty global thinker. And so if I had to choose, again, a single challenge, it'd be more a little higher level one. And so this morning we heard, coaches are in the business of winning. And so the very common conversation, how do we address the barrier of coach buy-in? So my perspective, and, we need to recalibrate our compass. Coaches are not in the business of winning. Coaches are in the business of human development. And it's a misunderstanding of human performance. Winning is only ever a fleeting moment, and it's ultimately a byproduct of a lot of factors, many of which is the hard part, are out of the control of the coach and the athlete. And so coaches are truly in the business of human development, and they get the privilege of supporting and developing people and helping them, giving them tools, resources, skills, knowledge to become excellent physically, mentally, socially, spiritually. And the trick, I think, our map is upside down. So mental wellness for sport has to stop being a separate topic or a passion project. It's actually the name of the game, and it actually dictates our capacity for performance. So it's not only the right thing to do for humans, but it's actually the key to unlocking potential. And that's why we love sport, because we see people achieve things that maybe we previously thought were not possible, and we get to do that together in a family setting.
Ditto to everything she just said. So hi, everyone. I'm Erin Rubin King. So I'm a licensed professional counselor, licensed addictions counselor, and I moved fully into private practice last June. But prior to that, I spent the previous 6.5 years up at CU Boulder, eventually overseeing the psychological health and performance department up there. I think that everyone really kind of touched on some of the major challenges that we see in that space. What I would say, to kind of piggyback off of all of them, is really the increasing acuity of mental health challenges and trying to catch up with the resources that we have. I feel like it is a constant catch-up game, and we'll dive into that. But that would be the number one challenge, I would say.
Cool. So thank you, all four of you. So in our Zoom meeting when we all met, and I think Jess, you get credit for this. We talked about sort of three broad considerations: culture, funding, policy, and sort of bucket. So we're going to use those three. Does everybody agree with those? Raise your hand. Should we all give Jess credit? Yes, good. All right. We're going to use those three to kind of, frame the rest of the conversation. So the first one, and I'm going to have Jess, you and Rich, because I know about your peer programs, talk about this one first, and then Aaron Taylor, ask you a little bit too. But, funding for mental health services, we all know it's constantly a challenge. And we know that there might be money out there, but it doesn't always funnel this direction. So you both have peer programs. Can you give quick overviews of your programs, why you developed them, and the relationship with some of the funding issues that you had, either the reasons for creating the programs or what you had to sort of implementing the program? So whoever gets up there first.
Great. So 3 years ago, we actually applied for and received a NCAA Innovations in Research and Practice grant to get a small amount of seed money to start our program. And so our program's now in the 3rd year. So that was definitely essential to being able to start the program. I think also having that NCAA funding behind it made it easier for the entire athletics department to have better buy-in than doing smaller programs and a more one-off approach. The reason we developed the program was twofold. So we take a holistic, multifaceted approach to our peer program. So we take kind of a 2-pillar approach. The first one is we're still definitely working on that mental health education, awareness, reducing the stigma to include suicide prevention training. So we do suicide prevention training for all coaches, all athletic trainers, all SAC members, all peer leaders, all athletic directors. So we want to have that pillar of reducing the stigma, but frequently in sport, I really see us getting stuck there where we have, like stigma conversation and we have like phone numbers for resources, specifically typically for therapy. So our second pillar is prevention. So we take a wellness model approach. So we look at physical, social, emotional, spiritual, and social wellness, and mental wellness is at the center of our model. And so we have a 4-year curriculum we've built out for all of our student athletes. It's a peer leadership model. So shout out to Maddie and Annalise, are 2 of our fantastic peer leaders in our program. They're the reason we're so successful in the program, are those peer leaders. So every semester, every athlete has mandatory wellness education, and we have a curriculum that's growing with the athlete, from starting with a freshman, the very basic, control the controllables, all the way to their last season of eligibility and a healthy transition out of sport. And so we're taking those 5 dimensions of wellness and we're building a curriculum for them on purpose, semester by semester, combining wellness education, mental wellness and resilience with mental performance skills. We also do coach education because we want our coaches to be great allies in that work, the suicide prevention training. We do monthly social events, so we're giving them a space to grow their community and to just have fun, which is really important. So those are the main facets. But again, it's a peer leadership model. Currently, we use about 25 current and former student athletes, interns, and GAs. So they're actively developing as well as leading and implementing the education. So it's, for athletes by athletes.
Okay. And again, I think we could talk for hours on this topic. So I'll touch base first on just sort of the resources we have at CC, and then again, our peer coaching program, which is, I think, really important. So first, I think, Colorado College mental health is pretty imperative, but if you have a large athletics department, we have 400 student athletes. I'm sure at Stanford, it's closer to 1,000. No matter how many counselors or clinical psychologists or sports psychologists you have, they can only probably see 20 to 25 student athletes a week, right? So, I think we would all agree that probably 50% or more of our student athletes need kind of constant care and support for mental health. So I think no matter what the resources are, you don't have enough. And so what we do first is we partner with our campus health center and our counseling center, and I establish really strong relationships. And so one of the things that I'd recommend to the group is that a lot of times athletics tries to go on their own, We have our own physicians, our own physical therapists, but there's typically a counseling center. The better you can bridge that gap, build the relationships, have the counselors at the counseling center and their director understand how important athletics is to a college and university, getting buy-in and support to kind of double your efforts and get support there. Second, we implement a clinical psychologist that comes from an outside entity that comes to campus once a week, and we provide some individual hours. It's a stopgap, but it is, again, another layer of support. And what our student athletes always say, again, is, walking across campus that 5 minutes, Because time constraints, It's probably another thing that we face with our student athlete community is just time. Bringing our counselors to an athletic building so they can just stop up into an office to see them certainly helps. But what we created about 3 years ago is our peer coaching program, and I think that's what I want to focus on. We worked with Children's Hospital. We had some clinical psychologists come, CC is a very unique school. We're on the block plan. So basically the block plan very quickly is you take 1 class every 3.5 weeks and you take 8 blocks a year. So it's very unique. It's accelerated learning, and we have one of the wealthiest student bodies in the country. So it just brings a very unique student experience, student athlete experience. What we did is we we basically sent quizzes and exams to our students to kind of get an idea of their sense of belongingness, anxiety, depression, sort of get a sense of what was going on because we knew that our college was unique. And then we created this peer coaching program. So we have an outside consultant from Children's Hospital that comes. We've done 5 cohorts of about 16 to 20 students. So we have, because we had some graduate, about 70 to 80 peer coaches out of 400, which is pretty strong. And what we don't do is we do not teach them to become mental health counselors. I know there's a lot of mental health folks in the room. But what we do is we sort of teach them just some basic, it's culture building. I'm sorry, I'm moving on to the next thing, but it's really about setting culture. It's really how to communicate, how to listen, how to have non-threatening conversations, how to create boundaries, right? Because if you have someone going through a really tough mental health issue, they're going to talk to their friends, and then maybe triggers their friends, and you have multiple mental health issues. We teach them on-campus and off-campus resources and sort of what they can handle and what they can't, and then who to get involved, whether it's an athletic trainer, a coach, a counselor, a hotline. And so what we do, if you think about it, 18 to 23-year-old students are going to talk to their friends and their teammates first, right? They just are. And so the more we want to get mental health counselors or clinical psychologists or sports psychologists involved, we cannot treat them all. But if we create peer coaches on the ground, when they're at that fraternity party, when they're in their locker room smashing doors because they're upset about whatever they are, or God forbid they get into some trouble off campus, there's a friend or a partner or a peer coach there to pull them out and to help them and to ask questions that are non-threatening, that can help focus that conversation and then access help when it's needed. And so we've sort of done like a grassroots effort of training our student athletes on, again, these basic listening, communication, non-threatening communication skills to sort of, I would say find mental health issues and then steer them in the right direction. And there's been many instances that we've utilized our peer coaches for minor things that have avoided sort of serious outcomes. And so it's been a wonderfully impressive thing that we've done, and glad I can share it with you.
And I guess for both of you, does this come now with additional funding? Is this ways to do more with less? Like, what are you finding with this approach and the ongoing issues with it? And I guess the other thing is, on the other side of it, by doing this, we talked a little bit about this too, because I think mental health is great with being like, that's okay, you can give me 25 cents and I'll do whatever, and we almost do too much sometimes without funding, and so it looks like everything is okay. So is there funding now, and are you finding that is it inhibiting funding, or is it actually improving funding?
So I'd really be interested to hear from the others, right? At more of a Division I, Power 4, Power 5, Group of 5 level schools, because it has to be about winning, and it has to be about championships, and it has to be about NIL. But at CC, we're lucky, right? Most of our student athletes are Division III. We do have some NIL opportunities for our Division I teams. But what I would say is, holistic wellness is really important to me. Holistic wellness is really important to CC students. Most CC students are going to go on to graduate and make a lot of money in finance or in medicine or in other things. So supporting their holistic wellness and holistic wellness initiatives, these are leadership skills that we're talking about with peer coaching. They really are. So, it's future CEOs, it's future physicians, it's future coaches. And so, yeah, we have gone out and fundraised, and I find that that people are very excited to give to it, because when you talk about what we're talking about of giving back to our students and empowering them to support each other and building strong culture, that both, again, equates to winning and championship culture, but it also equates to future leaders in society and communication. I think they're on board to give for that. So yeah.
And anybody else, Aaron, Taylor, Jess, what you've seen, anything else?
Yeah, I think to add to that, so CU I want to say it was 2018, 2 of the athletes came to us and wanted to start a peer program, and so we went with it, and it was huge, and it's still around. It's morphed over time in what it looks like. It's called the Boulder Buffs, and so in terms of doing more with less funding, that was a huge way. In my time up there, funding looked different access to funding, I should say. There were times where I was the sole provider. There were times at the end when I left that there was a team, I was one of 4. And so really trying to be creative with, the times when maybe I was alone or it was just 2 of us, trying to integrate it in things that they were already doing. So all the freshmen were required to do first year program. And so how could I kind of implement some mental health knowledge and resource into something they were already doing? So it's not taking more time out of their day. The other thing that I would add so the Boulder Buffs group, once that kind of took off, that did open the door for more funding, because then there were donors that were really interested to see what these athletes were doing. And they came to the athletes and to us saying, what do you need? And, we're always going to need more people. And one of the things that came from a donor and, it kind of evolved was to start a training program for psychologists in training. And so we were able to have a postdoc. We were able to have practicum students and trainees. And for better or worse, I know all the psychologists in here know how awful it is not to get paid as well as you should. But it's cheaper to be able to provide more access to more providers at a much lower rate, right? And so really trying to be creative with, okay, we have this amount of money, we have this huge need that we're just constantly trying to get ahead of. How can we use the money that we have to get the most bang for our buck? And so, the Boulder Buffs was a huge piece of that in terms of they were advocating to our athletic director for more resources. And because of that, we did see a change in funding.
Yeah, I'll echo how important the student athlete voice is. It's extremely powerful, especially to administrators. And so I've seen that happen at Wyoming. Our program's relatively young, so we've only had a full-time mental health provider since 2020. So January 2020, we started this department at the University of Wyoming as a result of a movement of student athletes petitioning to the president of the university and to our athletic director, hey, we need somebody in our space. And so fortunately, they funded a position. Now we have 2 full-time providers, and then we do have 1 to 2 interns a year. And so our student athletes of about 400 approximately have about 3 to 4 people in athletics they can choose from. But I'll still emphasize just the multidisciplinary approach within our athletic staff, but also across campus. And there's so many resources at our university. And if we didn't have good relationships, and I know that word's been used throughout the day, but at the end of the day, to me, that if I had one word to pick for importance, it would be relationships. And that's something that University of Wyoming does have really unique, wonderful relationships across campus with our Title IX office, with our psychology department, so on and so forth. So if you can continue to invest in those relationships, I highly recommend it. And then lastly, I'll just speak really briefly. We have a program called Excellence at 7220. That's our student athlete development program, and we teach 3 courses. And so we also try to weave a lot of different mental health topics throughout those courses because we have an audience there, whether the class is in person or online. So we can, discuss values, identity development, life after college athletics, and again, going back to identity. So we can weave in a lot of mental health topics by our providers, and they also do some additional workshops based on requests by team. So our well-being team will go in to speak with volleyball once a week during the off season about different topics the coach would like for them to discuss. We survey our student athletes too to see, hey, what do you want to learn more about? Depression and anxiety has always been at the top of our results when we review the surveys every single year. So how can we maybe work on building resiliency, giving them some tips in these classes or host additional workshops, so on and so forth.
7220, anybody know what that means? The highest Division I football stadium in the country, right? 2,000
right.
feet above us right now, right?
It's the real thing.
Yeah, it is. It is. So Taylor, I'm going to stick with you because you talked about relationships. But you also mentioned, both in our call and now, is one of the issues is just the constant movement of staff. So, we'll move on to the culture piece. How do you maintain that culture? And again, thinking about doing it in unique ways as relationships are so important, but there's constant turnover with staff. How do you maintain that culture? What are approaches you've taken?
That's a really great question. I think I'll answer it from a couple different angles, but one is listening to the student athletes. I found that really helpful in hearing their feedback about different people that are in these positions and, hey, what did you like about them? What are you looking for in this next person? So if I have a position open, I just want to hear, what do you need? What do you want? What can we do better? So being open and trying to receive what they're saying and maybe apply that to your next search. Consistency is always difficult. We have a couple of former UW athletes in the room right now, and they can probably tell you they've had 5, 6 athletic trainers during their entire time. That's something that we know is a prevalent issue across the country. And I've asked my cohort, my colleagues in the Mountain West, what are you doing to address this crisis? We don't really have an answer. I was at the NCAA convention a few weeks ago. Their new chief medical officer, she brought it up as well. And the NCAA is quite well aware of this issue, and there's still not one answer. So we're trying to figure it out as well. We're trying to increase salaries. We're trying to promote a culture of, hey, you worked really long hours this past weekend. Why don't you take a long lunch? Why don't you leave early? Trying to give them more say in their schedule. And I'm specifically talking about athletic trainers right now, but it does apply to all athletic staff. So just trying to give them time if you can. So those are some different things we're looking at in retention, and yeah, just trying to keep a positive attitude with it. So.
Well, and I'm curious, any idea, if sort of pay isn't high across the board, or I don't know if support's different, but is the transition, are people moving to go to a bigger department? Are they moving out of athletics? Is that mostly what's happening as people are leaving the athletic space?
What I've experienced is probably 60-40. So 60 are leaving the field due to other companies paying much more. It's a regular 8 to 5 job. And then some are staying, but they're moving maybe towards a Power 4 institution where, again, there's more money, there's more people that are helping. And so that's what I've experienced.
I'm going to touch on the culture piece. I'm going to use 2 words first, and then I'm going to kind of go on a tangent here, but hopefully not too long. I think my 2 words to build culture are empathy and gratitude. Okay, empathy. I know where you are. I know where you've been. I've been in your shoes. I care about you. Right, I'm supporting what you're doing. And then, especially in the day and age of NIL, gratitude for what you have. Not what you don't have and what other people have that you don't have, but gratitude for what you have. I think we're all at amazing institutions, right? If you think of your life, you can always think about, right, the grass is greener on the other side, but gratitude for what you have. And so I think empathy, supporting one another, and then gratitude, appreciation for what you have is really important. I came to CC in the midst of COVID. I hate to bring it up, but right, masks, my first 6 months at CC, I didn't see anyone's face other than their eyes. It was really challenging. But the one thing I noticed is that with every sports team, it was CC hockey, it was CC basketball, it was CC lacrosse. I didn't see CC athletics. And so one of the things I pitched to my athletic director that we do is we get the entire athletic department together. We either get them a hat or a shirt, we take pictures, we get them food, just to get them all together so they don't feel so isolated to their sport. And I know it's much harder at a Power 5 school where there's a big sense of pride and alumni, but I think it is really important to build culture. Again, if you think of now, you tie it all together, right? Empathy for one another and what you're going through, right? On the block plan, tough academic, what we're all in. Gratitude for what we have. CC is an amazing school. All these schools are amazing institutions and great people to work with and a great experience. And then, right, we're part of something larger than ourselves. And so I've really seen that transition at CC since I've been there. And right, it translates to on the field performance, and that it translates to feeling supported, right? You tie in the peer coaching, you tie in some of these other things. We have a very healthy and robust athletic department that's changed in the 5 years that I've been there. And so I think that's, we talked about funding, but the importance of just building community and support and culture. So outstanding championship culture. I know it's kind of cliche, but it's really what we've created there, and it's important.
All right, Aaron, I'm going to go to you, and then Jess, I have a question for you. and you can pass on as much of this as you want, Aaron. So you're no longer at CU Boulder, but you were there at a time that you have an incredibly supportive athletic director, and people may not know there was a change in your football coach, right? So like can you talk a little bit more about just that administrative buy-in and the importance of, and we've talked a lot about, and I hope all the student athletes are listening, about how much power you have, but talk a little bit about where administrative buy-in helps and potentially, you run into barriers too.
Yeah, so I'll speak kind of in general. So what I will say is Rick George, who's the athletic director, he, especially when the Boulder Buffs kind of formed and we were really able to get the student athletes to speak up about what they're experiencing and the need for more support, he was all in. And I cannot tell you how grateful I was to have an athletic director that fully supported mental health. Now, did he understand it all the time? No, but he was always willing to, hear me out and support us. And, even during COVID, there were lots of cuts being made, right? Like lots of funding cuts. And I remember having a conversation with him and he was like, your department's fine. You guys, I'm not going to cut from this. This is so important. And that's huge because it sets the stage for the coaches in terms of what's important, and it normalizes it. I know we talked a lot earlier about stigma, and of course, there's still stigma and there's still a lot of work that can be done, but when you have the head of the department that is saying this is important and I expect all the coaches to be using this resource, it does set the stage. I think, in the time that I was at CU, I saw 4 head football coaches, and that is a lot of change in a short amount of time. And so, talk about culture, I think we are moving into this different world of college athletics. And that was one of the hard things I felt. I felt like it was maybe moving more towards a professional model, but with 18 to 22-year-olds, and there's just a lot of challenges. And so I think culture really is important. What I will say about the football staff is that they were bought in and they were very supportive of what we did. Do they always understand? No. But, I think that it really does start at the top and you have that support. I've talked to other colleagues across the country who maybe their athletic director wasn't as supportive. And it is just an uphill battle trying to get funding, trying to get new positions, trying to, do anything. And so, it makes a big difference talking about that top-down support.
And then Jess, for you. So one of the things we talked about were, and we oftentimes, I think we leave out NAIA, we leave out the JUCOs, we leave out others because NCAA is so big. But one of the things we talked about was, where you have to meet NCAA mandates, which can be good, right? But there are policies that are coming down. So I don't know if you can talk a little bit about sort of the policies coming down and then maybe sometimes local policies that you need to put in place to then meet those policies, like a meta policy, right? Is there anything that you've had to do around that? And again, unique ways to kind of think about what are we going to put in place here to meet a mandate or meet another policy?
Yeah, absolutely. And I think for a lot of institutions like ours, we're Division II, we have about 400 athletes, which is interesting because it's similar. It's the same number of athletes as CU Boulder, but vastly different resources, So it's really important. And so one of the big reasons behind the mission of our program being a wellness education approach, a preventative approach to put tools and strategies into the hands of student athletes is because of that, challenge with resources. And so, from a basic top-down level, NCAA says, you have to do something in your athletics department to support student athlete mental health. And so in some of the bigger institutions, you see them hiring a mental health professional and they're housed in athletics. And it's a little bit, sometimes it can be a checkbox approach and it limits capacity to reach the bigger student athlete population. So those are the things we've done. We do cross-campus collaborations between, I'm not technically in athletics. So like, I'm a faculty member coming in to collaborate with athletics. We collaborate with our student wellness center, our counseling center, doing the cross-campus collaborations. It comes down to a lot of people power and leveraging the power of those peer leaderships. We were also fortunate that we had 100% top-down support from the athletic director to say, this is a non-negotiable value of our program. And then I see you see cool, small, actionable policies as well. So either by athletic departments or coaches. I think one that I like is a lot of, you see a lot of athletic departments have started like a no questions asked mental health day off. And so I always encourage when I go around speaking and coaching to encourage coaches and athletic departments to take it one step further. So it's not just an escape mechanism. So athletes have no question asked mental health days off, but then they start a conversation with their coach or with their peer leadership group of what did you choose to do on that day that's taking care of you and that's filling you back up versus like staying in bed with your, head under the covers, which sometimes feels good too. So I think those little actionable, like almost mini policies are helpful too.
I'm trying to combine, thank you. I'm trying to combine two questions.
And I'll add like with the policy piece, like your mandate, like do something to help your student athletes' mental health. And the trouble with our approach from a culture, resources, and funding standpoint is if we continue to operate in a reactive model of, I think Amy said it beautifully with Hidden Opponent this morning, of we don't even really like get there until you're serious enough to be labeled as having something wrong or it's a crisis. If we continue to live in a reactive model, we will never have enough mental health counselors, mental health professionals, and there doesn't matter how much funding you have. You just will never get there that way.
All right, we have 6 minutes. I'm gonna ask 2 questions, and I promise we leave these to the end because we said this would be like the entire day. But up to you. This is for everybody. You have a choice. You can answer one of these 2 questions. Do you ever feel ahead of the curve? Like you just said, we're always reactive. And I guess what is the one thing that you're doing to try to get yourself ahead of the curve, if that's possible? The other one you can choose to answer, it's a 2-part question, is what is the impact on NIL, name, image, likeness, for those who don't know, and the portal, and somebody mentioned this, actually, somebody mentioned like the Super Bowl drop. I think you did, Rich, right? Or the idea that social media is immediate and anybody can feel the need, especially young kids, to tell them how horrible they are and how bad of a person they are because they dropped a pass. So I will let you pick which one you want and think about how you're having to either try to get yourself ahead of the curve or think about ways that you're protecting student athletes, coaches, whatever, from transition or from anybody deciding that they can comment on them. You want to go down the line? Who's ready?
I want to answer both,
with
but
5 minutes.
All right. So what I'll say is, you never think that you're ahead of the curve, but what I would say is that I feel a little bit ahead of my peers, right? Of other Division III schools, I think we have more resources. The one thing I think that sets us aside that I think I'd like to add here that I haven't talked about, and it's a bit of a policy, something that I implemented, is something called the triangle meeting. So I mandate in my role that the sport coaches, head and assistant coaches, the athletic trainer for that sport, and the strength conditioning coach meet in person every week for the entire year and go over every student athlete's well-being. We talk about, it's led by the athletic trainer. We talk about their injuries, what they can and can't do in practice, what the strength coach's role in their rehab and recovery, what the sport coach's role in their rehab and recovery is. It dives into what strength conditioning looks like, practice looks like for proper periodization, for proper, we talk about travel, we talk about food, we talk about their academic rigors, their mental health. We literally go down the line. We talk about every student athlete in person once a week. So a lot of times strength coaches and sports medicine professionals are managed by different staff, and so they're not on the same page, or things are going through text and email and misunderstood. I mandate that we go in person, and we talk about each student athlete's well-being every week for the whole year, and I think that separates us.
I have so many thoughts. I'm going to be really brief.
You brought up social media, by the way.
Yes, I will.
You don't have to answer
If
it.
you haven't checked out the NCAA's report, it was a pilot study, 2023, 2024, on the impact of social media with, I guess, regards to sports betting, harassment, so on and so forth. All you have to do is just type it in a search bar, but please read that. It's heartbreaking, but it's incredibly revealing just what is going on in the current state of social media in regards to championships and feedback. So would love to say that. Check in with your student athletes. That's something that, at the micro level, we're all human. Our coaches are human. Our support staff are human. Our student athletes are human. Let's take care of each other. Check in with them. See how they're doing. Have lunch with them. I just can't emphasize that. At the end of the day, NIL, house settlement, everything. There's a lot of chaos right now in college athletics. It's the most turbulent it's ever been, probably in the history of college athletics. But we still need to just check in with one another and make sure that we're okay. We're humans. So I guess we're resilient. We're going to be nimble. We'll get through this. But we're working with 18 to 24-year-olds, and it's such a huge impressionable time of their life. So we cannot forget our dedication to the student athletes. That's our number one guiding principle in our department.
I'll tag on. I think I'll not pick and be at the intersection, but all the as Taylor said, the changing landscape of college athletics has very serious and still unknown consequences for athlete and coach mental health I think we're yet to see all of the long-term consequences of that. But we have research that just student athletes, just basic social media use, even if they're not the focus of the subject of social media. So if they're just on their phone at practice before a game, their mental health is just reduced from being on their phones and on social media in and around training, even if they're just looking at cat videos. Like it's just it's a dysregulation of the brain and that, how we interact with smartphones. So that's big one is, teaching about the way that screen time and interacting with social media multiple hours a day impacts our brain health and our ability to sleep, recover, have relationships, all those things. And then college athletes, specifically 18 to 25, they're at this absolute prime time of brain development. So everything in life is already challenging, and they're figuring out their identity, their values, their self-worth, but they're also expected to perform. And now some of them maybe have life-changing income earning opportunity. So, it's fine. Like go to class, be good in your sport, build a brand, get a lot of money, use it responsibly, and don't do anything that gets you trolled on the internet. It's fine. Why do we feel, I don't know. I'm not stressed. Are you stressed? No, we're fine. We're fine, right? We're always fine. So I think we just need to be aware of the multiple intersecting factors that are changing so fast. And then, we don't yet know the full consequences or the reality of those, but being aware of them and speaking to them on a regular basis. I have a coach on campus that collects phones from her team about an hour or two before every game. And I think it's a great idea.
So I'm going to try to combine them. No, I never felt ahead of the curve. I feel more so now in private practice, but that's a different story. But I think part of it too, so funding's not going to solve everything, but especially when it comes to social media, it's not going away. And I think I had the opportunity to kind of see it on an escalated stage, right? And so part of it is with more funding, it does provide more ability to kind of get out there. There's going to be certain athletes that will never walk through the door. And so if I have more of a staff that can be in their office seeing people that need to be seen, it also provides the ability to get out to practice. It provides the ability to do team workshops. And so trying to kind of get ahead of it. And when it comes to social media, a lot of the discussion was either in individual sessions or with teams of, okay, this isn't going away. How do we build some resiliency skills, and how do you take care of yourself? Do you need to take a social media break? And so, I think that it is a challenge in college athletics to feel like you're ever ahead of it. And with some support or creativity, there are ways to meet the need in some capacity.
Thank you very much, everybody. And yes, these topics, we agreed that they would go at the end because they could go on for so long. Let's open it up to the audience. The first hand was you got it? I got it? You got it? Can we ask I'll ask a question while Matthew's walking back there. Did you have one? I think we skipped you earlier, so.
So my question is for Rich. Could you like maybe briefly speak to any barriers that you had to address and how you overcame them in creating that model? Because I think it's been a theme that we've heard throughout other panels today, that that level of collaboration to kind of fill in the gaps is what we need. So I'm just curious to how you're able to make that happen and what barriers that you had to face.
Yeah, great question. I think I came from other Division I schools, and I brought this from another institution, and I find it works much better at CC than at my last institution. And a lot of it's honestly just ego, right? To sit Dion down and say, hey, I'm going to take an hour of your time, and we're going to go over he's probably not going to do that, right? He's got a commercial, he's going to make money, he's just not going to do it. The other thing is, I don't think a lot of directors of sports medicine, again, I have a fancy title, have the authority and the support from their higher level administration to do these things. And so because of my title, I am a senior associate AD, and I am in my position, and I work predominantly with Division III coaches, though our Division I coaches are totally bought in. It came down from the AD of like, Rich is pretty good, maybe you should listen to him. And their strength coaches are pretty good. And it's part of your support staff, and they're your advisors that can help you get better. I think at Colorado College, there was resistance to it at the very beginning, but we got coaches in, and they bought in, and it worked. And I do think you're right that at other schools, at a big school, a strength coach is going to make a lot more money than an athletic trainer. And a head coach may not they may send their assistant because they're just not going to give them the time. But I think what you find is when you put, these educated, intelligent people together, again, it builds culture, and it's winning formula. And so I think I was pretty lucky, but there are barriers to it, and it's ego.
A couple of you touched on this as far as the checking in with people, coaches' mental health, staff mental health. So how do you encourage coaches, and how do you encourage staff to keep pushing through when their own mental health is suffering, and sometimes they just ran out of fake it till they make it?
Yeah, I think one thing we do is we give very similar coach education training to our coaches as we do to our athletes, because they have some of the exact same challenges, pressures to perform, competing responsibilities with time, with family. And so and one of the very first coach education workshops that we did was really cool in the path of culture change, because the athletic director was like, wow, this is actually something we've never done. We all need it. And then it helps to open up the conversation, because if the coach is doing similar self-growth and development work as what the athletes are, then they start to have shared vocabulary, better conversations. And you can't pour from an empty cup is one of the oldest, sayings in the book, but it's so true specifically for mental health. So we have to really build up and equip coaches with support and balance and rest and mental health before they can then get out there and really develop the young people that they're passionate about.
And I would just add to that, everything that Jess said, and I know for us, so definitely the education, coaches have an extremely difficult job. I would not ever want that position. And one of the things that we did was originally through the Boulder Buffs, they got funding for access to the Calm app. So it's a mindfulness app. And at first it was just for the student athletes. And we saw some buy-in, but it really it wasn't going as we thought it would. And then we worked with Calm to get access for all staff members. And after we did that, staff members were then able, whether that was a coach or an academic staff member, were then able to be working with the athletes of hey, have you tried this? Because they were trying it themselves. And so I think that's another way is if we can teach the coaches certain skills, not only for themselves, but it can also be to teach the athletes, and that can be a huge buy-in.
Yeah, we've also increased education for our coaching staff and support staff for mental health reasons for themselves and the student athletes. And I think I love the app idea. That's something that I've been thinking about, trying to get something for our staff. We have the employee assistance program, which is open to any university employee. So I still think that there's a stigma sometimes within coaches and athletic staff that we have to be the strong ones, and it's not okay to take time for ourselves and to try to help ourselves. And so still working on destigmatizing that and normalizing that. So again, I think it's one-on-one conversations and how are you doing, checking in with them, trying to get to know your staff.
Oh, thank you so much for your comments. My name's Emmett Gill, and I'm the Director of Mental Health and Wellness at the University of Houston Athletics and the founder of Athlete Talk, which is mental health and wellness app. And my question is, when you find out that there's a toxic environment within a team, what do you do for the team? Do you do anything with regard to the coaches? And then do you communicate it all with the administration when you find out, and it's validated by several athletes, that it's a toxic environment?
I think this is a really interesting one in my experience. I oftentimes will moderate, like I'll meet with athletes and have conversations with them when there is teammate conflict, and sometimes that involves perceived conflict with coaches. And then I also am always building relationships with all of our coaches on campus. And what I find is oftentimes like you have 30 athletes on a team, same coach, same message is perceived very differently by different athletes, both by like the way it's delivered and the actual information that's heard. So there's a lot that can get lost in translation, I find, that can lead to conflicts. And so in primarily working with athletes, I usually am encouraging them to put those skills into practice, right? To practice communication, communicate with one another, go to their coaches from a solution focus, asking for specific feedback. And then our administrators also have a really open door policy, and they're always willing to meet with athletes in those situations. But communication, like we play telephone, and communication isn't, especially in the style of the coaching, isn't received by every athlete the same. And so it's I think it's a very complex situation. So one athlete could be coached by the same coach, and that could be really contributing to some of their mental health challenges. And another athlete in the same team is thriving from the same coaching style. And so it's not a very black and white topic, I find, in real time.
Say from the administrator lens, if we are hearing consistent complaints or if a support staff member is concerned, we'll look into it in a variety of ways. We have the empirical evidence from, or I don't know if evidence is the correct word, but we've got our survey results. So we may pull those from years past, but it isn't something that sits on our desk. So I say we do take action if we hear enough consistent issues going on or a toxicity problem.
All right, I think that's it. I mean, again, could probably talk much longer. So thank you very much to the panel. That was awesome. We will take a break now. I believe, I don't have it in front of me, I think we come back at 3:15. So we've got one last panel for the day, and it's going to be with athletic trainers. And then we'll do our best to get us out of here well before the 4:30 time, which I think is on there. So we'll try to wrap it up really quickly, give everybody a little bit of a break. So take a small break now. And if you haven't found them yet, there are snacks back there. There's some other things like Propel to throw in your water if you want. But again, thank you very much, everybody. That was awesome. All right, we're going to get started. So everybody take their seats.
Oh yeah, yeah.
All right, I'm gonna have to say it. 1, 2, 3. Eyes on me. It's getting less effective each time I do it. Yes. All right. So this is our final panel for the evening. And then we will take a break and I guess not our final panel because we have the evening panel. But it's our final panel for this session. And then again, hopefully everybody sticks around, takes a nap. I guess we should have brought carpet squares, or we could have like taken a group nap in the room.
But I'm going to turn it over to Dennis Coonan, who is with Children's Hospital. And I believe everybody up here is an athletic trainer. Is that correct? All right. I'm going to turn it over to you.
Oh, we got fans.
That's right. You got some fans.
Can I
up
use
there.
this one?
Yeah.
Is it on? All right. Thank you very much, Matt. We'll hand them around. It's fine. Thank you very much. We are really excited to be a part of this program. First of all, just an incredible program that Matt was able to put together. Such an important piece of youth sports is the mental health, and it's often lost on, kind of thrown off to the side as like, they'll be fine, they'll be fine. But, we all know that that's not the truth. And so what I'm here to do is talk to you guys a little bit about what athletic trainers can bring to the table in regards to mental health, specifically with young athletes. I mean, we are from Children's Hospital, Colorado, so it's kind of our wheelhouse. A little bit about us is Children's Hospital, Colorado, we have a sports medicine center. We employ 74 athletic trainers. Those 74 athletic trainers are in a variety of settings. The bulk of those athletic trainers are in a outreach setting. So we have about 50 athletic trainers that are embedded in either high schools or club sports around the Denver area, all the way from Longmont, Colorado at Real North, all the way down to Colorado Springs, which is Pride Soccer, and everything in between, Elizabeth High School and Elizabeth, Colorado, and we're all over the place. And it's really important that we get athletic trainers embedded in these communities because athletic trainers have they're uniquely placed oftentimes to identify mental health issues in these athletes because they get to know them. They're around them all the time. I should say I'm an athletic trainer, so I shouldn't say we. And so we get to talk to these kids. We get to know them on a personal level oftentimes, and it's that is what is most important because we sit there and we can, we can just have a talk with them, maybe 30 minutes, just while we're getting guys ready for, practice or before a game or after a practice or something like that. Just having a chat and you get to know them personally. That's when behavior changes are easier to identify. So a kid becomes a little more withdrawn, or a kid becomes a little more, excitable, or maybe they start talking in ways that you weren't used to them talking. You're like, this is interesting. This is kind of a different words he's using or something. So it allows us to intervene and to make sure that we're getting them the help that they need. The people that I have up here I couldn't ask for a better group of athletic trainers to represent. Each one of them sort of oversees their own area of our department. We have Jenny Van Meter on the end, who doesn't want to be on the stage. Jenny, she is not because she doesn't want to contribute, she's not a public speaker. That's right. We like to joke with her. Jenny oversees a lot of our high school partnerships and the athletic trainers within them. So she oversees our Adams 12 school district along with a couple other high schools as well. We have Robert Lopez. He oversees our Jefferson County School District contract, which is a large contract. It's 18 high schools. We have 22 athletic trainers allocated to that partnership. We have Virginia Wynn. She is the athletic trainer that oversees all of our club sport partnerships. We have Brittany Millett, who is she's an athletic trainer in the clinical setting. So she supports our providers as they see patients in clinic, but she is also our concussion coordinator. So she is our resident expert on concussions, and she's amazing to have on our team. She does a lot of talks around. She does a lot of multidisciplinary things as well within the hospital. It's fantastic. And then we have Matt Brewer, who he oversees all of our clinical athletic trainers who support our providers in clinic, and they obviously see a bunch of patients and kids and youth athletes as well. So that's our panel. I'm the manager of the Sports Medicine Center, athletic trainer for 25 plus years. What we're going to do here is I'm just going to throw some questions at them about their experiences with mental health and youth athletes and how athletic trainers can be that person to identify and get them to help. So are you guys ready? All right. Awesome. Oh, last thing before I go. Are most people in here familiar with athletic trainers? who they are, what they do, their qualifications. Okay. Just, okay. I don't know who that was, but I agree. There, there she is. Yeah, athletic trainers are allied healthcare professionals. They have to go through a 4-year degree at a university and then do a 2-year postgraduate degree at an accredited university or an accredited athletic trainer program. And then they have to get nationally certified through a BOC and then also licensed in the state they practice in. So it's a lot of education, a lot of credentialing, and the training that they're getting and the education that we get, it goes from everything from the prevention of athletic injuries, evaluation, diagnosis, treatment, rehabilitation of athletic injuries, and then emergent situations. So, C-spine injuries and catastrophic traumatic injuries. We're trained to handle those. Concussion assessments, concussion evals, diagnosis, in some cases rehab, depending if they specialize in that a little bit. And then athletic trainers are placed all over the place. Just in our own walls, we have athletic trainers who are first assists in surgeries with our surgeons. We have athletic trainers who are concussion experts and coordinators, and in everything in between. There's athletic trainers that are at FedEx facilities helping people working on lines. We have athletic trainers embedded in the military with the special forces and at Quantico with the FBI. So we're kind of everywhere. And our specialty is sort of a jack of all trades regarding, anything that kind of happens with the body. That's when something goes wrong, we tend to be the ones to take care of that, or at least get them to the right person to take care of it if it's outside of our scope. So anything else I should add? Anything else I should add? Good? Yeah. Oh, thank you. Wow. Man, I'm glad to be here. All right. Feeling the love. Anyways, okay. So let's get started here. The first question, I'm going to start with Virginia, right in the middle there. Okay. Virginia, why are athletic trainers so important in identifying youth athletes who are struggling with mental health? And I sort of alluded to this, but I think you can expound upon it, is how are athletic trainers uniquely positioned to do this?
Yep, let me check this mic. Okay, sounds like I can hear myself, so y'all can hear me too. Athletic trainers are unique in identifying mental health issues because we're in the front line with your athletes on a day-to-day basis. If you're in a high school setting or a collegiate setting, those athletes that are lingering around in the athletic training room and having social hour in there sometimes, we definitely get a sense of who they are and what their personality is like. And we're the first ones to notice or have an inkling of noticing if something's wrong, because we are there in the athletic training room. If they're not acting like themselves, we'll likely pull them aside and check in and ask how they're doing. We're out on the field, so if they're not playing like themselves, we also notice that as well. We can pull them aside and check in with them. I think that puts us in a really unique position because we're seeing them before practice, during practice, and after practice. And we usually develop those personal relationships with them pretty quickly when you're truly embedded with a team. They love to hang out in the athletic training room and gossip. So we're right there to notice if something's off.
Yeah, we tend to become just sort of the amateur, psychologist, sociologist, relationship expert, music critic, whatever it is.
I've got a good story. When I was working in the collegiate setting, I had a couple of international patients, and it was their first time living away from home and their first time living in the United States, in Colorado. One in particular was from Australia. He hadn't seen his family in over 10 months. It was after the holidays, and you could really tell that something was off with him. He wasn't performing well, and I just brought him into my athletic training office at the time and sat down and chatted with him. And once we got to talking, he was like, I miss my family. Haven't seen them in a while. So he really at that point we talked about, what can we do to help? He's like, I just need to be more proactive in setting up Zoom calls and talking to them. So that was like an easy one to fix, but just a good example of those mental health and picking up on different personalities and when something's off.
Yeah, the athletic training room is sort of the nexus of the athletic universe, especially in a collegiate setting or a high school setting where they just, everyone just congregates and talks and you learn all about all things that you don't want to know about. There's certain things I'm like, should I? No, I'm not going to say anything. I'm going to let that one lie. Did anybody else have anything they want to add to that question? How are athletic trainers uniquely positioned to identify these type of issues? Robert?
Just to add to her point as well is within the training room, at least I try to make the effort of whenever I'm taping an athlete too, to kind of like, hey, how's your day? What's going on? And that kind of builds that one-on-one relationship with the athlete, and just having that 2-minute talk could either just kind of, you could tell they're having a bad day or good day. Is there something wrong? What's going on? And it gives me the way they answer and the way how their day was kind of helps me identify any kind of red flags. Specifically as well as any traumatic injury, ACL tears, surgeries. Those are the ones that, as you guys know, if you guys play sports, I mean, sports are your identity. And so whenever that is taken away from them, that's a huge factor. It's part of their life. Their friends are always around playing their sport and so on and so forth, the hangouts after practice. And so whenever there is a tragic injury like that, a season ending, I just try to make sure that I'm around a little bit more and making sure that we do have a good group to identify our physical therapists, also kind of do some questionnaires to help identify some of those red flags. But definitely those are the kind of things that I associate myself with as well during the school time.
Yeah, you hear a lot, like if I'll use the NFL as an example, you hear guys that retire, right? And then it's the hardest thing for them is they don't get to be around the team anymore, the locker room. They don't miss the practices or the, or any of the workouts or anything. It's the camaraderie, it's being a part of something. And so when an athlete loses that piece of themselves, it can be a significant piece, and it could take them down a road that, that certainly could need some help or need some intervention. Oh.
I think one other thing that is allows athletic trainers to really kind of be poised to be that front line of defense, like we've heard, is that you also build a relationship with the parents as well, especially in kind of the younger population where you might be seeing these kids in high school for 4 years or the club setting. They might come up through the ranks, potentially even doing like 7 or 8 years. So not only you get to know the athlete really well, but you get to know their parents pretty well too. And I think that builds the rapport. If you have an athlete kind of struggling mentally, hopefully you've had that relationship building with the parents then too, to kind of, mention that like, hey, is Johnny or Sally doing okay? They seem to be struggling in practice or a game situation, and then, get the parents weighed in from that too. So I think that's important.
Yeah. And I have always said that the opportunity to talk to athletes and parents and coaches when there's no injury involved or there's nothing going on with them that really needs your help. But that's the opportunity to build that relationship, to build the trust. And so that they can certainly, when they do get hurt or they are having a mental health issue or something going on in their lives that they just need somebody to talk to, oftentimes they trust that athletic trainer because that person's been around every day. That person's been out at all the things that they've been going through, all the workouts and all the games and supported them. And now they're there to help you in another way. And you build that bridge before something happens, and it makes a big difference. Yes, Jenny.
Thanks, Dennis. That reminds me of, I had a coach one time, to rewind, I think it's super important to still try to include those injured athletes into any kind of team events. Being on the sideline is no fun, but maybe they can be more part of the team in the weight room. And coaches sometimes are so busy that they tend to forget that. So we try to remind them, of course, but you out there who are coaches, if you can keep that in mind, try to remember to include anyone that is sidelined. And I did have a coach one time who told a kid that was out with an injury that they are dead to him. Had a definite conversation with that coach aside, away from the team at a later time, but please never say anything like that.
Yeah, that is a great point. Keep them involved, keep them a part of the team. You know, maybe they can do stats, maybe they can do, feed balls. They can do all sorts of different things that, or, find time to, I know this is something I used to always do is, if there's pieces of their rehab that I can do with them out on the field when the team is practicing, that's a much better mentally for them than it would be if just in a room by themselves and me doing a rehab or something. They get more out of it. They get to be around the team. They get to talk to the team. They get to talk to the coaches. So always important. So we're going to go into a few examples of some times that maybe we have encountered these and what did we do. My story, and I had briefly told it to them earlier, and it triggered it. And as soon as I walked in the door, as I walked up here, I saw the Katie Saves booth. I don't know who's here for Katie Saves. Somebody's here, I think, or maybe they're out here. But that one is personal to me because when Katie, took her own life, she was a pretty prominent female soccer player in the world of college soccer. She played for one of the best teams in the country at Stanford. And where it becomes personal is Katie is from the area, from here in Colorado. And when that happened, when news broke that had happened, I happened to be out covering a club soccer practice. And I just happened to be, I was out there, I was talking to an athlete just, about something they had going on. Well, off to the side, there was this 13-year-old girl who was a goalie on one of the top teams at this club. And she idolized Katie, idolized her, like wanted to walk her footsteps, play at the same club, play at Stanford, be a goalie, just basically walk her footsteps. And so when this news came down, right, this hit that girl extremely hard. And now I wasn't really in that mode thinking I was, I knew that girl had been from around here. I didn't know they had a personal relationship. They knew each other. That Katie grew up just down the street from this girl. And so she'd known her whole life. And so I'm standing there talking to one athlete and I just kind of keeping an ear open for some other stuff that's going on. And I hear her talking on the phone to somebody who, I don't know who she was talking to, but she was talking about Katie and saying, I can't believe this happened. If she can't handle it, if she can't do it, how am I supposed to do that? How can I make it? Right. And so and that's kind of what perked my ear up. I was like, this doesn't sound like this is a conversation that's going in a good place. And then she said something about like, maybe this is my last night. This is my last time. This is my last whatever. Now, she might have been talking about soccer, right? Maybe I'm just done with soccer if Katie can't play, whatever. Well, I went over and I decided to have a conversation with this girl. I said, are you okay? That's all I asked. Are you okay? And just tears, right? She just could not stop crying. And then she started just going into some dark conversation about some things. And so I immediately, got on the phone with her mom and mom came immediately and we had a long conversation and then that girl ended up going then like that night to go get intervention because of the situation that she was in. And so that was just one of my examples of a more recent one that just being in the right place at the right time, and hearing that and knowing what to do to get this girl help. By the way, that girl is doing fantastic. She is she's still playing soccer. She has got a college scholarship coming for her. And so I think she's in a really good place, but it could have turned out very differently. And so just that's one of those things where I'm not trying to pat myself on the back. That's just me being happy to be in the right place at the right time with my ears open, just having my ears open to see what was going on. So I kind of want to go down the line here. I'd love to hear any of the examples that you guys might have of instances where, you heard something or you heard something from somebody or you observed something. Matt, do you want to go start?
Yeah, no, that's a great story, Dennis. I'm glad she's in a better spot. Personally for me, I've worked in all the settings that we've had here at Children's, but being in the clinic setting, full time now, it's interesting because when an athlete comes to us, typically they've already kind of had their previous injury. They might have taken a week or two off from rest. They might have gotten their MRI, et cetera. So working with the surgeon that I do, a lot of times we're the last stop before the ultimate surgery occurs. And I think, by that time they may have kind of heard through the grapevine, like if it's an ACL tear, I might be out a year or close to it or anything like that. But there's a certain situation where, the doctor comes in, they do their evaluation, and a lot of times it's up to the athletic trainers to kind of make sure they clarify any remaining questions or go over the, the next steps in the plan of care, which a lot of times is surgery and making sure that they're prepared mentally for that. And specifically, I remember one case, it was a senior in football, and he had torn his ACL and realized that, the doctor that I work with was going to have to repair it, and it was going to be a lengthy process over a year. And he was pretty stoic during the visit, but after the doctor had left, the information kind of was sinking in for both him and his parents, and there was a lot of emotions, obviously, and that's totally acceptable and expected at that point. But I think his emotional response was a lot more heightened because his high school season was over and it was jeopardizing his collegiate setting. So I was able to kind of intervene and really just try to set some expectations and make him realize that his feelings are completely normal, because typically we get I shouldn't be crying, I'm going to conquer this, kind of just move on and be the tough guy. But emotions like that are completely understandable and expected, and I just wanted to verify that whatever he was feeling was normal. Got him in touch with one of our sports psychologists that we actually work with at Children's. We have a really good referral process, and that was it was very fulfilling to me, because I felt extremely sad for this patient, but you also have to be empathetic at the same time to say they're going to be okay. Put all your your energy and your rehabilitation and your mental component. And I think he got a lot of benefit because he was struggling at that point, and we were able to be good advocates for him.
Yeah, sometimes you have to tell them it's okay to be not okay.
Yeah,
right.
exactly.
And just let's get you the help. Let's talk through it. Yeah. Brittany?
So I'm going to speak about a concussion example that I had. So I work a lot in a clinic, and you guys met Dr. Ann Lontine earlier today when she gave her talk. And I was in clinic with her this morning. And in one of our previous MDC clinics, we were there with a young lady and her parent. And her dad was some big neuro doc, and and I think there was a lot of expectations for her to perform academically from her parents. And so she was just really struggling, like not getting better. And finally we were in the room with the psych, and they're like, they just asked the one little question, like, how are your AP tests going? Because she was in like all AP classes and just starting to fail and, not pass. And we just asked the one question, like, how do you feel about dropping a class? Just one, just make a little tiny intervention. And you could just see the relief come off of her face. Just knowing that someone said, what if we just do this instead? Knowing that they have that option, especially in concussion where you feel like, everything is very overwhelming because it is your brain. And academics are, a big part of these kids' lives besides sports. They have a lot going on, especially if they're a junior, especially doing a lot of testing, or a senior getting ready, maybe looking for a scholarship. But I think, as athletic trainers, we are, by nature, we're observant. That's our job, right? We're like constantly, if you've ever had a conversation with an athletic trainer on the sideline, like sometimes they don't talk to you, like they're looking straight, but they're talking to you on the side because we're just looking. And I think that's something that's unique, that we can be able to pick up on those facial and those body cues. And that's something that you guys have too. You guys are with these kids a lot. And so whenever, you can just tell something's off, just ask. And it doesn't have to be anything, or even just make the suggestion, take that from them and see how they react, or take away some of that burden from them and see how they react. And it typically goes in a positive direction.
I'm thinking through like 5 different examples right now. And I think a really good one I have was a, lacrosse goalie, female lacrosse goalie, really tough, really hard worker. Expected to go Division I. She currently plays Division I. I believe she's a sophomore or a junior right now. So happy ending to this story, but 2 concussions back to back, got to know her mom really, really well. She was one of those sideline parents that just chatted me up the entire practice if she could. Really great family, super supportive. So that was awesome to hear. Recovered from the 2 concussions because if you can imagine a lacrosse ball hitting you in the face, even though you have a helmet on, concussions still happen. So be aware of that. Helmets do not prevent concussions. So twice that happened. She recovered, and then let's see, she had I believe it was groin or a hamstring injury. So she was out for another 6 weeks following that. We're going on like 4 months at this point of her not being able to play. It's her junior year. Will she go to UNC? Will she go to Duke? Will she go to Ohio State? Like, she's getting all these offers in. She's really concerned. Coach is getting her involved. She's starting to coach up the younger kids, which I thought was really awesome, making sure that she's standing on the sideline helping the younger kids get better. To Jenny's example, get them involved as much as you can. And her mom comes over to me like, she's not talking to me. She's not talking to coach about this. Can you go talk to her for like 20 minutes? So I went over, talked to her, just saying like, she's not alone in this. This happens all the time. If she's interested in doing stuff beyond physical therapy, because she's already in physical therapy, we could get her with sports psychology. We could get her with a nutritionist. We could get her with these other healthcare professionals that she will have access to in the future. So why not start in high school? Why not start that nutrition now? Why not start the psychology, the therapist now? Why not get on that injury prevention program now? Because this is what collegiate athletes do. This is what Olympians do. This is what professionals do. So I was like, just letting her know that it's not abnormal. It's okay to start getting those things now because you're just preparing yourself for the future, and the access that you're going to have to those counselors, homework, study halls, anything along those lines, it's just going to give you a leg up in the future. So I think that's a really good point. If you're noticing like they're not talking to you, they're not talking to their parents, have them talk to their athletic trainers, or maybe talk to a friend with an athletic trainer nearby. And then if they're like, I don't want to talk to a nutritionist or a therapist, that's so, let them know the collegiate athletes are doing it. Get started now. Get used to it now.
One that comes to mind is a little different than what has been spoken already, but I was at a college setting, working volleyball. And one thing that I noticed is one of the volleyball players kind of a little standoffish, not as talkative as she used to, very quiet to herself, started pulling away a little bit more, performance kind of declining. While we were traveling, I tend to notice just to see how girls are doing and the team dinners, a lot of the bonding, the tot chatter that goes between amongst the players. She's still very standoff, very not touching her food during team dinner. And so that kind of struck my attention. And so first team dinner, didn't really touch much. Second team dinner, she ate a little bit more, but she went directly to the restroom and she was gone for a couple of minutes. And so kind of seemed weird to me, but wanted to get more information. Couple weeks later, she tends to look a little looser in her volleyball. As you know, volleyball uniforms are a little tighter, spandex pants and all. Seems a little looser. Her weightlifting weights were kind of dropping. She wasn't able to push as hard. It wasn't as explosive. So it kind of just matches the criteria of some kind of just something's going on. And so I took her to the side, kind of told her what I noticed, see how was she doing personally, if there's anything that she wanted to talk about, just starting to open that line of communication. Then she kind of just started letting me know that she was throwing up after she ate. She just didn't like the way that she was looking and just the culture behind it. And the coach at the time, unfortunately, had a negative culture behind that aspect, but I won't go into that at all. But just overall, so she relayed that information to me. Unfortunately, she was throwing up and making herself throw up after eating. And based off that information, I had that conversation with her. We were able to talk with and get her scheduled with one of our nutritionists and psychologists, sports psychologists within the campus itself, and kind of get her on a plan just to kind of help build that nutrition back up. Thankfully, it wasn't necessarily severe enough where she was kind of developing like stress reactions like we see in a lot of the dancers and cross-country runners specifically, but didn't necessarily get that bad, but just kind of along the lines where we just kind of those little red flags that we're always observant. We have that conversation and open line of communication with the kids and just being there. It's that very small sign or small font at the end of our contracts is all the additional jobs hats that we wear as athletic trainers. But yeah, that's one that comes in mind.
That's a great example of if you hadn't been there, right? There's a toxic culture within that team that you mentioned. And if you had not been there and been sort of the neutral party that observed the things that you observed, that, you know, if it was a eating disorder or something, you know, that could have gotten significantly worse before intervention occurred, right? And so there's a perfect example of you recognizing just little things that just started to add up to something, and you know, you obviously made the right choice to intervene and helped her. But you know, certainly more injuries could have occurred. She could have fallen off the team. She could have, you know, it could have been a lot of big problems there. So, yeah. So, Jenny.
My first example as an athletic trainer happened, I started at Rocky Mountain High School. I started there in 99. So between 99 and 2003, there was a girl, I was lucky, they had a very robust student aid program. So the high school students that helped in the training room, the athletic training room. And she was one of the students in the winter, but then she was an athlete. She played softball and soccer, so in the fall and the spring. And noticed one day during the winter season when she came in that she was cutting. And so had a talk with her. Family life wasn't so great. Dad had got incarcerated, I believe, and so wasn't involved, and got the high school counselors involved, spoke with her mom, and you know, it took probably a good another year to work with her and keep talking with her. But moral to the story is she eventually graduated high school, graduated college, and is now an athletic trainer. So very proud moment.
Yeah.
But she's still in Northern Colorado.
That's a good story. I like the ones with happy endings. Those were all really great examples, and there's certainly hundreds and hundreds of more that we could probably pull out if we had time. But I'm going to ask them a couple more questions. One thing I just want to, as we're talking through this, is how many people in here work directly with athletes, or, you know, they come through your clinics, or are you a coach? Are you a parent? You know, but I mean, who here actually works directly with athletes? Quite a bunch. Okay. The reason I say that is don't forget to take care of yourself. Sometimes dealing with, especially when it comes to mental health, it can weigh on you a lot if you're dealing with other people's issues and then you don't deal with your own. And sometimes they pile up on you, and then all of a sudden you don't realize that they're affecting you until they are. So just a little, you know, public service announcement. Take care of yourself, please. Okay, next one. Oftentimes there are things that occur, whether you're on a campus or you're on a team or whatever it might be, where an athletic trainer might be on high alert, right? Like there's certain things that occur, and I won't go into all of them. I'm going to let them kind of share some examples, but you know, there's often times that you know, something happens to another teammate, or something happens in the world, or you know, whatever it might be. You know, we always have to be on high alert. The example that I will give will be, you know, I was working at a collegiate or at a college in Florida, and we had a former football player come back on campus and shoot a current football player, and killed him. And when that news broke, that was like the evening. It was like 9:00 at night on a Tuesday. You know, immediately the athletic trainers, myself, and there's a few others that helped out with football and some of the other sports. We immediately got on phone calls with each other and started to huddle and figure out, okay, we need to be ready for whatever comes through that door. Because this is going to affect people adversely in some ways. Some people are going to be fine, but others are not. And the other piece was, how are we going to take care of ourselves? Because this kid that died was a favorite of all of ours, and he, great kid, and it just, you know, a bad thing happened. So, but that was a situation where immediately we're like, there's going to be people that are going to have an issue with this, and we got to be ready to support them and get them resources. So, does anyone else have an example or want to share? Just jump in, or I can call on somebody.
I think one of the biggest things we saw, and I think Robert mentioned it already, is the eating disorders we see a lot in clinic, and we see it typically. I mean, we see it in all athletes, but really in our dancers and our gymnasts and our ice skaters especially. We do some screening for that. So there's some questionnaires that we do, and we kind of weed through some of that, asking everything from female athlete triad to low caloric intake. Are you restricting your diet by any means? And we see that a decent amount, both in males and females, especially in those sports. And I think we really have to be cautious about intervening with them because it is very personal. Obviously, a lot of times they might be getting family pressure, or their families that are in the room with us may not even know. So we have to be very kind of tactful on how we're kind of phrasing those questions and how we're asking, you know, a 12 or 13-year-old, you know, how they feel about their body. So one instance that I remember really well is it was a gymnast, and we see this a lot of, unfortunately, in gymnasts, is just low caloric intake, very concerned about weight, making weight, maintaining weight, et cetera. And she was really struggling mentally and physically, which is the stress fractures and just chronic pain because her body was so depleted. So we had to be very tactful with the provider I was working with. Luckily, she was a former gymnast, so she could really kind of relate on a one-on-one level to this young female. And I think that was really a good intervention with her because she was going down a pretty bad path where not only her body was failing, but her mind was failing as well. So that's just one of the instances that I remember specifically. Again, we were able to kind of get her in touch with some of the resources that we have, everything from our dietetics program, specifically specializing in, low caloric intake, and also get her to a sports psychologist and seeing our provider, who is, again, a former gymnast. So I think that just was we were able to relate really well to that patient.
Yeah, that's a good one. I just thought of one where I was working at a college setting with a track and cross country team, and the head coach of the cross country team had all the cross country, the female runners, you know, having a little team meeting. And he says, you know, he's looking around at them. He goes, I've got some issues with some of you girls. I'm not going to tell you exactly what they are, but I will just say it's easier to move a lighter object than a heavier one. Take that for what you will. I was like, oh, we're going to have problems, coach. Like, you know, on the side, I grabbed the coach. I'm like, you can't say that. And he's like, well, it's true. I'm like, well, that doesn't mean you can say it. Yeah, he got fired. I might have had something to do with it. But anyways, that was not okay. That was not okay.
One thing that comes to mind for me, as far as mental health with these kids, what are they on 24/7? Their phones, and they're very influenced by social media, and that's a big part of their lives. But with social media comes different trends that could affect their athletic performance. Matt touched on nutrition. You know, how many times do you see a kid slamming a Celsius on the sideline before a game, or, you know, drinking a 5-hour energy or things like that? Or even if big things happen in the news that they just see, like, you know, one of their star football players goes down on the field with tonic posturing, concussion, you know, how does that affect them, or what does that make them think? Or maybe there's, you know, just different things affect them. And so my caution with that is, as parents, coaches, directors, everything, be selective of where you're getting your information, because these kids might come up to you and they might say, hey, we're doing this, or, you know, like, you might notice things. Just get good information. These kids are getting their information from social media, not always the best resource of accurate information. And so that's where your athletic trainer can be a really good resource for you. Be like, hey, what can you talk? I noticed my kids are drinking a bunch of energy drinks, you know, on the bus home. Is there something that you can help us with nutrition? Or, you know, we noticed this injury. A couple of the kids, I heard them talking about it. Some of them were really freaked about hitting in football practice. You know, I had that once. So those are the things where you can say your athletic trainer can kind of help talk through even some of the research and things going on out there, because you might be hearing a lot of different stuff coming out about different products, especially related to concussion and throughout sports performance as well. So that would be my caution for mental health on the social media side. I think it's really important.
Unless they're getting their information from our social media.
Yes. The exception.
Yeah. Anybody else have an example of maybe something that could occur. I'm thinking more along the lines of, also around, a death of a teammate, or there could be some sort of, or I think Brittany alluded to it, an injury that maybe is widely publicized. I mean, I think most people in here know DeMar Hamlin. He was the Buffalo Bills player who went down with a cardiac arrest, and they revived him, and it was all caught on national TV. Brought a lot of notoriety, but it also brought a lot of questions and a lot of concern from athletes. I know following that, there was a lot of questions from parents and kids and coaches about, could this happen? And they kind of started to worry about it. So things like that too, that occur in just the world that might have an effect on these kids' mental health, and kind of puts us on high alert to say, I might just want to be around a little bit more, ask a couple extra questions the next time I talk to them. Did you guys have any other examples? I got another question for you if you don't.
I mean, similar to what was already brought up, what pops into my head right now is that 75 hard, that nutrition diet that's trending. I mean, as athletes, I mean, they're putting themselves a lot in that caloric deficit. And so those kind of trends just kind of tapers them down with performance as well. And I had not necessarily in regards to, or just in general in regards to nutrition. I had a track athlete, long distance runner, religious, and there was a time frame where they couldn't eat meat or any kind of, they're fasting for a couple of days. And so he just had shin splints and was just in pain for the entire season kind of thing. And so learning how to modify or know what they're going through, if they're fasting, what's going on, and just asking those right questions. Similar to what Dennis had mentioned too, a little different sidetrack, but I had a football player who graduated the year after he was out. He was in college. He was in a car accident and passed away, unfortunately. And just since it was recent, a lot of those kids that were seniors at that school and the juniors that just knew him were just traumatized by it all. Very sad, very emotional. And so similar to what Dennis has explained, is just making sure that you touch base with the counselors, letting them know what's going on, and touch basing with the kids. Fortunately, the school was well prepared, and then making sure that they kind of had that sessions available for kids to walk in and talk to them if they need to. And then I was there as well, just to have a open ear kind of thing. But nowadays, a lot of those, unfortunately, kids are seeking or having to experience death at an early age, and they don't know how to handle it. And they're also stressed because of that social media aspect too. So
Yeah, you don't just hear about the deaths that are happening in your community. You're hearing about them happening all around, and it weighs on them. I mean, they'll talk about it, and certainly if, just it's another reason to keep our eyes open for the warning signs. When they're talking about things that, sound dark and foreboding, and they're starting to talk about things they don't normally talk about, and their behavior changes. It really does cause for concern, and we try to assess and then get them to the professionals that are more skilled at dealing with those issues, which a lot of them are in this room today. So we're going to stop there. We wanted to leave a few minutes just to ask if you guys had any questions or comments or anything for us. We got one. All right, go for it. Oh, there. You saw him.
One of the things that's been interesting is I'm you guys have asked, like, what can we do? Like, do you want me to use it? I don't know. People don't like to give me a microphone. So you asked, like, what can we do? Like, how can we move from awareness to action? You're looking at it. And so if you're looking for something to do in your state, advocacy to get an athletic trainer at every youth sport activity place, elementary school, middle school, high school gets a little easier, but that's your face of how you prevent suicide. Because of the fact that these guys are in the trenches, we can get them in high schools, but we have a really hard time getting them in elementary school and middle school. So, and that leads into my question. We're losing you guys hand over fist. We're losing athletic trainers, and we need you. What can we do to keep you as our eyes and ears to do the work that's so important, because you'll see them before you get them to me or my colleagues. What can we do to help your profession?
Oh, boy.
Oh, man. Open the soapbox, please.
Yeah.
I mean, Children's is a great organization to be with. I have experience with a college setting. Unfortunately, that's a lot of hours, very limited sleep. I worked football and volleyball, not in the same season, thankfully, but it's college setting has a very low paying job, unfortunately, and that's one thing that is like glorified. All the athletic trainers going into the program, they want to be either a professional athletic trainer or a college setting athletic trainer. That's kind of what I wanted to do. And so now that I moved to Colorado, got hired with you guys with Children's. The work-life balance is better, but it's not always like that. The pay, unfortunately, is bad. The stressors that is added between the social media aspect for the kids, unfortunately, they have a lot more attitude nowadays, unfortunately. You have a lot of the kids that just aren't as respectful, and you're dealing with angry parents now that, hey, sorry, your kid has a concussion. This is our state protocol that has them out for 5 days, and they're upset about it. Or they try to weasel their way around it to prevent or having their kids continue to play, which is unfortunate. But the other thing too is I think the traditional athletic training job is not necessarily as wanted anymore. The late nights, weekends.
Not glamorous.
Yeah, not glamorous anymore. It's that work-life balance, the 8 to 5 job, which is great. I would love that. But I came into the profession knowing that I wanted to help kids or the athletes get better. And I was an athletic training student in high school, so I knew the background behind it before I even touched base. A little bit more, BOC and the accreditation, unfortunately, has restricted us a lot in the hours that we have, or we as student athletic trainers can be in the training room while they're a student. And so I don't think it's really realistic on whenever they are in the real world. There's a lot more additional hours behind the documentating, the before practice hours, during practice hours, after practice hours, the traveling aspect that the new generation isn't getting because of the limited hours for the accreditation.
And I'll let you go, Jenny. I just want to say, agree with all of that. And then it comes down to more or less, this is my personal opinion. I'm not going to speak for the people on the panel, but there is a somewhat in outside of these sports and orthopedic world, a lack of knowledge, lack of respect for athletic trainers. So the general person, the general public, if we walk down the street and ask them, what does an athletic trainer do? More than likely, they're going to say, oh, don't you work at like 24-hour fitness or they're the guys that are giving people water, on the sidelines. Yeah, we do that, but that's like 1/10 of 1% of what we do, so, and that's just part of what we're doing during a game or a practice. So, it's hard to get that word out, and we are constantly trying to advocate, and we have unbelievable physicians and such that do that work. We have great physicians at Children's that really, beat the drum for us. But nationally, it's difficult to do that. I think everyone in here knows what a physical therapist is. If someone just says PT, you know exactly what that is, what they do, where they work. If you say athletic trainer or AT, you may not. People may not know exactly what we're doing. So we try, and I think that's a big reason why we're losing a lot of people. Is there's other more notable or professions that people know about, are more highly respected, and I think people are gravitate towards those, and the hours aren't as bananas. Jenny.
I would say what you can do to advocate for an athletic trainer is to advocate for enough athletic trainers. One athletic trainer for umpteen soccer teams that's not a good work-life balance for them. They're not going to be happy. They're going to get burnt out. They're going to quit and find something better. I mean, we've talked a lot and we've done a lot of work within our team to make it a good place to work. And I love it here. I love what I do. I've always loved working with high school kids. But in order to advocate for us and for our profession, I think we just need more of us, because one person for that many athletes it's just not, we're not doing the athletes the service that they deserve. Yeah.
Yeah, and it's not like to your point, there are lots of situations where there's one athletic trainer for 500 athletes, right? Or at a high school or at a club sport where there might be one athletic trainer for 5,000 athletes, like we have in some situations. And so, on any given day, an athletic trainer may evaluate, 15 kids, boom, 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 and then still have their other responsibilities that they're trying to take care of at the same time. And, there's a lot of stuff going on. So it burns them out. It's a high burnout, high turnover profession. Unfortunately, we are trying to change that here at Children's Hospital. We are doing a lot of work around that, as Jenny alluded to try to increase pay, increase work-life balance, just overall job satisfaction is vitally important, which is evidenced by who's on this stage, because everyone here has been at Children's Hospital for, I think, at least 8 years, 7 or 8 years or more, with Matt being here for 15 or 16 years. Jenny, you've been here for 17, 18 years. So anyways, so it's been awesome. I don't know. I'm guessing. So I think we have time for one more. Is that one more? Okay. Yeah, right here.
Everything that you all do. I was a college athlete, golfer, the University of Florida, and my AT. I full on cried to her many times, and know the work that you guys do is a lot of the times undervalued. And just want to say that we value you here, and thank you. Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you guys
That was
as
very
well. I'm a former classroom teacher, so I feel like there's some overlaps in a lot of what you're speaking to. I mean this in the most genuine question, but I'm curious, like, it's kind of a two-part question. I'm curious what mental health training you get in athletic training school. Part of me, frankly, is like, this is not your job. I know it is your job, and all of you are superhumans, obviously speaking to how it is part of your job. And it's true of my story, it's true of Taylor's story, as she just spoke to. But I'm curious what training you do get in this field, or is it kind of just trial by fire? And then similarly, what would be helpful for you all as professionals to continue developing? I'm with the Hidden Opponent, and we do a little bit of coaches and professionals programming, and you're a population that we think of often, because I always say you're our front lines. Whether that's fair or not, you are, and we want to support you all as much as we can.
Yeah, I think that's a great question. As far as the training, it's getting a lot better. When I went through school, it was sort of trial by fire. It was like something happens and an older athletic trainer would be like, all right, here's what we do about this. Now it's much more structured. Our athletic trainers that are coming out of school, there are units where they're getting sports psychology and mental health education from professors in school. Plus there's tons of continuing education that we do, and oftentimes it revolves around mental health, identification of mental health issues, and that sort of thing. Now, it kind of stops there, and then it's up to the individual athletic trainers to go and get additional trainings if you want. I know Matt, anybody else on AT's care? I don't think so.
I just have a minor in psychology.
You got a minor in psych, but
That's it.
I've taken a course, and Matt has taken a course in something called critical incident stress management. It was an all-day course that we got certified to intervene when there's a critical stress incident, like catastrophic injury or the death of a teammate or a coach or something, or a staff member or something. So, we've gotten that training. So it's elective as you move forward in the career, but we get a baseline in school, and then it's just up to us to expound on that. And obviously experience helps. And we always tend to build bonds with the school counselors, the on campus, if you're at a college, like the sports psychologist or the clinical psychologist, all the different kind of resources so that we have that kind of built-in safety net. If we need the help, we can pull in additional resources.
Our main job is to recognize and refer.
Yeah, not treat per se. We treat like their day-to-day issues, like my boyfriend sucks and that kind of stuff. We treat that one on a regular basis, but the deeper stuff is we don't dive in too deep.
I would also say too that because I'm on the BOC exam writing committee, so we test basically all the new questions that are coming out to certify new athletic trainers. And mental health is one of the biggest things that we're really kind of expanding our bank of questions, basically. And I think it goes a lot into, because mental health is so big, it goes into barriers of health, social determinants of health, everything like that. So there's a huge bank of questions that the BOC is really pushing for to kind of encompass everything related to mental health. So it's definitely being taught in the schools. It's definitely being taught in the programs that Dennis mentioned, that it's getting bigger and bigger.
We appreciate you. Thank you, guys.
Thank you. That was awesome.
Thank you. Really appreciate it.
You what? Yeah. Thank you very much. That was awesome. My original plan was to give this eloquent closing. I'm not going to do that. So hopefully everybody can come back tonight. That'd be awesome. We're gonna reconfigure the room a little bit, get rid of the tables, do it more like just seating style. But it's gonna be an awesome panel. We will have pizza, just more time to hang out, network with people, etc. So I'm not going to belabor any eloquence that I'll pretend to have right now, which I won't have. So I'm going to close it out for today. Again, if you can come back at 6, that'd be awesome. Even at 7, because I think we'll try to get that panel started 6:45 or 7 tonight. So hopefully we see everybody tonight, hopefully tomorrow. And it was a great first day, a great first shot at this whole thing. And yeah, hope everybody got something out of it. So go take naps, close your eyes, do whatever you need to do, and then we'll see you later. All right, I'm gonna call this to order. I'm gonna see if my 1, 2, 3 works. 1, 2, 3. Eyes on me. Most of the lacrosse team did it, by the way. So somebody's well trained. I'm not gonna say a whole lot, which is probably everybody's like, that's good. So I'm actually going to turn it over. I just wanted to tell everybody we're starting. I'm going to turn it over to Brian Inge, and he is going to do all the introductions and be our moderator for the evening. So thanks everybody for coming back. I hope the pizza was good. That's good. I hope everybody got enough pizza. So you all set?
Yeah, I was just going to click this.
All right, you're gone. You're up.
I'm good to go. Awesome. Can everybody hear me okay? Perfect. Thanks for being here tonight. My name is Brian Inge. I'm the COO of Pioneer Sports, which is a youth sports organization across the country. We service about 40,000 kids under our brand, Surf Sports. And then through our leagues and events and tournaments, we sponsor or service about 200,000 and 300,000 kids. So this is really passionate for us, and we're excited to be here tonight. I'm going to just start it off with a little video.
Yard spot, Sun Wen, their greatest goal scorer. And it's a long walk for that 12-yard spot.
Well, you would think from Scurry watching all of Sun Wen's goals in this tournament that she would go ahead and try and guess that she's going to go with her left foot and try and bend it into the left side of the goal.
Sun Wen shot, and she scores, even up again, but it also means that the USA could win the World Cup on this next kick. Chastain will take it. She missed a penalty kick against China in the Algarve Cup, and they lost that game.
The power of sport is real. Everyone in this room has been bitten by the emotion of this thing we call sport. It brings us together in a way that nothing else does, and it brings us joy, but it also can fray our emotions. The power of sport is the reason why so many young people that we all serve want to identify as an athlete. I want to be like Mike. But sport is different than anything else that we do, any other pursuit, right? It's different than being a regular student. It's different than being a pre-law student. And it's different than being a doctor. It's all encompassing and it's a lifestyle. It's not a simple decision. It takes over in many ways. It defines how we spend our time, how we spend what's supposed to be our free time. It impacts how we eat and even how we sleep. It's truly all encompassing and so different than anything else we do. And it brings us a lot of joy as we're athletes, right? But sport can also be incredibly cruel. And that's really why we think about and have to think about mental health and mental strength. It can be cruel. When you get injured, when you get cut from the team, when you lose a big match, or when the day finally comes that you actually have to call it quits for good. It's different. Which is why the people that we serve as athletes need to be protected more than your average person, right? More than the general population. And why is that? And if you think about this very simple equation, if you identify and your identity is wrapped up as an athlete, the highs and lows are going to come whether you like it or not. It's just going to happen. Your career is shorter than the average career by a significant amount. You are just more vulnerable than the average person. And therefore, we have to come up with ways to plan, prepare, and protect our athletes. And just like if you're sitting in Florida looking at one of these ads, the storm isn't here today, but you know it's coming. It's going to happen. And so that is why we're all here over these couple of days. And that's the reason for this panel, is to talk about those ways to plan, prepare, and protect the athletes. We've got an unbelievable group up here today. Most of the panels that we've had, we've allowed the speakers to actually introduce themselves. I'm not going to let these guys off that easy because I've talked to all of them and I know they're all incredibly humble and they're not going to give you the street cred. You've got 40 athletes here and a bunch of other athletes there that need to understand these guys' street cred in the world of sports. So I'm going to do it and brag a little bit about them. Gary Barnett is a legend in Colorado, right? NCAA head football coach, both for Northwestern and for your Colorado Buffs. Multiple championships in the Big Ten and Big 12. Incredible run, but more importantly, a big investor in Buffs for Life. And he and his wife have started a foundation specifically focused on supporting athletes and suicide. Another hometown hero, Savannah Coleman. Yeah, you get to look and see. Savannah represented the US of A for multiple years as a youth, competing internationally in the red, white, and blue. She then went to Stanford, won 2 national championships, got drafted in the NWSL, all while having 2 ACLs, 2 hip surgeries, and 1 meniscus. Is that right? Close. A lot. Amazing. Dee Brown is going to talk to you tonight as the head of culture for his alma mater, Jacksonville University. But what Dee Brown really is a legend in the NBA. 12 years in the NBA, mostly with the Celtics, and iconic slam dunk championships with the no look that had never really been done before, right? Dee Brown has coached in the NBA, the WNBA, the developmental league, and in the youth, right? And he's going to tell you about all the things he's doing to help pioneer mental wellness in his new role. Mark Schlereth, this morning, Dr. T, right? By the way, you were amazing this morning. Dr. T talked a lot about the kind of the combination of physical and mental toughness, right? Mark personifies both. 12 years in the NFL, 3 Super Bowls, 1 with the Broncos, 2 with your hometown Broncos, right? I think there's some guy named Elway, I think he's protecting there. That's a pretty big deal. Brings an incredible perspective also as a father of some very successful athletes. And last but not least, Jimmer Fredette. So March Madness is just about on us. It's definitely one of the coolest things that happens in the sports calendar every year. This guy lit up March Madness like no one has before. So much so that he was named NCAA Player of the Year, was then drafted 10th in the NBA draft, has played in the NBA, China, and in Greece, and is incredibly passionate about the word kindness. But more importantly, if you tuned in to Paris this summer and you saw the inaugural 3-on-3 USA basketball team, that was your guy. So we're incredibly proud to have these guys as our panel tonight. That was supposed to, Jimmer, you may have to stay up there. I won't do that to you. I'll do that. How's that? So the idea is to get the most out of these guys and have them be able to speak to you guys as much as possible. I'm going to open this up to everybody, and then I'm going to ask some very specific questions. But everybody who's in sports here, especially these guys, everybody here has had their hard moments, right? We love the joy. Social media loves the joy, but there's a lot of hard moments. It's easy to feel alone when you're going through those hard moments. So my question for you guys is, what was your hard moment? What was your hard? How did you manage it for the good or the bad? Can you share that with those guys in no particular order? So fire away at will.
So I'll start off. First of all, I want to thank everybody that's here tonight. I'm very honored and blessed to be here. This is very, very important and passionate to me, just because I know the importance of what, mental health and wellness is, not to just students and student athletes, but also parents, administrator, coaches. So I'm very blessed to be here to be able to speak in front of you. So hard moment is always things that you can't control. And one of the things when you're an NBA player, and Jimmer can attest to this, because I coached Jimmer, which is funny, another story. And Jimmer's probably one of the most humble superstars you're ever going to meet. Being traded is a humbling moment because you feel like, again, your value where you are is what your value is until they don't want you anymore. And then all of a sudden, you got to be shipped off in 24 to 48 hours to another city, pack up, leave. There's no 2 weeks notice. There's no, I got to say bye to my family. I got traded on a road trip. I was telling Coach earlier, I was at the Boston Celtics and got traded. And I got traded by the coach sliding a note under my door and said, "Don't come to the bus." That's how I got traded. That's how I found out I got traded, for being with the Boston Celtics for 8 years and being a captain. So you start feeling some type of way like, wow, like they don't want me anymore, but there's somebody that does want me. So that's a hard moment to swallow when all of a sudden you've been at a place, you feel like you've built some foundation in the community, some roots, and all of a sudden they say, "Be gone, we'll see you." It really didn't say bye, just basically said, just be at your next place in 48 hours or you're going to get fined. So that was a hard moment for me. Just because you have no control of that. And I try to always focus on the things I can control. People here say all the time, control the controllables. That one thing I couldn't control. I can control where my future of employment was. It was based on somebody else's value of me. And I didn't think that was my value, but obviously they thought it was different. And that's why I got traded. So that was probably the hardest moment for me personally, because you feel some type of, the realness of professional sports comes real quick when, the value of what you think you are to the organization is not the same.
How would you grade the way you dealt with that the first time?
Well, I only got traded once, which was good. So, the way I dealt with it was I kind of reflected on the things that I did for the organization, and I kind of looked as a positive in the way that I got traded to Toronto, and they were looking for leadership. They were looking for a person that was around great players. You know, I played with Larry Bird, those guys, in a great organization, and they wanted me for that reason. They wanted me for leadership, being a veteran, being able to mentor young guys. So I took it as a challenge, and I enjoyed it. So once I got past the shock of, wait a minute, this team doesn't want me, somebody wants me. Once I realized that, then it kind of perked me up a little bit, got me excited about the role and the responsibility I had, because that's what that team wanted me for. So, it lasts, listen, you go through it, your ups and downs on being traded. But once you figure out there is a light at the end of the tunnel that doesn't directly correlate with a specific team wanting you, I was fine after that.
Well, when you're coaching, as much as I did, every game you lose is a hard moment. Seems like watching your kids get disappointed, those are hard moments as a parent. For me personally, my hard moment was getting fired at the University of Colorado after accomplishing a lot and playing in the championship game in the Big 12, and so all of a sudden, I know a lot of guys that got fired, but I'd never been fired, and now I'm fired. And what do? You're one of them. And so it's much like what Dee says, I mean, you suffer losses all the time, and you got to find a way to come back from them. This was the hardest and the biggest you've ever had, so what are you going to do? It's still in your control. It is in your control how you get up, how you present yourself. I do a lot of talks on leadership, and in this particular situation, I had to show my players, I had to show my coaches how leaders handle the toughest situation, and so I had to be what I talk about at that point in time. And so, you know what, I took control of it, and, I had moments, a lot of tearful nights, but at some point in time, you got to pick yourself back up. And I created a nice career myself in broadcasting. I'm still very close to everything in college football. I do a lot of radio shows. And I get up in the morning, and I can't wait to get up and read about college football and college football players and what's happening in the college game. And so it's not the end, it's the beginning in many cases, but you don't see it that way at the time.
Yeah, thanks so much, first of all, for letting me be here to be able to speak with all of you today. This is an awesome opportunity to be able to do this. And just humbled to be here. So thank you. But for me, the hardest thing for me, I think, is just when you have expectations for yourself and you want things to go a certain way, and then they don't, right? And I think that is something that's relatable to everyone here as an athlete, but also just in regular life in general. You should have expectations for yourself. You should be able to reach for the stars for all of the things that you want to do. And then how do you handle it when things don't go that way? And I remember specifically, like we're talking about me playing at Brigham Young University. That 2011 season was pretty spectacular. It was really an amazing year. We were able to have a great basketball team. We were top 5 in the country for most of the year. I was playing really well, getting a lot of national notoriety. And they had ESPN had a Jimmer tracker on their thing, and they'd be like, this is how many points he scored tonight. A lot of expectations, a lot of things that were going on. And I felt like I was on the top of the world, to be honest with you, right? I felt like, man, I made it. This is incredible. This is unbelievable. And this is right when social media was kind of starting, which sounds crazy. That was 13 years ago, but that's kind of how it worked. It was Twitter and everything was just starting. There was no TikTok, right? There was just Twitter, and Instagram was just about starting. And so people were tweeting, people were Instagramming. I was seeing all this stuff on social media. It was awesome, right? Things went well. Won 2011 Player of the Year. And was like, man, this is great. Now I'm going into the NBA. I'm top 10 pick. I'm like going for rookie of the year, right? Like that's the expectation. It's just going to happen, right? Things have been happening the way that they should this whole time. Now it's time for this to happen. So I put in the work, put in the effort, felt like I was doing all that I needed to. And then I get to the NBA and that's not the case, right? You're starting at the lowest in the totem pole. They don't care who you are. They don't care about what you did in the college. Sometimes it even hurts you. They're like, you know what? Actually, I want to go at you harder because of what happened. And then all of a sudden you're in this spot where, man, I'm just not playing as much as I feel like I should, or I'm not playing as much as I want to. And when I get out there, I'm not playing as well as I want to. And these expectations that I have are just not going to be met, right? So the first couple of years in the NBA were very, very difficult because I had expectations for myself and they all of a sudden were not met. So it's how do I handle that? How do I get myself to the right place where I continue to work hard, continue to stay on the right path mentally to be prepared so that when an opportunity does come, that I'm actually prepared for it and I actually will take advantage of it. So that was the biggest thing for me, is trying to figure that out until that line where up to that point, it hadn't really been like that in my career. And I'm sure most of the athletes up here, it's been like that all the way up through college, because you're always the best player on your team and that's kind of how it works. And then you get to the pros and it's a little different, right? And you have to kind of work your way up. So for me, that was something that was difficult to deal with, especially my first couple of years.
I mean, Jim, just to push on that for a second, you're 22 probably at the time?
Yeah, I was about 22. Yep, just graduated as a senior, so still a young pup. So yeah, absolutely.
Most of us that remember being 22 would say that we probably didn't handle it that well in that situation. Like,
yep.
Again, I would ask you, grade yourself on, I'm sure you got over it eventually. You built yourself through it, but what was the reality of working through that?
Yeah, no, it was hard. A couple of things. Yeah, I had a good veteran when I was on Sacramento. His name was Francisco Garcia. I know D knows Francisco really well. One of the things he told me is, a lot of people have heard, just control what you can control. And for me, it was I can control my attitude, I can control my work ethic, and I can control the circle of people around me. And I think that those three things were super important for me to hear, right? So I couldn't control if I was playing a lot or not. Like Dee said, you can't control if you get traded or if you get waived or if you get cut. All of those things have happened to me in my career, right? So you can't control a lot of those things, but you can control how hard you're working, right? Every single day, are you putting in an honest effort? And only you know that, right? No one else knows that. People could be like, oh, looks like he's working hard, but only you know that, right? So you put in your effort, and you also can, make sure that you have the right people around you to make sure that they're pushing you in the right way. They're supporting you. They're pushing you in the right way. They're helping you choose the right things, do the right things, both on and off the court. Because if you can keep that circle tight and make sure that you have the right people around you, they're going to uplift you. It's going to help you once you get onto the court, once you get onto the field, whatever that is, because you have good peers around you trying to uplift you. It's a better mental state once you get on there. So once I started to kind of figure those things out, it started to get better. But I mean, yeah, I was an F at first, right? Like I was terrible at it. I was like just mad, right? I was just mad at what was going on. And I'm sure a lot of people feel that, right? So it's just how it works. It's competitive, nature of yourself to want to be out there and play as much as you possibly can. So when it doesn't happen, how can you channel that energy to make sure that you're putting in the preparation you need to in a good way, but also being a good teammate to the others that are playing to make sure that you're doing the right thing so that you're in their good mental space once you get out there. So that was, I didn't do well at first, but I started to gradually get better, understanding that things aren't going to change in a second. It's probably going to be gradual most of the time. So you just have to put in the effort.
Can you guys hear me? How about now? Hello? There we go. Everything was hard. For me, there was nothing that was easy. I grew up in Anchorage, Alaska. I was the first kid ever born and raised in the state of Alaska to play in the National Football League. I didn't have a lot of opportunities. I had 2 scholarship offers, one to Idaho, one to Hawaii. And I thought to myself, there's no way I could wake up to sunshine every day of the year. So I went to Idaho, And also I went on a recruiting trip to Hawaii, and there's a bunch of big Samoan kids, and I was like, I don't think I can play here. Went to Idaho, and I thought maybe I could play. I was actually retired from college football as a junior in college because all the injuries I had. So I was done. My football career was over. And just put my nose to the grindstone and kept begging the university to let me play my senior year. Had played defense up to that point, switched over to the offensive side of the ball. So I actually played 1 year of college football. Didn't have an agent, didn't have any interest, didn't have any invites to the combine, had nothing. Showed up to somebody else's workout and begged scouts to let me work out for them. That's how I got recognized. Put great workouts together. At that point, I had 6 knee surgeries. I had an elbow surgery at that point. Got drafted in the 10th round. There's not even 10 rounds anymore. Ended up starting as a rookie. Had 29 surgeries over the course of my NFL career. Still ended up starting over 170 games. Would have surgery. I had surgery on a Sunday night and played the next night, Monday night. Had surgery on constantly on Monday and played on Sunday. Did that multiple times. That was just part of the way I was built. And, you know, you look at all those injuries and you can sit there and feel sorry for yourself. But God's word, there's 110 times that God's word references you're going to have trouble in this life. And you can either deal with that trouble, because every one of us is going to face it. You can either deal with it and find the joy in it, or you can let it buckle you. And I just refuse to let it buckle me. I made it a challenge to go out and play hurt, to go out and play injured, to go out and do the things that I needed to do to support my teammates to be the best teammate I could be. And I made a deal with myself after I got drafted by the Washington Redskins in the 10th round that the only way I wasn't going to make it in the National Football League was not being good enough. And I can live with not being good enough. I'm not good enough in a lot of things. But it wasn't going to be work ethic. It wasn't going to be the way I prepared. It wasn't going to be the way I played or the way I fought. Those things would not get me cut. And I also made a guarantee to myself that I was never going to have a regret throughout my career. And the bottom line is I got to start for 12 years in the National Football League, got to start in 3 world championships. I had never missed a meeting. I was never late to a meeting. I was never unprepared. I always studied. I never missed a lift. I never missed anything. I did not drink. My whole focus was being the best player that I could be, because that's what I wanted to be. And I just made, like I said, I made several deals with myself to be that. And when my time was up, and it's interesting, when my time was up, I had had a knee surgery. I've had like 6 articular cartilage surgeries, which is, I have no cartilage in my left knee. And like, that's all the farther my knee bends. And so the articular surface is like Formica on a countertop that covers your bone. Well, I kept ripping off the articular surface of my knee. And so they go in and drill holes in it, and it scars over. And it's really hard to come back from. I played like that, you know, for my last 6 years. I had 6 different surgeries on that. My last one I had, and I had it during a bye week in the 2000 season. Came back and tried to practice on Wednesday. My knee blew up, took 200 cc's of fluid off my knee. Thursday, went back out to practice, and it was snowing. It was, you know, late November game. It was snowing here in Denver. And I didn't have my glasses. I left them in my locker, and we're watching film. And I'll never forget it. We're watching film, and I could only take a couple snaps here and a couple snaps there. We're going to play the Raiders on Monday night. And so I'm watching the film, and I had this backup kid who was a practice squad kid that was taking most of my reps for me. And so I'm watching the film, and I said to myself under my breath, I was like, God, this kid sucks. He's never going to make it in the NFL. And I'm watching, like, oh, this poor kid. And I was like, wait a minute. I say, hey, rewind that really quick. I got up and started squinting. I go, oh, my God, that's me. Like, that's not him. That's me. And at that point, I was like, it's time. But I walked away from the game. I played about 4 snaps in that game. I was on the ground all 4 snaps. I was like, I tapped my helmet. It's like, I'm done. That was the last game I ever played in. And I walked away and never had a second thought about it. It was like I did everything I came to do. I accomplished everything I set out to accomplish, and I was ready for the next adventure.
You may be a unicorn, by the way. Savannah?
Hi, everyone. My name is Savannah, and I really appreciate you all being here tonight and just allowing us to be honest and vulnerable. We're really here just to have a conversation, so it's really great to see everyone here. And on a similar note, it's really hard to choose one hard moment. So I think when I think of that question, I think of a really pivotal moment, and I don't want to, that was extremely motivating. And I don't want to start us off on a low note after that, but I do want to start us off on a really real note, because why else are we here? And my friend Gina really encourages me to be real. So my hard pivotal moment, I would say, came in early of 2022. At this point, I had gotten 2 knee surgeries and 2 hip surgeries. I had torn my ACL during preseason at my junior year at Stanford. My meniscus had retorn halfway through, so got another surgery on that knee. And then we had the weird spring COVID season after the Pac-12 fall season got canceled. And so that spring COVID season was my first season back from my ACL. And that ended up being my last season at Stanford without me knowing it at the time. But graduated in June after that season and was having some pretty lingering hip issues. And by July, we found out that I needed my labrum was destroyed, as well as I needed a microfracture surgery in my right hip, and that ended my Stanford career. And Stanford was something I had been looking forward to my entire life. I decided that I wanted to go there, I think in 7th grade, and I'm pretty sure I thought it was on the East Coast. So I was really pleased when I found out that it was in California, because I grew up going to national team camps in California all the time. And so I was really pleased to find out that I would end up in California, but it drove me for so many years, and it was just the central focal point of my life. And so for it to just end, I was just pretty much at a loss. I stayed at the school that fall semester. It was the first time I hadn't been on a team in however many years I'd been playing soccer at that point, but I stayed at the school. I was actually teaching a class, but I wasn't on a team, and that was just a disorienting experience in itself. And I ended up going home in December, and my hip was starting to get better, but by the time February came around, it was after my first training back, and we realized that my left hip needed the exact same thing. So at that point, I still dreamed of being professional, so I basically wanted to get that surgery done as soon as possible. So I got that surgery done, I want to say maybe February 22nd of 2022, and it would have been 6 or 7 days later. I think I just came back from my 7-day post-op appointment, and it was very positive. And this was back in Colorado. I had came home to get my second hip surgery. I had gotten the first one done at Stanford, but I was just home like I did every single day after PT at that time. I basically went PT and home for months and years, it felt like. And my best friend, Maddie, called me, and she said, "Are you sitting down?" And she let me know that one of our best friends and team captain, Katie, had committed suicide on campus. And that obviously rocked my world. And I thought I had acquainted myself at this point enough with grief. I thought I knew what that felt like, what that looked like. And then I realized I really had no idea. So basically, as soon as I could, I booked a flight to Northern California the following morning just to be with my teammates back at Stanford. I remember walking back into the locker room. I remember Gina and Steve already being there and just being with everyone, because it felt like the only option. at the time. And then it really hit me as if traveling through the airport in a wheelchair, like I had done too many times at that point for a 22-year-old girl. On crutches, showing up to the locker room, and I realized everyone was just going back out to train. And I couldn't even walk, and we don't know what to do. And so everyone's just going out to the field to run and train and just play small-sided. And I just remember people saying, it's like, it's the only thing I can do right now. I don't really know how else to process and sit in this right now. And in that moment, I couldn't believe that I couldn't even walk. And I had never felt so stuck in my body, stuck in grief, and just completely at a loss. And I would say that is truly the first time in my life that I couldn't just solve everything by going out onto a field and kicking a ball around with my friends or just competing it out. And I wouldn't wish that situation on anyone. And it's a situation you never imagine yourself to be in. And yet at the same time, I don't know if literally being physically unable to, I don't know if there's anything else that would have stopped me from just keeping to going out on that field. And it feels so good. I love playing, I love competing, I love scoring goals, but we can hide so much in that. And we really can prevent ourselves from also processing a lot in that. And so this is the first time in my life I had to really look at the grief that had compiled. And it had come from my injuries, and it had come from ambiguous loss. And Katie's passing was the first time I was really able to be like, have to look at the grief for what it was, and also address and acknowledge that my grief did not just come from losing a dear friend, but it also came from losing seasons, sitting at home while friends traveled, and also just the dreams and the plans that you have for yourself. And when things, like Jimmer said, don't go as expected, and the plans and expectations you have for yourself. And at the same time, it's a huge privilege to reach one of your lowest points, because it's really there that you're going to find out who you are. And I was going to say, if you're a young athlete or an athlete, but if you're just anyone sitting just in the midst of heartbreak or trouble or despair, you never want to be there. And yet there's the cliche, I feel like, after people come out on the other side of adversity, that you wouldn't have it any other way. And other than bringing Katie back, but all of my injuries, my journey, I wouldn't have it any other way, because ultimately I felt like I was chasing something that truly was never going to fulfill me. And I had been wired from such a young age. I love soccer. I was obsessed with it. I think I was addicted to the achievement, to the idea of success and what it could bring me. And it wasn't until life and circumstances brought me to my knees that I realized that it was never that was going to bring me fulfillment in the first place. And so, yeah, I wouldn't have it any other way.
Thank you. That's not easy. Hopefully everybody understands this is a pretty special moment, right? We're all here to talk about how to protect and help athletes. You've got athletes and coaches who have been through it all at the highest levels, sharing their raw emotion and honesty. It's just not easy to do, but they're doing it because they know it will help. And so we'll thank them plenty of times, but that's a big thank you guys to these guys. And I know it's not easy to start with a hard question like that, but that's the basis of how you find mental wellness. And we'll start to get into how you cope with that and then how we evolve it. I want to bisect the panel for a second and ask you three a question. And then I really want to delve into you guys, because you guys are really thinking about this more about administratively today, and those things are so important. I want to dial that in. But Jim or Mark, Savannah, you guys have done so many reps physically in your life, right? The amount of jump shot reps you must have taken, right? The amount of positioning reps, the amount of goal scoring reps. You are so attuned to that. When you think about the need to take mental toughness, mental wellness, mental strength reps, whether that be where you are in your career today or where you were at the end of your career, like, what are those? Everybody, all these athletes know how to take the reps on, these guys know how to take shooting reps and passing reps. What advice or help can you give them about mental health reps to get you where you need to be successful either today or in your career?
Yeah, no, for me, that's always been something that's very important in my career. My mom, ever since I was young, was very much into thinking and being mentally positive. And she'd always ask me, like after I practice or at night, she'd be like, have you thought about yourself making shots? Have you thought about yourself being successful on the basketball court or being successful in the classroom? Like, she would always talk about that because her father was a coach for years and years, and he was big into the mental practice of athletics. So she would always ask me that, and she'd be like, hey, if you sit there and you shoot 100 free throws over and over and over again, and then you go home and you see yourself shooting those 100 free throws over and over again, it's like you shot another 100 free throws, right? Because your mind is such a powerful thing. It really is. And it sometimes can't tell whether it's different, if it's, real or not. And if you can visualize it, if you can see yourself doing it, there's a lot of power in that. So, I used to do that before every single basketball game. The night before, I kind of, put my headphones in and I take a walk and I just visualize myself playing on the court and visualize how I was going to get my shots off, how I was going to play defense, how we were going to do things, how we were going to win the game, all the strategy that the coaches have put into it. I was visualizing how I was going to do that each and every single night. I'd walk for an hour, hour and a half, and be able to just visualize myself being successful. And I feel like that's a big part of athletics that can be overlooked, right? Not visualizing the game enough. I know quarterbacks talk about this a lot, and they go through their mental progressions all the time, right? They're looking at film, then they're going through it mentally. And Drew Brees, everybody's probably seen him go through all of his progressions by himself, just out in the field before things. So all of the mental part of that game was important for me, where I felt like it helped me become more successful because I was thinking good thoughts and I was thinking about being positive and what I could do to be successful on the court.
Yeah, unlike you, I was motivated from fear and paranoia of nothing good can happen to you when you're an offensive lineman. You can be the greatest blocker in the whole world. You're running back and go for 200 yards, and you're a throwaway line at the end of the game. Hey, got to thank the big fellas up front. Now let's talk about me. And so if I give up one holding call or give up one sack at the end of a game, I'm a piece of crap, and the guy that I gave up the holding call or the sack to goes to the Pro Bowl. So the mentality of an offensive lineman is completely different than most athletes I've ever been around, because it truly is about failure. And that's where I worried myself sick about everything. So I had to be incredibly detailed. My wife thought that Saturdays we have to check into a hotel before we play on Sunday, home and away. And my wife thought that I had to check into the hotel at 1 o'clock in the afternoon. My first meeting wasn't until 7. I would go to the hotel at 1 o'clock in the afternoon, and I would spend 5 or 6 hours going through every step of every blocking assignment that I was going to make. I would write them down. So, hey, man, we're running 18 handoff. I'm the backside guard. I've got a 2-eye. I've got a 2. I've got a 3 technique. I got a 4-eye technique. I've got a linebacker in stack. I got a linebacker over here. They shift from a 25 front to a 57 front. How does my blocking assignments change? Where do my feet go? Where do my hands go? Where do I want my hat placement? I would go through everything. I'd spend 6 hours every Saturday going through every single thing that could happen to me on game day, because I never wanted to have to think. I just wanted to be able to react. And to be a great athlete, to be an exceptional athlete, it's about how fast you can take in information through your eyes, process that, and then make the right decision. And if you can do that, then you can play. If you can't do that, you can't play. And so my perspective was, I need to be perfect in my technique. And I got to take an approach of, I will leave no stone unturned to make sure that I do that. I'm playing in Super Bowl 33, and there's a long wait. You go through, meetings in the morning, and then you've got this long wait before you get on a bus to head to the stadium. I moved all the furniture in my room to the corners, moved it all up, moved the bed to the corner, moved everything, and went through every step that I was going to take in that game. Every single step. So I'm sure the people underneath me were like, what the hell is going on in that room upstairs? But it's just the way I approached playing the game. It's just the way I approached the work ethic. And the other thing I would say is, from an injury standpoint, and this is your journey. It ain't nobody else's journey. And what's the old saying that comparison is the thief of joy? You've got this opportunity to be on your journey. And the injury aspect and all the things that I went through during the course of my playing career helped me do the things that I was in, prepare me to do the things that I'm doing after my career, the TV stuff and all the things that I do to earn a living now. And all that stuff was invaluable. And let me just give you a little piece of advice when it comes to injury. When you have injuries and you have to overcome injuries, I see a foot over there. I always reestablished my new 100%. You'll never be the same. And you've got to come to grips with that. You'll never be the same. But I might be 80% of what I used to be, but I still can whip your ass. Because my technique is going to be impeccable, everything else. So as I lost athleticism, I just dug more into the knowledge of the game, the understanding of the game, the perfect technique. And something always resonated with me that my dad used to say to me all the time when I was a kid. He would say, luck has a smell of perspiration. So the harder I work, the luckier I seem to be. And that's the way I approach my career. So the injuries are part, and the difficulties are part, and the disappointments are part of your journey that make you so unique. Jimmy, you don't know this. Like, I was in Hawaii in 2011. We're at Hawaii. We were there in March Madness. And I left the kids in the beach and my wife to watch Jimmer play for BYU because it was so freaking unbelievable. And so I left. I was like, hey, the BYU's playing in 15 minutes. I got to go. I don't even like college basketball. I was like, this is awesome. So
do I need to apologize to them?
No. But it was awesome. It made my son, everybody would come up there. I mean, it was amazing. So I don't even know what the question was, but I ramble sometimes. Sorry, go ahead, Savannah.
I think there was a question on mental toughness somewhere in there. And I love this question. And when asked about mental toughness, it brings me back to my youth days. And I just prided myself in mentality. And that's the kind of player I was. I wasn't necessarily always the most technical or the fastest out there, but you weren't going to get me off the field. The first time I was taken off the field was because my ACL was torn. So I literally had to get off the field. But when I think of mental toughness, I think of young me and how I was raised and just absolutely nothing being able to bring me down, it feels like. And I truly thought I was invincible getting up or growing up, and just the typical fall down 7, get up 8. And that's who I was. And then I couldn't get up yet. I couldn't get up yet. And that's when I really learned more about mental resilience. And I like to think of mental toughness as mental resilience now. The difference for me, I would say, is that mental toughness is when you can keep getting up. You have more of an ability to brush things off. Nothing phases you. And yet I think when I was more so in that mindset, it also consisted of never really looking at the fears that I had, and not wanting to go near those areas of myself. And even growing up as a young female soccer player, tearing my ACL was one of my greatest fears, probably over getting kidnapped, which is concerning. And my dad, who's in the second row, he used to say about tearing your ACL as a female soccer player, it sometimes wasn't about if you did it, but when. And then my when came. And that's when I really started to learn about mental resilience. And I think mental resilience versus toughness is about being able to sit in all those things that you don't want to sit in and look at everything that you don't want to look at. And mental toughness, you may be able to get up and run the other way, and you need that, especially when you're competing and you don't have time to sit in things or really reflect or be introspective. But when I couldn't get up and I was sidelined, I had the time to finally confront parts of myself, aspects of myself, fears. Why was I so afraid of tearing my ACL? Why was I so afraid of losing soccer? Why was I, just so desperate to just be on the field at all costs? And it led me to learning about how much of my identity was wrapped up in being a soccer player and how much of my worth came from that. And that's why I say I had the privilege of being injured. And really being able to become more resilient rather than just tough, and learn that my identity and my worth, it never came from being an athlete or a soccer player, or the success that I was going to earn through soccer. But yeah, I'm thinking back to when you said you'll never be the same after getting injured. And I think I heard that when I tore my ACL, and it almost pisses you off and you don't want to hear it. And I get that, but I also think you can say that you'll never be the same because you're going to be better. You really are. And you're going to be better as a player, and you're going to be better as a person because you're going to be forced to confront the things that you don't want and learn about the parts of the game that you never wanted to take the time for.
You mentioned fear, and I'll be honest with you guys. Like I said, I started playoffs and regular season. If you put the preseason in there, I started over 200 games in the NFL. I threw up in a trash can before every game. There's not a game that I didn't throw up in a trash can because I was so nervous about not only the game, but letting my teammates down. I never wanted to be the reason we lost a game, or I gave up a sack, or I caused something bad to happen. But in dealing with fear, man, one of the things that is a real powerful position to play from is, hey, man, I was afraid every game, but it didn't stop me from putting one foot in front of the other. And I'm a big 80s, like a 80s alternative guy. So, if we want to get in the 80s alternative contest, I'll crush you. But the Psychedelic Furs had a line in a song that I love. And the line is, you can never win or lose if you don't run the race. I'm going to run. I'm going to run. I might lose. I might not be good enough, but damn it, you're going to know you were in a game, and I'm going to run. And I'm going to give you everything I got. And so that's just how I approached my career, and how I approached fear of, losing, and fear of competing, all that stuff. That's all, I think, for all athletes, it's real. I mean, that is real. And I just was never going to let that fear stop me from competing or stop me from running that race.
Great song, by the way.
Yeah.
Thank you, guys. I want to kind of turn to what I would say, not to take anything away from your athleticism, but your administrative roles now.
Talking to me?
And both of you are, what you guys are doing is really evolving the way we think about protecting athletes and arming athletes for what's going to come. And I would love for you two to talk about what you're doing today and how you think about it, right? Gary, you shared a lot about how you think about the difference between when you were recruiting versus what's happening today, and how you think about the philosophy of treating those players, and Dee, all the things that you're doing. Can you guys elaborate on that and help the group?
I had to make a lot of, decisions on the way I responded once I went from being a player to a coach to an executive to an administrator for basically 18 to 22-year-olds. I had to change my whole mindset. And not that I changed it because it was bad before, but I had to understand what we call in higher education now the 21st century athlete, 21st century student. social media was not around when I played. Sure it was. I'm trying not to date you, Mark, but it wasn't around when it wasn't around, Coach. Probably social media wasn't around. So, we didn't have all these extra distractions. Sorry, Coach.
I have phones like this.
Yeah, in the court, right? Yeah. Me too.
I couldn't take it with me.
Yes, and roll down windows, that too, yeah. So, and I didn't have to worry about so many outside distractions when I played, because it was pretty much who you're around and the local newspaper or the one national newspaper that was that time USA Today. That was it. That was the only really newspaper. They had to worry about what so-and-so across the country was saying about Dee Brown as a player, as a coach when I first started. As an administrator, the one thing that I have learned that I had to become a better listener. I had to listen to learn instead of listening to respond. And I did a lot of listening to respond when I was a player, as a coach, because I wanted to be right. I wanted to show you how smart I was. I want to show you how big an IQ I had, basketball IQ I had. As an administrator, I try 99.9% listen to learn. Hear what my students and student athletes have to say, because that changed the whole perspective on my conversation, how I deal with adversity, challenges, issues that my student athlete might have. The other thing is, when you're an athlete at a high level, you want everybody to see you because of what you do. I'm great. I want everybody to talk about me. But at the level that I'm at in college sports and in college athletics, to me, visibility is greater than vulnerability. And I mean that you have to be there. I try to be there for my student athletes. I have to be visible. You want to be vulnerable. You want to make sure you're very honest and open up front about things in people's lives, in your life, what's going on, to an extent where they understand that you can hear what they're saying because you're listening. But you have to be visible. You have to be there. Availability is the best availability. You can say that in being an athlete, but also being a friend, a sibling, a parent. You have to be there to understand the whole situation. So as I navigate being in higher education now, those things, when I have those conversations, we try to change the moniker a little bit on the admin side. We talk about student athlete, student athlete, student athlete, student athlete. Well, we've changed it. We put human in front. So it's human, student athlete. We take care of the human first. Then we worry about a student, then we worry about the athlete. If you don't take care of the human side of a person, everything else is going to falter. I don't care how talented you are, how smart you are, how much money you got. It doesn't matter. If the human side is not fulfilled, mental, emotional, relational, spiritual, professional, financially, you're going to falter. We try to do what we call holistic development, where we got to pour into the entire person. All right. And sometimes we get caught into that. Back when I was younger, we had this thing called a physical fitness test. Remember the physical fitness test? You get the little patch. And that was like the biggest thing. And I thought about that we used to work so hard for this physical fitness test. So we have things on our campus now called mental fitness tests, that we challenge our minds. And we want our student athletes to understand how important that is. So it's always challenging because everybody is at different places in their lives, different conversations. Now with NIL stuff and recruiting, it's the conversation has definitely changed. The one thing that I try to do as an administrator more is make sure that I can never ever tell I try not to tell a student athlete, I know how you feel. That is the worst response I can give a student athlete. I might see what you're going through. I might can kind of understand, but I can never know what an individual feels. And I'm gonna go back to something Savannah said real quick about dealing with tragedy or things that grief. Grief comes in all different stages, different things. It can be losing your job. It can be losing a family member, a teammate. I lost two teammates to death. I lost a teammate who committed suicide when I was a freshman in college. And this was, and I'm gonna put a date on it. It's 1987 when I was a freshman in college. And I still don't know the reason why he killed himself. Nobody's explained to me. There was never a conversation. It was kind of like Jason Could, that was his name. Jason passed away. He went home and killed himself during Christmas break, and we got practice tomorrow. That was it. And we never, ever dealt with it. I remember that to my core, that I would never, ever tell a student athlete, I know what you're going through. Because I want to know, tell me, so we can figure out a solution. I'm very solution-based. I'm a math major. I'm very solution-based. You give me a problem, I'm going to find a solution. If I can't, I'll point somebody to do it. I'll find somebody to do it. So we got to listen more as administrators, as parents, as mentors, as, if you want to call us, celebrities, heroes, whatever it is. We have to do a better job of wrapping our arms around people that need love. The last thing I'll say about that is, and Mark said it about teammates. I tell all our student athletes and our coaches and our administrators, if there are 6 words you're going to say to each other, your spouse, your kids, your teammate, your brother, whatever, the 6 words are, I will not let you down. If you can say that to yourself and look at somebody and say, I will not let you down, guess what? That puts a lot of responsibility on you to be there for that person. Through the good times, through the bad times, through the struggles, through the highs and the lows, because you're going to have them all. But if you can tell your teammate, your sibling, your mom, your dad, your grandma, whoever it is, I will not let you down, it puts a lot of responsibility on you to make sure that you're being healthy, that you're doing things to fulfill yourself, to build yourself up. Because if you cannot help somebody else if you can't help yourself. And we all need help. That's the one thing that people understand. Ask for help. If you tell us that, please ask for help. If you don't ask, we don't know. I'm not a mind reader. I think I was when I had all my $3, but I'm not, because they fool me every time with things they do. But it's all about the conversation. It's about communication. It's all about effective relationships. It's about managing communication. So as going from a former player to a coach to administrator, all those things in between, those things I've learned that building the mental fortitude, the growth, the holistic person, that's all part of the journey. Jalen Hurts said the best quote at the Super Bowl. He said, my journey or destination did not change with your opinion. Your opinion doesn't change my journey or destination where I want to be. And it's not always going to be easy. It's going to be hard. And I hate when people say, just get past hard. Yes, you do got to get past hard, but there is a process of doing that. There's your circle. There's your relationships. There's the people that you trust. Jimmer said, the people that is going to uplift you or push you in the right direction. And we try to, as much as possible at Jacksonville University, to put those people in the lives of our students and student athletes and coaches, administrators. We all need it. We all need growth. We all need conversations on how to be better stewards of people's mental wellness.
Man, you guys put me on a tough spot here. But I just want to go back and echo some of the things that have been said, because there have been tremendous statements made and stories and lots of just really cool stuff. One of the things you just said, Dee, was don't be afraid to ask for help. One of the things I learned working with suicide prevention is don't be afraid to ask the hard question. Don't be afraid if you have someone that's hurting, don't be afraid to ask them. Your friendship, you may lose your friendship for asking a really hard question, but you may save a life. And, I'm going to talk a little bit about recruiting, but the most successful people all have great habits. They have great habits. And if you listened to everybody that's talked up here, the habits that Jimmer had, the habits certainly that Stink had there. Nobody's called you that tonight, have they? Okay. Survive. I mean, they're habits, and you control your habits, but they're great habits. Every successful athlete has great habits. Every successful person has created great habits. You have habits right now, every one of us do, but you have habits right now that are keeping you from being what you think you want to be. But you got to be introspective. You got to be honest with yourself and look at it and say, do I have habits? Yes, I do. Are these habits keeping me from getting to where I want to go? You know, there's 4 or 5 things that really fuel your heart. And this goes along a little bit with what Dee was saying about social media stuff. But you know what really fuels your heart? And I want you to just take a second or two when I say the word and think about it to yourself. Number 1, what you listen to, what you read, who you associate with, how you talk to yourself, and how do you visualize. That's what fuels your heart. You can break it all down, but everything that gets you excited has something to do with those things. And you control it. You control what you read. You control what you watch on television. You control what you listen to. And those are all habits. And they're all habits that can be good or bad, but you have to choose. You get to choose. You don't have to, because you can choose to have all those things affect you very negatively. Or you can choose, what do you think Mark thought about? What do you think he chose to do in fueling his heart? What was important to him? And it's what you read, it's what you watch, it's what you listen to, it's who you choose to hang out with, it's how you talk to yourself, and how you visualize. Absolutely critical. I get to talk to a lot of teams, and a lot of college-age teams, and the first thing I would ask is, how many of you are adults? Okay? And you know what? Almost all of them will raise their hand. And I said, well, you know, the definition of being an adult, the day you go from being a child to the day you become adult is the day you accept total responsibility for everything you do, everything you don't do, and how you respond to the things that happen to you. And then I would ask again, how many of you are adults? Well, you know what? A lot of folks don't want to be adults. They don't want that responsibility. But that's when you become an adult, when you accept the responsibility. We talked about injuries, and I think one of the things that gets left off by a lot of coaches is that you can get better when you're injured. There are ways that you can get better in the tub. You can get better when you're hurt. There are a lot of things you can read, you can listen to, you can watch. There's lots of ways to get yourself better. And I think that all of you that are athletes, have a plan. It's going to happen. It's just like Savannah said, it's going to happen. What's your plan when it happens? Are you going to moan, groan, get upset, worry, cry? It's an opportunity, okay? You know, you spend 95% of your time practicing and 5% of your time actually playing. Think about that. 95% of your time practicing, 5% of your time actually playing. How much quality time are you putting into that 95%? And you know what? You're going to lose some of that if you get injured, and you're going to. Take advantage of it. Read, listen, watch, visualize, talk to yourself. And, you know, it all comes back to this control. You're in control. 2, what kind of habits you have. There's a great book out. There's 2 books I'd recommend you read, Atomic Habits, and the other one is called Chop Wood, Carry Water. It's the greatest single book I've ever recommended to a youngster or an athlete, as an athlete. And those 2 books will get you through everything. So,
Coach, I don't think I'm alone. I'm ready to run through the tunnel. It is amazing when you have these type of conversations, how much that term control, you can control what you control, comes up time and time again. It seems to be one of the most precious pieces of wisdom out there. I think I only have time for one more question. There's so many nuggets of wisdom here. It's hard to stop, but I do have to respect the time. One of the last question I want to ask you guys, then we're going to open up hopefully for a few more questions in the audience. There's a bunch of young athletes here, right? And the Charlie Follies of the world over here who think that the world revolves around how they did at practice today. The sun sets, rises based on if they won or lost, right? It feels like you're everything. You five have the wisdom of competing, winning, experiencing at the highest levels of the sports that you chose. I'm going to guess that when I ask this question, it's going to help these guys put this in perspective. And that is, what are you most proud of at the end? Because I'm going to guess it's not what these guys think it is. And I'm going to start specifically with Jimmer. And Jimmer, I have a very specific version of this because I want to ask you specifically, if you had to choose one of three, and the rest of these guys have an open forum, but yours is a little different.
Perfect.
NCAA Player of the Year, Olympian, or beating Columbine on a buzzer beater last weekend, which of the three would you choose?
Man, that Columbine was great. I helped this last year. I've been helping help coach a high school team here in Denver, Chatfield High School, where she was able to go. So I mean, it's what a fun experience that has been. But for me, like, I got roped into it because my wife is the cheer coach. So she was like, hey, you're going to come and help the Phillies basketball team as well. So I was like, all right, cool. Let's do that. So that was I don't know. All three of them were awesome. But I'd have to say the Olympian because that's just, I mean, I'm proud to be an American. So I just love to do that. So that was pretty incredible.
I got set up for that question. I had.
Yeah, no, I know. Someone over there set you up for that one for sure.
Yeah, fire away.
we talked about identity. I never identified myself. My value never came as a basketball player. I played basketball to get a free education. That was always my mindset. My person I grew up, other than my dad, the person that I grew up idolizing was Steve Wozniak. Does anybody know who Steve Wozniak is? Like, all the things, that thing you have in your pocket, the iPhone, he helped develop that with Steve Jobs. All right. So I grew up idolizing him. I had my first computer when I was 12 years old, which was a Apple IIc. I don't know if you remember that. It was, trust me, it was bad. It was bad. But my value has always been being a biggest accomplishment to go back to value is being a father to me. I got 3 daughters and a son, and I want my kids to always be better than me. I always tell them, be better than me. Don't be me. Be better than me. My daughter's already blown me out the water. My oldest daughter, she's was a 3-time All-American at Duke at basketball. She plays in the WNBA now. She's won a national championship. I mean, she was in Final Four for 2 years. She won a WNBA championship. Like, all the stuff I wish I could have did as a basketball player, she's done. I've got obviously another daughter who was a cheerleader. Another daughter who is part of Athletes Better. Her picture's out there. I'm very proud of her to see her picture out there. Alani, she's into mental health counseling, and she is very passionate about mental health and wellness for students and student athletes because she was a basketball player at William & Mary. My son's a freshman basketball player. So my kids, to me, are my biggest accomplishments because I always wanted them to achieve bigger things, to have greater lives with people, inspire other people, be a part of people's lives. I would not trade that for anything. I would give away everything I have to make sure that my kids were put in a position to be successful and be great. And I think that's the most important. It's people who are parents, and one day everybody here, hopefully you're parents at one time or another, that the things that you do and you say, they watch everything. And the reflection on that, to me, is important. And that to me is obviously the things that I cherish the most.
Does the no-look dunk get in the
No, not to that. It's close, but not That, my kids, my wife, I've been married 32 years. My wife would, yeah, it wouldn't be pretty if I said something else either. It was-
Well, obviously that for me too, but I've had the unbelievable experience and opportunity to coach probably 3,000 kids, maybe more. And I can tell you where most of them are. And thanks for Facebook. I can stay up with them, you know, and it's just seeing them grow up and become successful and know that somewhere along the line I was part of their life. And if I wasn't a good part, I at least get to watch them and see what they're doing. But being a coach, you have, and mine's football, I got 25 additional sons, 25,000 additional sons out there, whatever they're, 2,500. And just being able to watch them grow and go through life, that's a pretty big high for me.
This question makes me think about a quote from someone on The Spirit, which is my professional team out in DC, and it was my rookie year, and we had just recently chosen our numbers. And I chose 20, and for those of you that don't know, Abby Wambach, she was number 20. She was incredible in the air, and I had just told one of my older teammates, she was an Olympian, and we had gone to Stanford together, and I told her what number I'd chosen, and she was just like, wow. She was like, that's so fitting, incredible in the air, and the best teammate ever. And it really caught me off guard. I just didn't expect her to say it. And I think that's what I'm most proud of, is the teammate that I turned into. Not that I always was, but the teammate that I became. And there's a lot of other things to be proud of. I'm proud of being a Stanford grad and a 2-time national champion, I think 3-time Pac-12 champion, Youth World Cup participant, and getting drafted to go pro when it really didn't make sense after the surgeries and journey I had had at that point. But if you know me really well, I think you know that I never really cared all too much about those things. But it was my ACL that sidelined me my junior year at Stanford, when I had actually written a journal entry the night before, and I wrote that I just wanted to serve that team just the best way I could. And that's when I felt I was healthy. We had an exhibition game against Mizzou the next morning. I was healthy. I felt like I was in the form of my life, the best fitness ever. Probably, honestly, would have been one of the best forwards in the country that season, going into our national championship winning season. And I tore my ACL the next morning. And it felt cruel. And yet I had that journal entry to look back on. And I was so thankful that I wrote it, because my goal for the season wasn't a number of goals to score or assists to have. It was to serve my teammates and those girls the best possible way that I could. And I stuck to that. And I absolutely poured into that team, and I poured into those sisters, and we ended up winning our 2nd national championship that season. And I can honestly say that winning that 2nd national championship as a junior, sidelined, not able to play, versus my freshman year when I was a freshman starter, got a lot of minutes, played in the national championship. I felt more a part of the championship win when I was sidelined and didn't play a minute than I did my freshman year. And it was honestly because my injury just forced me to stop thinking about myself so much and pouring into myself so much. And as athletes, we are so invested in our career, and you have to be, and you have to make sacrifices, and you have to be completely focused on every habit, every decision you make. But it was a huge privilege to just be able to look around at everyone around me and realize I love serving others. And I loved the people around me, and to be able to pour into them and to have that experience to form me into the teammate and now person that I am, I wouldn't have it any other way.
That's awesome. I think what I'd share with you is defining what your identity is. And my identity was never being an athlete. My identity is being a father and a husband and disciple of Christ Jesus. And those were the things that were important to me being an athlete is what I did for a living. And I always say this, I said this to my son when he got drafted in the major leagues, said, just because you play a pro sport doesn't make you a professional. I was a professional football player. That's what I did for a living. But I understand this about putting your identity in what you do for a living. If you put your identity in what you do for a living or your athleticism, eventually it will be gone. It will be taken from you. You'll be pink slipped. You'll be cut. You'll be let go. Something, and it doesn't matter what your profession is. That will happen. Gary Barnett talked about him getting fired. It will happen. And if that's what your identity is in, you will struggle. And so my identity was never in that, ever. I can tell you I got introduced in 3 world championship games, Super Bowl 26, Super Bowl 32, and Super Bowl 33. They are garbage compared to watching my son trot out and pitch an inning in the major leagues. Garbage. And one of the things that always gets asked of me is, what did you do to spend quality time with your kids? And my answer is, anytime I set some time aside to spend some quality time with them, they did something to piss me off. The key was always quantity. I was involved. My wife and I didn't outsource the raising of our kids to anybody else. We did. I coached all his teams from the time he was 4 to the time he went to college. I coached my daughter's soccer team. I coached my daughter's soccer teams. I didn't know anything about soccer. Nothing. Still really don't. But, we threw some elbows and we won some games. So, but, yeah, my deal is that was never my identity. It never was. It was, like Savannah said, being a great teammate, playing injured, understanding to be great. I can't be good unless we're all good together, and understanding to truly be great, you have to be sacrificial. You have to be willing to do things for your teammates, put those people ahead of yourself. And that's how championships are won. And that's what I always believed in, and what I always tried to, be about during the course of my career. And I will tell you, I have this quote, I call it my wisdom quotes, and I put them on my phone every time I come across something I love. And one of the things I came across, this is months ago, but it's for all you that are athletes right now. The magic pill that you're looking for is in the work that you're avoiding. Go to work. Just go to work. And good things are going to happen. And some bad things are going to happen along the way. But you'll learn from those things, and you'll be able to overcome those things.
Hey, can I say something real quick? This is about Jimmer. I want people to understand how different he is. If Jimmer would be playing now in a social media age, as big as Caitlin Clark is in women's basketball, that was Jimmer in college. Like, that's how big he was. Like, he was humongous. I got a chance to coach Jimmer for a year. You're talking about somebody humbled. Everything he said is true about keeping his head down. People saying that he didn't live up to the hype or the expectations. He never stopped focusing in on his thing. And I'm very proud of him. I told him, I'm very proud of him because I saw him put the work in as a coach when I was with him in Sacramento. So I wanted to say that publicly because people don't understand how big Jimmer Fredette is. Like this guy was as big as a college player as you're going to get in the last 25 years. I mean, it wasn't a player that was as on TV, being tracked, being scouted than Jimmer. I remember being in front office and we were like, this kid here is unbelievable, but he's a better person. And he went through some stuff, times, challenging, expectations. Oh, well, he's a failure. He's not a failure. He's a survivor because he got through it. He figured out his way. He didn't let opinions affect him because he was up here, like he said. And I saw it firsthand. I got a chance to be with him firsthand when he felt like I'm not getting my time. I'm putting the work in. Why can't I play? So it can happen to people that are at the highest level. Like Mark said, it's going to happen to you at some level. Father Time is undefeated. So at some point, whatever it is you're doing is going to change. So I want to make sure I said about Jimmer because I'm very, very happy for him. He represents our country in a remarkable way. I'm very proud of that as well. But I haven't seen him since I coached him, but I want to make sure I said about Jimmer.
That's so nice, D. I appreciate that. That's
Was he ever that nice to you while you were playing?
D was great. D was always great to me. You know, he was amazing. Just a good dude, right? Like just a person that you wanted to be around all the time and just real. I think that's why he's doing what he's doing now in Jacksonville, right? He's just real. And I think the players, the administration, the players that are there now just respond to that. So I appreciate that, D, but you know, it's not about me. So let's move along.
That's exactly why I did the intros right there. All right, we have a little, we're gonna make a little time because this is pretty fun for a couple questions. I'm gonna hope, I'll go right there. I'm actually not gonna hope, I'm gonna demand that one of the questions comes from this Colorado College Tiger group. But you got a question first here, I'll come back. I'll play Marty Povich here.
How's it going, guys? This panel is like really special to me for starters. Savannah, I also lost a teammate to suicide. So like Dee said, I don't know what you're going through, but I was thinking when you were telling the story about that moment where you're flying out to Stanford and you kind of like don't know how to respond to that. And years later, you're sitting at like a keynote panel discussing mental health with college athletes and college athletics. So I think that's a pretty great response. I was just thinking about that when you were telling that story. Mark, I'm a huge football fan. I coached college football for years, and I was born in 1992. So watching the Super Bowl with my family, when you won your 2 Super Bowls, that's kind of like the first Super Bowls that I remember. So not to call you old, but that's what I remember. Jimmer, I'm going to get to you in a minute. I'm a UConn grad, so hang on one sec. And then Dee, I work for UMass currently. I lived in Boston for 5 years. You know how seriously they take their Boston athletes there. Coach, I coached a little bit in the Big Ten. I have a friend who coached at Purdue, which is like not a competitive issue for you with Purdue football at least. Jimmer, you and I had a little bit of a different experience in 2011. I was probably partying and celebrating a little bit more, but it was really special watching you play. I was wondering, you know, it's kind of a little bit for Mark and Jimmer. Jimmer, you won Player of the Year, best player in the country. A lot of people in Connecticut wouldn't be super thrilled about that, but UConn won the national championship that year, and Mark, you had your career and you won 2 Super Bowls. So kind of just asking about winning a championship as the pinnacle of your career, and some people do and some people don't, right? And all of the work that goes into it. Winning 2 Super Bowls has to feel in that moment like I made it and sort of, you know, I couldn't accomplish more from an outcome standpoint in the game. Jimmer being named Player of the Year. But can you just talk a little bit about winning a championship and how that being the goal when it comes to the mental side of sports and kind of now throughout the rest of your life, what that means to you, what the awards and the accolades and the Super Bowls?
Yeah. Well, I never won a Super Bowl, obviously, but you know, it's been fortunate to be a part of some championship teams, you know, in college and at the professional level. And the thing that I love about team sports is that it's an all-in collective thing in order to do that, right? And I think it's something from our perspective, we have usually 10 to 12 guys on a team. But there's not just 10 to 12 players. You know, there's the managers, there's the coaches, there's the athletic directors, right? There's so many people that are involved in this, and everyone has to buy in order for you to be successful at the highest level. And that means that there are roles that are put out on the team that you have to understand that. You have to understand what the roles are. Some of us, you know, like myself, fortunately during college, I was able to shoot the ball a lot, right? That was something that was my role. They wanted me to go out and score the basketball. And there was others on the team that sacrificed being able to maybe shoot as much as they wanted to be able to set screens and roll and you know, play defense and do all of these other things so that we collectively could be the best that we could be. And when you have a team that buys in that much, from the top player to all the way to the bottom, it's special because it doesn't happen often, right? There's only one champion every single year. So there's a lot of teams that lose, and that's just the way that it works. So it's, you try not to take those teams for granted, those times for granted. So when you're going through a time where, you know, you're having a great time with your teammates, you're being successful, and you're on your way towards a championship, make sure that you cherish those moments because it can go pretty quickly and you could be on the other side of it very, very quickly. So I think that was, for me, just being able to see the buy-in of that team and everybody understanding their roles and being happy for one another and then all being able to celebrate at the end was something special. So.
Thank you.
Yeah, it worked again. Listen, anytime, like Jimmer said, when you win a championship, it's about sacrifice. And I've got so many unbelievable teammates. But Super Bowl 32, I had a guy by the name of Dave Diaz-Infante. And Dave is a dear friend to this day. And Dave, we used to affectionately call him the stunt guard because Dave practiced for me during the week, and then I played on Sunday. And that would be a recipe in many avenues of life for resentment. But we prepared together, we studied together. It was like we were playing the game together. And in 1997, on our first Super Bowl run here in Denver, I was having some back issues. I've been having them, all spring and all during the season. And week 11 rolled by, and I'd had a herniation in one disc, a bulging disc. You got to say that very carefully. I had a bulging disc in my low back. And yeah. So anyhow, so I had shooting pains in my leg and shooting pains down in one of my feet. And I woke up one morning, the pain had shifted to the left side of my body. And we went to Kansas City to play a game. And I had completely lost all the feeling in my left foot from about the ankle down. And anyhow, I ended up playing the game, and we ended up losing on a last-second field goal to the Chiefs. Flew home, was in the training room the next day in an MRI tube that afternoon, and I had herniated 2 discs in my low back. And so I was on a plane the next day to L.A. Robert Watkins, had a surgery on my back, a 4-hour surgery where they strap you to a table and then they hang you upside down. There's a hole in the table that they operate on your back. And so I woke up from that surgery after 4 hours and I had no feeling in my left arms because my body just hung on the table and there was a strap in my armpit. And I remember asking the doctor, man, my hand is completely numb. When does it come back? And he said, well, sometimes it never does. I'm like, what? Nobody told me this. Anyhow, long story short, I spent 27 days rehabbing my low back, and Dave Diaz-Infante played for me the whole time. And I talked to Mike Shanahan before I came back to practice 27 days after the surgery. And I said, hey, listen, if you think we're a better team with Dave, then let Dave play, and I'll be his backup. And Mike said, no, you're a better player. You're our starter. And that the sacrifice that Dave Diaz-Infante made for us for 6 years, because I didn't practice very much because of all the injury issues that I had. And that guy was the best teammate. But we had all kinds of guys like that on our team, all kinds of guys willing to sacrifice for one another. And that's what makes those championship games so special. That's what makes winning a championship, because there's a reason it's hard. Yeah, it's hard to have the right athletes and the right, execution and the right coaching and all that stuff. But really, it comes down to guys that are willing to do things that most people aren't willing to do. And that's, like, I walk away from the experience of winning championships not thinking about hoisting. I never touched the Lombardi Trophy. I just went back in the locker room. I didn't think about those things. It was about us and the sacrifices that we made during those seasons to win a championship. That's what's special.
That was awesome. Thank you. I'm going to let Colorado College off the hook. Charlie Faldy asked me for a special favor, so we're not going to put anybody on the spot. We're just, I think from a respective time standpoint, we'll give these guys one last thank you. I would say that there were a ton of nuggets of wisdom. For me, the biggest takeaway I'm going to have will be human, student, athlete. But I'm sure you guys will all have your own. I would just ask one last time to give this group an incredible thank you for sharing tonight. Great job.